Chapter 4017. Holy shit. The disciples of the martial pavilion were all stunned. Only the word holy shit could describe their shock. Especially those who looked down on Jiang Chen and treated Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog as burdens, they were utterly ashamed now. Jiang Chen's cultivation was no longer at the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm when he fought against the three-eyed panther. He had reached the peak of the fourth heavenly layer now. Just the fact that Jiang Chen had easily killed a seventh heavenly layer winged person with a single strike was enough to make them feel inferior. Even a human expert at the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm would not be so confident in killing a 7th heavenly layer winged person so easily. So Master's cultivation has reached the peak of the 4th heavenly layer. That's great. He'll be a great help to us. Xie Ting's face was filled with excitement. Jiang Chen's strength had boosted his confidence. The wingmen on the opposite side were stunned. They had never thought that Jiang Chen would be so ferocious. He didn't even give them any warning before attacking. His attack was so swift and violent that they didn't even have the chance to react to it. Fast, it was just too fast. Arg! By the time the winged man reacted, another blood-curdling scream was heard. As expected, another 7th heavenly layer Unity Origin winged man was slashed by Jiang Chen's sword and died on the spot. His body was cut in half and fell from the sky. Kill him. The rest of the winged men finally regained their senses. Each and every one of them roared with rage. They took out their combat weapons and lunged at Jiang Chen. Infuriated, truly infuriated. They originally had such a great advantage, but they had already lost 2 people at the beginning. Such a loss could not be said to be insignificant. More importantly, this was a serious blow to the high morale of the winged people. Brothers, kill him. We can't let Master fight alone. Xie Ting roared. He stepped on a black shadow and swung his sword, charging at the winged people. Zhang Qing and the others did not hesitate either. They all used their flight talismans and charged at the enemy with a surge of qi. At this time they had to unite against a common enemy. If one were to say that their morale was low at the beginning and they even felt a little hopeless, then this depression had completely disappeared. Instead it was replaced by excitement, fighting spirit, and passion. Jiang Chen had killed 2 enemies with his sword, greatly increasing their morale. Jiang Chen and the others' passion and hot-bloodedness had been ignited. Jiang Chen, hand over your life. The leading young winged man locked onto Jiang Chen. Waves of energy surged around his body as he charged towards Jiang Chen. Your opponent is me. With a shout, Zhang Qing acted decisively and blocked the young winged man. With his advantage as a Unity Origin expert, blocking the young winged man was nothing difficult. So what if you're at the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm? You have no advantage against me in the sky. The young winged man did not care about Zhang Qing at all. The wings on his back flapped and the battle weapon in his hand danced around, constantly attacking from different directions. For a moment, Zhang Qing was forced into a panic. On the other side, a chaotic battle had begun. Xie Ting and the others were fighting against the winged men. However, the winged men's advantage was too obvious in this kind of battle. Not to mention their advantage in numbers, just their speed and control in the sky was something that Xie Ting and the others could not compare to. Xie Ting was in a slightly better situation. He had the Black Shadow's help, so their coordination was relatively good. On the other hand, the others who relied on flight talismans were much more clumsy. They lacked the experience of fighting in the sky, so they could not use many powerful moves. Furthermore, they could not use the talismans as they wished. Therefore, a single person had to face the pincer attack of 2 winged men. Some of them were injured as soon as they came up. Swordlight Venomous Dragon Drill. Xie Ting was extremely ferocious. With a cultivation of the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, he was invincible. He did not lose the upper hand even when fighting against 2 winged men at the same time. With a sharp swordlight Venomous Dragon Drill, he heavily injured one of the winged men, almost cutting off one of his wings. The young city lord of the divine martial city was not a spoiled young master. He was someone with true strength, a true genius. Jiang Chen observed the entire situation. Zhang Qing was fighting against the young winged man leader by himself. Xie Ting was extremely ferocious, and the others were a little weaker. In this kind of battle, there was no need for him to reveal his true trump card. Jiang Chen was confident that he could get out of this predicament without resorting to his draconification. Jiang Chen's current cultivation was at the peak of the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He was only a step away from the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. With Jiang Chen's current combat strength, he could kill an ordinary 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm if he used the limitless sword with all his strength and other powerful techniques. Jiang Chen die. With a loud roar, an 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm charged at Jiang Chen fiercely. He seemed to be extremely fast, but in Jiang Chen's eyes he was not worth mentioning at all. His speed was not on the same level as Jiang Chen's. Little Qinzi, kill him. The Huang dog cheered from the side. This dog ran around in the void, jumping up and down as if he was watching a show. The winged men did not have the time to deal with the Huang dog. As long as they killed the disciples of the martial pavilion, that dog would be easily killed. 26 swords. Facing the attack of the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, Jiang Chen did not dodge. He used the 26 swords, and the sword chi directly formed a tornado, sweeping the winged man in. The sword chi was too powerful. The 26 swords was infinitely close to the limitless sword, the highest realm of sword techniques. Once the sword was used, the opponent could not even see the sword chi. Fast, it was really too fast. He could not see the sword, nor could he see the person. Everything disappeared in front of him. Then, boundless fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Not good. The winged man thought, not good. But it was too late. A cold sword had already pierced through his chest from behind. That sword was simply a legend. The winged man could not see how Jiang Chen used it at all. Watch the exciting stories of the dragon-marked war god. He did not die in vain. Jiang Chen's unity of man and sword, combined with the 26 swords, and with the help of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, his lethality kept stacking. An ordinary 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm would not be able to withstand it. In the past, Jiang Chen could kill enemies 3 levels higher without using the dragon transformation. After comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth and becoming the master of a world, Jiang Chen could kill enemies 4 levels higher without any problems. If he used the dragon transformation, he could even kill experts 5 levels higher. Chapter 40:18. What? This scene was witnessed by everyone on the scene. Whether it was the people of the martial pavilion or the people of the feather race, all of them widened their eyes in shock. Each and every one of them looked at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a ghost. Teacher's talent is simply unheard of. Even in the entire eternal world, it would be difficult to find a second person like him. Xieting sighed. His admiration for Jiang Chen had risen to another level. He, Xieting, claimed to be a genius, and very few people in the martial pavilion could be compared to him. However, compared to Jiang Chen, he instantly felt how insignificant he was. If Jiang Chen said that he was a genius, then who else would call themselves geniuses? If Xieting called himself a genius, then Jiang Chen would be a monster among monsters. How impressive! Jiang Qing's expression was very interesting. He had seen impressive people before, but he had never seen someone so impressive. The others were also indescribably excited. They had seen how powerful Jiang Chen was. At this moment, they no longer had any fear or timidity in their hearts when facing the feather race. It was as if everything could be easily dealt with as long as Jiang Chen was present. Split up and surround Jiang Chen. The leading young feather race yelled. This Jiang Chen was far more terrifying than they had imagined. If they could not gather all their strength to kill Jiang Chen, it was very likely that they, the feather race, would be killed by Jiang Chen one by one. After all, apart from the leading young feather race, no one else was Jiang Chen's opponent. The young feather race was entangled with Jiang Qing and could not get away at all. Putting aside Jiang Qing, who was at the 9th heavenly layer of the origin realm, there was also Xieting, who was riding a black hawk. He was also very powerful. The feather race at the same level was not his opponent at all. What had been a great advantage was instantly thrown into disarray because of Jiang Chen, and it looked like the tables were about to be turned. Voila! As soon as the young winged man finished speaking, the winged men rushed forward. 5 winged men completely surrounded Jiang Chen. In this way, the disciples of the martial pavilion were able to relax a lot. Originally, they were fighting 2 enemies at the same time. Now that most of the enemy's firepower was attracted by Jiang Chen, the pressure on their bodies had been lifted. Although they did not have much of an advantage against the winged people, it was wishful thinking for the winged people to kill them easily by relying on the flight talisman. Now it all depended on Jiang Chen and Jiang Qing. Or rather, it depended on Jiang Chen. Jiang Qing was only there to keep the young winged person busy. It would be extremely difficult to kill him. Out of all of them, Jiang Chen was the one with the most destructive power. However, Jiang Chen was currently being besieged by 4 or 5 Unity Origin Realm wingmen. The situation didn't seem to be that great. 5 8th level Unity Origin experts. Even Jiang Qing would find it difficult to fend them off, let alone Jiang Chen, who was only a 4th level Unity Origin expert. Set up the formation and kill him together. One of the winged people yelled. In the next moment, the wings on the backs of the 5 winged men spread out. Their beautiful wings formed a giant net that connected with each other, trapping Jianghu within. The connection of these wings was fused with a mysterious formation, causing their combat power to interweave. In just a moment, their aura skyrocketed, and they could erupt with the combat power of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. You want to use a formation in front of me? A smile appeared on Jianghu's face. If these people did not use a formation, perhaps he would be a little afraid. After all, it was 5 Unity Origin realm experts working together. Once they worked well together, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill them one by one. However, these wing people were impatient. They wanted to use a formation to trap Jianghu, and then use the powerful combat power of the formation to kill Jianghu. Their idea was right and there was nothing wrong with the formation. If it was anyone else they would be dead for sure. Unfortunately, they were unlucky to have encountered Jianghu, an old ancestor of formations. The formation of the winged people was mysterious, but it was transparent in Jianghu's eyes. He could break it with a flick of his finger. Once their formation was broken, the winged people would suffer the backlash of the formation, which would greatly affect their combat power. Once their combat power was weakened, Jianghu could kill them like slaughtering chickens or dogs. Death Thunder Lotus. Jianghu shouted. An incomparably brilliant thunder lotus floated in the air. It was the Death Thunder Lotus that was condensed by 5 types of divine lightning. It was also one of Jianghu's trump cards. Its lethality was not any weaker than the 26th sword. Compared to Sword 26, the destructive range of the Death Thunder Lotus was wider. Just like at this moment when the Death Thunder Lotus appeared, it directly turned into the face of Yama, which was hideous and terrifying. Jianghu had added a restriction to break the formation in the Death Thunder Lotus. Once it was used, the formation of the winged people would be broken instantly, and the Death Thunder Lotus would cause unimaginable damage to them. What's that? The 5 winged people's faces changed dramatically. They could feel the extremely terrifying aura from the Death Thunder Lotus above their heads. Rumble. Without giving them a chance to react, the Death Thunder Lotus instantly exploded, and a huge roar sounded. For a moment, the entire sky was covered by lightning. The sky turned dark as if it was the end of the world. Retreat. Not far away, the people who were fighting fiercely felt the aura of death. Their faces changed drastically, and they couldn't help but retreat in other directions. Miserable cries began to ring out. The 5 winged people fell into the colorful sea of lightning, suffering inhumane torture. Their array formation was instantly broken by the power of thunder and lightning, and all 5 of them suffered the backlash of the array formation. The lethality of the Death Thunder Lotus took advantage of the moment when they were suffering from the backlash, and killed them without the slightest ability to fight back. The 5 winged people were not so weak. After all, they were all experts of the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Their battle prowess was great, and even the Death Thunder Lotus struggled to deal fatal damage to them when they worked together. Unfortunately, they should not have used formations, especially formations used in battle. They were different from regular formations. Once a formation was broken in battle, the person using the formation would suffer a backlash, and their battle prowess would be reduced. In that instant, the 5 winged people were all turned into charred corpses, falling from the sky. When the power of lightning disappeared, Jianghu was like a god of war, standing in the sky. His forehead flickered with boundless dominance, as if he was the only one in the world. At that moment, the chaotic battlefield became extremely quiet. There was only the whistling of the cold wind in the sky. Jianghu had become the focus, the only one. Everyone was as quiet as cicadas in winter. They were still submerged in the terror of the sea of lightning from before. Jianghu was like a god of lightning. He was just too terrifying. Chapter 40:19. He's just too impressive. I looked down on him in the beginning. I even thought he was a burden. I didn't even speak to him along the way. I really deserved to die. We're his burdens. Without him, we probably wouldn't even have survived this battle. The disciples of the martial pavilion all felt their mouths go dry, especially those who had previously thought that Jianghu was a burden. They were utterly ashamed. They had already begun to believe that Xie Ting's rapid progress in cultivation was truly due to Jianghu's guidance. They finally understood why Xie Ting had addressed Jianghu as his teacher so respectfully. They wanted to slap themselves even more. They had not taken the opportunity to ask for Jianghu's guidance along the way. They secretly cursed themselves for not taking the initiative to befriend Jianghu. Why did they have to put on such an arrogant front? They did not know that their arrogance was no different from an idiot in Jiang Chen's eyes. The remaining winged people all panicked, including the young leader. They had wanted to kill Jiang Chen in return for the reward, but they had never thought that Jiang Chen would be so powerful. He was not someone they could deal with at all. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had eliminated more than half of the winged men. There were only 6 winged men left. Each of them had an ugly expression on their faces. They were scared out of their wits and didn't dare to stand too close to Jiang Chen. "What do we do now?" a winged person asked, looking at the young leader. "Let's go." The young leader gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with hatred and fury, but there was nothing he could do. The current situation was already very clear. They could not continue fighting. If they continued, it was very likely that they would all be wiped out. Even they would die here. After all, other than the terrifying Jiang Chen, there was still Zhang Qing, who was at the 9th heavenly layer of the martial pavilion. "If we just leave like this, we won't be able to accept it," someone said. "So what if we don't accept it? Where there's life, there's hope. Once we reach the Chiliang mountain, we'll take revenge when our people arrive," the young winged person also said unwillingly. The young winged man also said reluctantly. He was indeed unwilling to accept such a huge loss, but he could only endure it. There was no point in staying here any longer. "Jiang Chen, I will definitely take revenge for what happened today in the future," the young leader Lung Lung said. "In the future? Do you think you have a future? Or should I say, are you naive enough to think that you can leave this place alive?" Jiang Chen said indifferently as he fiddled with the sword in his hand. His words were filled with great confidence. Whenever Jiang Chen encountered a feather person, he would kill them without hesitation. He would not give them the slightest chance. The matter of Duan Filiu and 9th Young Master had already spread throughout the feather people. The feather people were determined to kill him. Naturally, Jiang Chen would not hold back. "Haha, this is really funny. Jiang Chen, I admit that you're powerful, but do you think it's realistic for you to kill me by yourself? If I want to leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. As for the other people from the martial pavilion, I don't care about them at all. If we, the winged ones, want to leave, they won't even be able to see our shadows with their flight talismans." The young feather person burst out laughing as if he had just heard a funny joke. His words made Zhang Qing and the others angry and helpless. Although the young feather person's words were arrogant, there was nothing wrong with them. They were only relying on the flight talismans to compete with the feather people in the sky. They were not on the same level at all. If the feather person wanted to leave, they could only watch helplessly. This was also the reason why the young feather person was not afraid after witnessing how terrifying Jiang Chen was. It was because they had the ability to escape. "Is that so? Why don't you give it a try and see if you can really escape?" A smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. The confidence in his words shocked the feather people on the other side. Jiang Chen looked too confident, as if he had already defeated them. When they thought about how terrifying Jiang Chen was, they could not help but feel nervous. "Let's go." The young feather person did not want to waste any more time. He spread his wings and flew into the sky with the other feather people. Unfortunately, as soon as they flew out, they were blocked by a layer of invisible resistance. There was a faint barrier in the void. This barrier looked very weak, but it was truly stopping them from moving forward. Wakaka, Master Dog, is an existence that cannot be ignored. The Huang Dog, who no one had been paying attention to, suddenly burst into laughter. At this time, the feather people finally focused their attention on the Huang Dog. Not only them, even Xie Ting and the others were stunned. "It's a formation? That dog has set up a formation here to trap these feather people. Damn it, even this dog is not simple. We really underestimated them before. When did this dog lay down the array? Even we didn't notice it at all. Moreover, this formation seems to be very powerful. It's soundless and undetectable." Zhang Qing and the others were shocked. The way they looked at the Huang Dog also changed. Although this dog's cultivation was weak, he was really useful at crucial times. For example, if it were not for the Huang Dog's formation blocking the feather people, they would not be able to stop them if they wanted to leave. "Damn dog, when did you set up a formation?" The young feather person's expression changed. He had never thought that the inconspicuous De Huang Dog would become their greatest obstacle in the end. What was more terrifying was that the dog's cultivation was clearly only at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He had not even reached the 4th heavenly layer, but the formation he had set up was extremely profound. With his strength, he could only break the formation with brute force. However, if he wanted to break the formation with brute force, it would probably take some time. Although it was not a long time, Jiang Chen and the others would not give them the chance. I've said it before. You won't have a future. Jiang Qin said indifferently while pointing his sword at the young feather person. What should we do? We're trapped. This Jiang Qin is so terrifying. There's no other way. We can only fight. Let's fight. It's not easy to kill us. The feather people were ready to fight with their lives. Now that their path of retreat had been cut off, they had nowhere to retreat. The only thing they could do was to fight Jiang Chen and the others with their lives. Brothers, kill them. Don't leave a single one alive. Xia Ting yelled. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He was extremely excited. The others yelled as well, including Zhang Qin. They were excited like never before. They felt like their blood had been ignited, and the trigger for their blood was Jiang Qin. It was the first time they had experienced the joy of fighting with Jiang Qin. That kind of passion and that kind of soul-stirring feeling. In short, it was awesome. Chapter 40-20. With the flight talisman on their bodies, Zhang Qing and the others pushed their combat strength to the extreme. Xia Ting was the first to rush into the enemy's camp on his black eagle. Although the winged people were ready to fight to the death, their morale had already fallen. Furthermore, with the support of the formation, they did not want to continue fighting at all. As a result, the morale of the winged people declined. The result was obvious. Even if Jiang Qin did not attack, the winged people were no match for the ferocious Xia Ting and the others. Die! Xia Ting roared. He waved his sword and ruthlessly cut off the wings of a winged person in an extremely tricky manner. Once the winged people lost their winged people, it was equivalent to losing their support. Moreover, these winged people didn't have flight talismans. After losing their wings, they didn't even have the ability to fly, let alone maintain their fighting strength. Xia Ting changed the momentum of his sword again and cut off the head of the winged person. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog stood not far away, calmly watching the intense battle in front of them. These bird people are done for. They have no morale at all. De Huang Dog said proudly. Although he did not attack, his contribution was indispensable. If it were not for his formation, at least half of the winged people would have escaped. There is only one ending for the winged people who offend me, Jiang Qin said coldly. He put away his sword and did not plan to continue attacking. Given the situation in front of him, there was no need for him to attack anymore. It was also a good opportunity for the disciples of the martial pavilion. To put it bluntly, the disciples of the martial pavilion were usually pampered and did not have much experience in actual combat, especially in life and death battles. For them, this was a rare opportunity to improve themselves. Getting rid of these winged people would not only improve their combat ability, but it would also increase their self-confidence. This was very important. Although Jiang Chen had not been in the Red East region for long, he had already understood the situation in the Red East region very well. The human race and the winged people were irreconcilable enemies. Sooner or later there would be a life and death battle. The martial pavilion was the leader of the human race, but the disciples of the martial pavilion were really too weak. They had to constantly experience life and death situations in order to be able to protect themselves in the future battles of life and death. It would have been fine if Jiang Chen had not come. However, since he had come to the Crimson East region, since he was a member of the human race, and since he had joined the martial pavilion and become a disciple of the martial pavilion, he had the duty and responsibility to fight against the Yu clan. Jiang Chen hoped that there would be no harpies left in the Scarlet East region by the time he left. Furthermore, even without their relationship with the human race, Jiang Chen and the feather race would not rest until one of them was dead. This enmity had been established ever since they had first entered the eternal world and entered the broken flight stream. Ah! Mournful screams rang out incessantly. Xia Ting was too ferocious. He was able to fully utilize what Jiang Chen had given him. The sword in his hand had turned into a lethal weapon, and with the help of the Black Eagle, he was able to move freely and smoothly. With the help of the disciples of the martial pavilion, 5 winged men had died tragically in just a few minutes. Now, only a young winged man was left, struggling under Zhang Qing's strong pressure. Surrender now. Xia Ting's aura was like a rainbow as he shouted at the winged youth. This battle had allowed Xia Ting to truly find himself. He had completely abandoned his young city lord character and turned into a true warrior. All of this was due to Jiang Chen's influence. He had taken Jiang Chen as his idol, and he wanted to become a god of war like Jiang Chen. Let's attack together and kill him. Zhang Qing's voice was stern, and he was also furious. The disciples of the martial pavilion attacked together. No matter how talented the young winged man was, he was only at the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Coupled with his chaotic emotions, it was difficult for him to resist Xia Ting alone, let alone the 6 of them working together. All of you move aside. I'll fight him. Xie Ting suddenly shouted and stood in front of Zhang Qing and the others. Ah Ting, don't be reckless. Zhang Qing frowned. Senior brother Xie, although this guy is injured, we can't underestimate him. Someone said. Don't worry. Xie Ting raised his hand, gesturing for them not to say anything more. All right, be careful. Zhang Qing knew Xie Ting's character. It was difficult for him to change his mind. The others retreated, leaving the battlefield to Xie Ting, and the young winged man Jiang Qin, who was not far away, nodded. This Xie Ting was quite courageous, and Jiang Qin couldn't help but look at him in a new light. One should know that a rich young master like Xie Ting, who had a powerful backer, lived a comfortable life. It was not easy for him to be so courageous. In the void, under the formation, Xie Ting and the young winged man stood opposite each other with murderous intent. Who are you? The young winged man asked. Xie Ting. Xie Ting gave his name. The young city lord of the divine martial city? The young winged man was shocked. Obviously he had heard of Xie Ting before. In fact, there were only a few people in the feather race who didn't know about Xie Ting. After all, the divine martial city lord was too famous. He was almost on the same level as the feather race's patriarch. The feather race was a strong enemy of the human race, so they naturally wanted to know all the key figures of the human race. Xie Ting might not be a big deal in the eyes of the feather race's higher-ups, but among the young geniuses of the feather race, he was the real deal. To put it bluntly, if someone from the feather race could kill Xie Ting, they would definitely become famous in the feather race. That's right, it's me. My head should be worth a lot of money in the feather race. Xie Ting smiled. Xie Ting, if you want to kill me, then kill me. I can't escape today anyway, so why bother humiliating me? I won't fight you. Come at me together, don't waste my time. The young winged man harumphed. Obviously, he felt that Xie Ting's suggestion to fight him alone was a humiliation. Even if he defeated Xie Ting, he still wouldn't be able to escape, and he wouldn't be able to change his death today. Fight me, as long as you defeat me, I'll let you leave in one piece. Xie Ting said. Are you serious? The young winged man was delighted. His eyes began to emit a light of hope. Of course I, Xie Ting, am a man of my word. As long as you can defeat me, I'll let you leave if you win, but if you lose, I'll chop off your head. Xie Ting was incomparably domineering. The aura of the young city lord was unmistakable. This kid is interesting. The Huang dog said. He's a genius, and his future will be limitless. Jiang Qin said that the young generation of the human race needed more people like Xie Ting. If everyone was like Xie Ting, the feather race wouldn't have to worry about not being eliminated. Alright Xie Ting, you're too arrogant. Today I'll let you know how powerful the feather race's geniuses are. The young winged man's aura fluctuated wildly. For him, this was his only chance to survive, so he naturally wouldn't miss it. Chapter 40-21. The two geniuses drew their swords, ready to fight it out. This wasn't just a battle between Xie Ting and the young winged man. It was also a battle for the dignity of the human race and the winged race. One was a genius of the winged race, while the other was a genius of the human race. The young winged man was at the peak of the Unity Origin realm, but he was slightly injured. On the other hand, Xie Ting had just reached the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. To the young winged man, he had to fight this battle. Even if it wasn't for the dignity of the winged race, he had to fight for his life. He had to defeat Xie Ting at all costs. If he won, he would be able to live. If he lost, he wouldn't have another chance. He believed that Xie Ting was a man of his word. After all, he was the young city lord of the Xuanhuan city. His words were worth their weight in gold. Make your move. The young winged man's murderous aura soared into the sky. He held a colorful spear made of feathers in his hand. The spear seemed to be a special weapon of the winged men. At least, most of the winged men that Jiang Qin had met so far used spears. Very few of them used other weapons. Of course, the power of the spear was undeniable, especially in the hands of a winged man. It could unleash extraordinary power. Just like now. The young winged man's spear vibrated and radiated a boundless light. He was extremely fast and arrived before Xie Ting in the blink of an eye. Xie Ting wasn't afraid at all. He raised his sword in the air and unleashed a sword chi that looked like a poisonous dragon. Xuanhuan sword art, skyward sword. Xie Ting did not hesitate and immediately displayed the divine martial sword technique that he was so proud of. This sword technique was created by his father and was exclusive to the Xie family. There were a total of 8 moves, and each move was fiercer and sharper than the previous one. Every move was like a surging river, continuous and unending. Xie Ting had already cultivated to the 5th form. With Jiang Chen's guidance, he had already comprehended the essence of the divine martial sword technique. In addition, he and the shadowy figure had a tacit understanding of each other. Sword chi weaved into a sword net, almost covering the entire sky. Buzz! The young winged person's spear pierced through the layers of obstacles and pierced through Xie Ting's layers of sword chi before clashing violently with Xie Ting's sword. The young winged person unleashed his battle strength to the limit, wanting to defeat Xie Ting as quickly as possible. This was his only chance as he was injured and could not fight a protracted battle. Ending the battle as soon as possible was the best choice. Unfortunately, the young winged man had underestimated Xie Ting. He had underestimated this young city lord who lived like a prince in the eyes of outsiders. Clang! The spear and the sword collided with each other. Shockwaves surged and sparks flew in all directions. Both of them were forced to take 3 steps back. They seemed to be equally matched. In the next instant, Xie Ting moved again. He spun his sword and used the second form of the divine martial sword technique, pursuing shadow. His sword energy turned into a giant python. Xie Ting leaped up from the back of the Black Hawk. His entire body seemed to have fused with the battle sword. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the young winged man. The young winged man's expression changed drastically. He clearly didn't expect the young city lord to be so powerful. However, he wasn't easy to deal with either. Almost instantly, he turned his spear around and blocked Xie Ting's second attack. However, the real show had just begun. Xie Ting was like a bolt of lightning as he used the third form of the divine martial sword technique. His sword energy turned into a ray of light and swept across the sky. The attacks were seamless like a river. The young winged person was forced to retreat again and again. The spear in his hand kept blocking and he did not even have time to use his wings to escape. Whoosh! The Black Hawk let out an excited cry and its huge body accurately stopped under Xie Ting's feet. Xie Ting's falling momentum was stabilized by the Black Hawk and he used the fourth form of the divine martial sword technique. Like a ray of light, Xie Ting's sword aura was like a bolt of lightning. The endless sword aura almost covered Xie Ting's body. This attack was endless and it knocked away the spear in the young winged person's hand. The young winged person was in a sorry state. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his aura started to become chaotic. The fifth form. Xie Ting was so excited that he couldn't stop. His body was covered in layers of light as he used the fifth form of the divine martial sword technique. The young winged person could no longer resist and his chest was pierced by Xie Ting's sword. No, this is impossible. The young winged person looked at Xie Ting with his bloodshot eyes. He could feel his vitality flowing out of his body and the coldness of death. It was the first time in his life that he had been so close to death. You winged people are just SOSO. Xie Ting sneered and slowly pulled out his sword. This battle had a great impact on Xie Ting. It had elevated him to a certain level. Maybe it was because of Jiang Chen's influence that he had the urge to fight the young winged person. This battle had laid the foundation for Xie Ting to become a powerful cultivator. It gave him unprecedented confidence. Confidence was a person's greatest bargaining chip. Only with confidence could one achieve many things. Great. Senior brother Xie, you're amazing. You challenged a winged person and killed him with your sword. The divine martial sword technique is indeed sharp. It's very moving. We've won this battle. We can be famous in the martial pavilion. The disciples of the martial pavilion shouted excitedly. Xie Ting had killed the young winged person with irresistible force. Under the divine martial sword technique, the young winged person couldn't fight back at all. This battle would completely establish Xie Ting's prestige in the martial pavilion, and even in the Qidong region as well as in the younger generation. The divine martial sword technique is worlds apart from Master's sword technique. There's nothing to be proud of. Compared to Master, there's so much we have to learn. Xie Ting smiled. Xie Ting wasn't proud of killing the young winged person in one battle. He could see his position and his own strength clearly. This was commendable. His temperament alone was far superior to most young geniuses. Xie Ting's words caused Jiang Qing and the others to look at Jiang Chen once again. This time they were completely convinced of Jiang Chen's strength. What Xie Ting said was right. The divine martial sword technique couldn't be compared to Jiang Chen's sword technique at all. Only Jiang Chen's sword technique could be called a sword technique. Compared to Jiang Chen's sword technique, the divine martial sword technique was just child's play. The greatest contribution in today's battle was definitely not Xie Ting, nor was it any one of them. It was Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Although De Huang Dog didn't do anything from the beginning to the end, if it wasn't for his secret formation, Xie Ting wouldn't even have the chance to fight with the young winged person. Zhang Qing and the others completely witnessed how terrifying Jiang Chen was. His terrifying sword technique and the apocalyptic power of lightning had really opened their eyes. He killed 5/8 heavenly layer winged people with a single divine thunder, while Jiang Chen's cultivation was only at the 4th heavenly layer. They wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Chapter 40-22. Collect the wings of these winged men. We can exchange them for rewards. With so many winged men geniuses, we can exchange them for a large sum of light stones. Xie Ting said. All right. The people of the martial pavilion were in high spirits. They used their flight talismans to descend and tore off the wings of the winged men they had killed. Some of them had been burnt by Jiang Chen's lightning, but even so they were still evidence. In the wilderness they were in high spirits. This victory was a huge blow to their confidence. They had just come out of the martial pavilion, and they had already achieved such a great victory. When they returned to the martial pavilion, this battle would be enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. After cleaning up, Jiang Chen set the corpses of the winged men on fire, leaving no traces behind. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Jiang Chen said. Although the corpses of the winged men were reduced, the aura of the winged men was still there. These winged men's noses were more sensitive than dogs. Jiang Chen had killed the winged men of Broken Featherflow and the 9th young master of the winged men without leaving any evidence. However, the winged men still knew everything about him and knew that he was the one who killed the 9th young master. Although Jiang Chen did not know how the winged men did it, it was the truth. The winged men must have their own methods. For example, after killing so many winged men today, the winged men would most likely know that they were the culprit. Moreover, this place was very close to the Chilling Mountain. There would be more and more winged men. If they were to smell the aura of the winged men being killed here, it would definitely attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. Jiang Chen was naturally not afraid of the winged men, but he did not want to find trouble for himself. The main reason he had come out this time was because of the strange phenomenon on the Chilling Mountain. With his cultivation experience, the appearance of a strange phenomenon would definitely mean that there was something unimaginable. There might even be a treasure. Jiang Chen naturally could not miss such an opportunity. He would not let go of any chance to improve his cultivation. All right. Xie Ting, Zhang Qing, and the others nodded and hurriedly followed Jiang Chen's footsteps. Obviously, after this stop, they had unconsciously regarded Jiang Chen as their leader instead of Xie Ting. Xie Ting was also very happy about this. After all, he had always regarded Jiang Chen as his leader. Without Jiang Chen he wouldn't be where he was today. His cultivation was still stuck at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. The blocked meridians in his body hadn't been opened yet. In order to reduce their target, they chose to travel on foot. After all, this place was already very close to the Red Ridge Mountain. With their speed, even if they were to travel on foot, it wouldn't take long for them to reach the Red Ridge Mountain. Jiang Chen took out a few pills and threw them to the disciples who were injured in the fight. After thanking Jiang Chen, they swallowed the pills in one go. After taking Jiang Chen's pills, their expressions changed drastically. Their eyes widened, and the way they looked at Jiang Chen changed once again. This pill's healing effect is a little too good. My injuries have all been healed in an instant. Heavens, this is a miraculous pill. Senior Jiang, you're too amazing. Thank you, Senior Brother Jiang, this pill is too miraculous. Not only did you save our lives, you've even helped us recover from our injuries. We're truly unable to repay this kindness. Our attitude towards you before was neither cold nor warm. I hope that Senior Brother Jiang won't blame us. They were all stunned. It wasn't that they hadn't seen pills before, and it wasn't that they hadn't eaten healing pills. However, it was the first time they had seen a pill with such miraculous effects as Jiang Chen's. When Jiang Chen gave them the pill, they thought it was just a simple healing pill. Therefore, they swallowed it without looking at it carefully. Now, it seemed that the pill Jiang Chen gave them must be of a very high level, and such a high-level pill must be priceless. Many of them couldn't even afford such a pill. Now that Jiang Chen had given it to them for no reason, how could they not feel grateful? At the same time, they admired Jiang Chen's methods even more. They all knew that Jiang Chen was from the Purple Pill Pavilion. In other words, Jiang Chen himself was an alchemist. An alchemist who could concoct such a high-level pill could be described as shocking. How could a person be so outstanding to such an extent? Putting aside the fact that his innate talent and battle prowess were tyrannical, he was even an incredible alchemist. How were they supposed to compete with him? This was truly infuriating. I've said it before. Teacher's abilities are not what you can imagine. Learn from teacher. If teacher is willing to give you a few pointers on cultivation, the benefits you'll receive will definitely be unimaginable. Xie said. He had been taught twice by Jiang Chen. He admired Jiang Chen's abilities from the bottom of his heart. In the entire martial pavilion, there was no one qualified to be called teacher by Xie except for Jiang Chen. Xie words were undoubtedly a reminder to them. Jiang Qing was the first to speak. Teacher, in the battle just now, I have many shortcomings. I hope teacher can give me a few pointers. Jiang Qing was a smart person. Moreover, he trusted Xie. Xie words were obviously for them to hear. If Jiang Qing still didn't listen to him, then he would be a hopeless fool. Jiang Qing also changed the way he addressed Jiang Chen. He followed Xie lead and respectfully called Jiang Chen teacher. Jiang Qing had probably never even dreamt of such a situation. With his identity, cultivation, and talent, there would actually be a day when he would have to call a disciple of the martial pavilion who was only at the fourth heavenly layer of the origin realm teacher. This was just too comical. But now this funny thing happened in front of him. Moreover, no one forced him to do it. Jiang Qing was completely willing. Seeing that Jiang Qing had asked for guidance, the eyes of the others also landed on Jiang Chen without blinking. They all wanted to see if Jiang Chen could really give them pointers like Xie did. Jiang Chen smiled. He had a good impression of the people in front of him. In fact, in the Scarlet East region, the human race was relatively united, especially when it came to the righteous cause against the feather race. The hope of the human race was if the younger generation could stand up. Therefore, Jiang Chen was also willing to give them pointers such as Jiang Qing. Your problem is very serious. Your cultivation method has gone against the flow, and the qi and blood in your body are already not flowing smoothly. If you don't solve it soon, you will never have the chance to step into the Earth Source realm. Jiang Chen glanced at Jiang Qing and said indifferently. As soon as he said this, Jiang Qing instantly felt like he had been struck by lightning. He knelt on the ground with a plop. Chapter 40-23. Jiang Qing's heart was in turmoil. His current mood was exactly the same as Xie in the Qingyuan lightning pool. He was completely shocked. He had never told anyone about his problem. He had always been searching for a solution, but it was to no avail. Teacher, save me. In the past half a year, I've discovered that there's a problem with my cultivation, but I haven't been able to find the cause. Especially recently when I'm cultivating or fighting, I feel that my qi and blood aren't flowing smoothly, and even my meridians are aching. I haven't been able to find a solution. Jiang Qing said, revealing all his problems. He didn't even know where the problem was. He had only been cultivating according to the cultivation technique, and he didn't know when he was going against the flow. However, he was sure that there was definitely a problem with his cultivation, and it was a very big problem. Today, Jiang Chen had pointed out the root of his problem, which shocked Jiang Qing. He had reason to believe that since Jiang Chen could find the root of his problem, he would definitely have a way to help him solve it. The others were also dumbfounded. Even if they already believed that Xie rapid progress was due to Jiang Chen's guidance, Jiang Chen's ability to see through Jiang Qing's problem with a single glance was too shocking. This person was a little too terrifying. But at the same time they saw hope in Jiang Chen. Just like what Xie had said, they had all encountered various problems in their cultivation. There were many problems that they couldn't solve. If they could obtain Jiang Chen's guidance, the benefits they could obtain would be endless. It's simple. The next time you cultivate, remember to circulate your cultivation technique in a minor cycle, not a major cycle. In less than a month, your problem will be solved and you will definitely break through to the Earth Source realm in half a year. Jiang Chen said. Minor cycle? Jiang Qing stared blankly for a moment. Then, a feeling of enlightenment suddenly surged into his heart. Then he slapped his forehead. His entire person felt as if he had been enlightened. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Jiang Qing stood up and bowed deeply towards Jiang Chen. He had been in low spirits for a long time, so after receiving Jiang Chen's guidance he felt completely refreshed, as if he could see the future once again. If he could really break through to the Earth Source realm within half a year, that would be too wonderful. Teacher, my name is Han Dong. I also have a problem. Recently, my lower abdomen has been swollen and painful and my body is cold. It's extremely uncomfortable and it's hard for me to advance my cultivation. That's why I came out to train, hoping to get some fortuitous encounters. A little fatty grabbed Jiang Chen's shoulder, his eyes filled with desire. You've been poisoned by cold poison. The cold poison has already seeped into your dantian. If you don't deal with it now, there's no hope. Jiang Chen glanced at Han Dong and said faintly. Boom, with that Han Dong felt like he had been struck by lightning. Sweat poured down his body like rain, drenching his clothes in an instant. His face paled and he felt powerless for a moment. Cold poison. That's right. 3 months ago he had fought an ice beast. Although he had killed it in the end, he had also been attacked by the ice beast. He had not paid much attention to it back then, but now that he thought about it, the cold poison must have come from the ice beast. Plop. Just like Zhang Qing, Han Dong knelt before Jiang Chen with a plop. Teacher, save me. You have to save me. Han Dong knew that his problem was even more serious than Zhang Qing's. He had been poisoned by cold poison, but even he did not know about it. However, Jiang Chen had seen through it with a single glance. Jiang Chen was a god, a true grandmaster. In the entire Scarlet East region and even the entire Crimson Afterglow Star boundary, there wasn't a second person with such attainments in cultivation. They didn't know why Jiang Chen, who was only at the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, had such unfathomable cultivation experience and such terrifying heaven-defying abilities. However, this wasn't important anymore. What was important was that they could truly benefit from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen wasn't stingy either. He solved the problems of the remaining 3 disciples one by one. Even if they didn't say it, Jiang Chen already knew their problems. With his eyesight, these people seemed to be transparent in his eyes. Moreover, they had fought with the winged man in front of him. Everything was exposed in front of Jiang Chen. Chapter 40-24. After receiving Jiang Chen's guidance, everyone felt as if they had been enlightened. The path of cultivation had always been filled with difficulties. Every single person would face a wall, a gloomy place. Jiang Chen's guidance was like a wave of assistance, a beacon of light that helped them push past the wall in front of them, dispelling the gloominess and illuminating the path ahead. Nothing could fascinate a cultivator more than an epiphany and a sudden enlightenment. For example, right now they felt as if their entire being had been sublimated. They had absolute confidence that they would be able to break through the bottleneck in an extremely short amount of time and ascend to a higher realm. From then on, everyone began to respectfully address Jiang Chen as teacher, just like Xie Ting. Some of them even had tears streaming down their cheeks. They had cultivated in the martial pavilion for so many years, but they could not compare to a few words from Jiang Chen. This was the realm of cultivation, an unreachable realm. In their hearts, Jiang Chen was a godlike existence. Teacher, the Chilling Mountain is just ahead. Xie Ting pointed ahead. They were currently on high ground, and as far as the eye could see, they could see a boundless mountain range 100 kilometers away. The mountains were connected to each other, stretching endlessly all the way to the horizon. Mist filled the air above the mountain range and demonic chi soared into the sky. Even from 100 kilometers away, one could still feel the ferocious aura from the mountain range. Teacher, the Chilling Mountain is filled with demonic beasts, making it extremely dangerous. Aside from the winged people, there are even more ferocious greater demonic beasts. We have to be careful when we enter. If we're even the slightest bit careless, even earthly source experts will die here. Zhang Qing said. Of course, where there's danger, there's also opportunity. Where greater demonic beasts roam, there will often be even more heavenly resources. If we're lucky, we'll be able to obtain quite a lot of benefits. This is also the reason why so many people are willing to come to the Chilling Mountain to train. That's right. Danger and opportunity are equally important. If we were to shrink back because of danger, we wouldn't have come to the Chilling Mountain in the first place. Han Dong and the others also spoke up. Facing the dangers of the Chilling Mountain, they were not afraid but excited. Especially after the bloody battle with the winged men, every one of them had a huge boost in confidence. Moreover, with Jiang Chen's guidance, every one of them felt as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Not to mention this dangerous Crimson Ridge Mountain, they would even dare to climb a mountain of blades. Let's go, don't waste any more time. De Huang Dog couldn't wait any longer. De Huang Dog became even more excited when he heard that there were demonic beasts running amok. What he needed to do now was to improve his cultivation. After all, his cultivation was only at the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He couldn't even reach the 4th heavenly layer. With such a cultivation base, De Huang Dog would not be able to intervene once they encountered a battle where they were evenly matched with Jiang Chen and the others. Just like when they fought against the winged people, this made De Huang Dog extremely depressed and aggrieved. Therefore, De Huang Dog had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Of course, it was still extremely easy for De Huang Dog to improve his cultivation base. At the very least, it was much easier than for ordinary people. De Huang Dog had already thought about what he needed to do. The great advantage of the Chilling Mountain was that he needed to use, which was to kill and devour the demonic beast. De Huang Dog was different from ordinary people. As long as he constantly devoured the demonic beasts, he could constantly improve his cultivation base. To put it bluntly, with his current foundation, if he had enough demonic beasts, he could reach the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm in 3 days. Such a terrifying rate of improvement might be a little shocking, but it was nothing in front of De Huang Dog. The group continued forward, heading towards the Qiliang Mountain. This time, no one dared to look down on De Huang Dog anymore. They had personally witnessed this dog's abilities. His formations were just too amazing, much more amazing than many of the elders of the Everlasting Pavilion. More importantly, De Huang Dog was Jiang Chen's brother. They could all see the relationship between the two. Now that they were addressing Jiang Chen as their teacher, they naturally did not dare to neglect this dog. The Qiliang Mountain spanned thousands of miles. Such a large mountain range was relatively famous in the entire Crimson East region. Furthermore, it was a place where crooks mixed with the honest folk, demonic beasts ran amok, and humans and winged people could often be seen. To put it bluntly, this was a land of slaughter, a land of sin, a hell of Azura. Anyone who stepped into this place would face the threat of death at all times. Danger was always around. Even if an earthly source expert came here, they would not dare to say that they would be able to walk out alive. As a result, anyone who came to the Qiliang Mountain needed to be extremely careful. They did not dare to be careless in the slightest. The phenomenon that had appeared on the Qiliang Mountain had attracted a large number of humans and winged race members. As a result, the already dangerous Qiliang Mountain had at least doubled in danger. As soon as they set foot on the Qiliang Mountain, a steel-armored dragon blocked their path. 2 extremely ferocious steel-armored dragons shook their heads and wagged their tails as they roared at Jiang Chen's group. However, the 2 steel-armored dragons could clearly tell that the group before them was not to be trifled with, so they only roared and did not attack. "A 4th heavenly layer steel-armored dragon," said Xie Ting. "This isn't normal. We've only just set foot on the edge of the Qiliang Mountain. Why have such powerful demonic beasts appeared here?" Zhang Qing frowned. 4th heavenly layer Unity Origin realm demonic beasts were not truly terrifying, but the Scarlet Mountain range was so large. Origin realm demonic beasts usually roamed around the outskirts of the mountain range, so it was not normal for a 4th heavenly layer Unity Origin realm demonic beast to appear as soon as they arrived. "Kaka, who cares if it's normal or not? It'll be a waste if I don't eat the meat that's already in my mouth." De Huang Dog cackled. He did not care if it was normal or not. He leapt onto the steel-armored dragon with his muscular body and arrived before it in the blink of an eye. The steel-armored dragon was immediately enraged when it saw a 3rd heavenly layer steel-armored dragon trying to show off. It opened its bloody mouth and chomped at De Huang Dog. Unfortunately, the difference between them and De Huang Dog was just too great. With a single leap, De Huang Dog leapt onto the steel-armored dragon's head. Its sharp claws ripped open the steel-armored dragon's head and a blood-red demon spirit shot out. De Huang Dog swallowed it in a single gulp before turning to attack the other steel-armored dragon. The steel-armored dragon paled in fright. A Unity Realm demonic beast was extremely intelligent. As long as they wanted to, they could take human form at any time. The steel-armored dragon could tell how terrifying this dog was, so it turned around and ran. Chapter 40-25. Fuck. When Han Dong and the others saw all of this, they were all dumbfounded. Only the word fuck could describe the shock in their hearts when they saw this scene. That's way too awesome. Even Xie Ting let out a sigh. They had never taken De Huang Dog seriously. Even if De Huang Dog was proficient in profound arrays, their opinion of De Huang Dog had completely changed now. What was an armored dragon? It was a demonic beast that excelled in attacking. Its destructive power was astonishing. To put it bluntly, a human cultivator of the same level would find it difficult to be a match for an armored dragon. The 2 4th heavenly layer steel armored dragons were like playthings in front of Big Yellow, who was at the 3rd heavenly layer. They didn't even have the chance to resist before they were killed. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Sure enough, there were only freaks around freaks. Jiang Chen's freakishness had long been ingrained in everyone's hearts. Now even a dog beside him was so ferocious. This human-dog combination was truly terrifying. After eating 2 armored dragon demon spirits in a row, De Huang Dog raised his head and roared. His aura began to soar. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation had advanced to the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. This was probably the most barbaric method of advancement they had ever seen. This kind of advancement was illogical and unreasonable, but it was very real. Furthermore, how good must his teeth be to be able to eat the hard demon spirit of the armored dragon like it was a bean, crunching and crunching? Awesome. De Huang Dog shook his head in excitement. The Scarlet Ridge Mountain was simply a blessed land for him. Just by relying on the demon spirits of the demonic beast here, De Huang Dog's cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. Jiang Chen smiled and gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. He understood De Huang Dog too well. This guy's foundation was too strong, so it was easy for him to advance. The group continued forward. Along the way, the entire Qiling Mountain was filled with the roars of demonic beasts. Thick demonic qi filled the air, and the entire Qiling Mountain was shrouded in an indescribable oppressive atmosphere. Ting Mount Qiling is not normal. I've been here before. Although there were many demonic beasts here, they were never this agitated. But now, all the demonic beasts in Mount Qiling are agitated. It's too violent. Zhang Qing frowned. It is indeed abnormal. It seems to have something to do with that strange phenomenon. Xie Ting said. It's an indescribable oppressive force that has enveloped the entire Red Ridge Mountain. Not to mention these demonic beasts, even I am feeling extremely agitated. Han Dong said. The group cautiously advanced for several hundred li. Along the way they encountered many demonic beasts, but they were all eliminated by De Huang Dog alone. Because the level of the demonic beasts that appeared wasn't too high, Jiang Chen and the others were quite relaxed. With De Huang Dog leading the way, they didn't need to do anything. And De Huang Dog was truly amazing. In just a short period of time, his cultivation base had reached the peak of the 4th heavenly layer of Unity Origin Realm, and he was about to advance to the 5th heavenly layer. Xie Ting and the others were completely speechless. They were so shocked that they didn't even want to speak. They had cultivated for so long, and every time they advanced, it was extremely difficult. Sometimes they would be thankful if they could advance by one level in half a year. Looking at De Huang Dog's advancement, it was like drinking cold water. How could they not feel depressed? Rumble. Suddenly, a violent rumble resounded from inside the Qiling Mountain. The sound waves soared into the sky, and the entire Qiling Mountain was shaking. Rocks were flying in the air, and the ground was shaking violently. Cracks appeared on the ground. What's going on? What an intense tremor. Is an ancient beast about to be born? It shouldn't be. I don't sense the aura of a great beast. I wonder what's going on? The violent tremors of the Qiling Mountain must be related to the strange phenomenon from before. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Some of them had been to the Qiling Mountain before. Even those who hadn't had a good understanding of the place. This was the first time something like this had happened. Something unexpected will happen. Everyone be careful. Jiang Chen said. His senses were much sharper than the others. His intuition told him that the Qiling Mountain was not as simple as it seemed. However, as for what exactly was going to happen, Jiang Chen couldn't sense it. Not long after the violent rumble disappeared, world-shaking roars of demonic beasts began to resound throughout the Qiling Mountain. All the demonic beasts on the mountain seemed to have been alarmed. It was as if doomsday had arrived in the entire mountain range. After that, the ground continued to tremble. However, it wasn't caused by the previous commotion. Instead, it was caused by the demonic beasts' restlessness. It could be felt that the demonic beasts on the Qiling Mountain had gone berserk and were running wildly. In front of them, a black mass of demonic beasts appeared out of nowhere. Every demonic beast had bloodshot eyes, and they were crazily running towards the outside of the Qiling Mountain. Swoosh, this was a beast tide, a rare beast tide. There were demonic beasts everywhere, and they were in groups. Large areas of the forest were destroyed by the rampaging demonic beasts. These demonic beasts, who were running wildly towards the outside of the Qiling Mountain, saw Jiang Chen and the others. They immediately attacked in a frenzy, baring their fangs and claws. Motherfucker. Why is there a beast tide? Han Dong couldn't help but curse. Everyone's expression changed. They were so unlucky. In a place like the Qiling Mountain, the most terrifying thing to encounter was a beast tide. There were countless demonic beasts, and if they were to charge together, it would be impossible to avoid them. The sky was filled with black masses of flying beasts. Even if they had flight charms, they wouldn't be able to use them. This area had instantly turned into a sea of demonic beasts. It didn't matter if they flew into the sky or stayed on the ground, they would still have to face the beast tide. It was easy to imagine the consequences of being engulfed by such a terrifying beast tide. Even the most powerful experts would be exhausted to death. Moreover, there were many powerful demonic beasts among them, and it would be extremely difficult to deal with them. I don't know why these demonic beasts have been infected. They are now bent on escaping from the Qiling Mountain. Jiang Chen said. Let's make way for them and let them escape. Han Dong said. That's impossible. Look at their eyes. All the demonic beasts have gone crazy. Not only do they want to leave the Qiling mountain, but they will also treat any humans they meet as prey. Everyone get ready to fight. Jiangchen said. The heavenly dragon sword had already appeared in his hand. Motherfucker. So unlucky. We have just arrived at the Qiling mountain, and we have already encountered a beast tide that is rarely seen in 100 years. One of them couldn't help but curse. He had the urge to vomit blood. This terrifying beast tide was much more difficult to deal with than the winged men. A slight carelessness could lead to one's death. Chapter 40-26. Beast swarms were the last thing any cultivator wanted to encounter, especially when they encountered berserk demonic beasts. They would disregard everything and only knew how to kill. Once they were targeted by such demonic beasts, the consequences would be unimaginable. Stay together, everyone. Don't get separated by the beast swarms. Xia Ting held his sword in front of him and reminded everyone solemnly. Even without his reminder, the others knew the severity of the situation. If they were separated by the beast swarms, they would basically die. Even if the demonic beasts were weaker than them, they would still be exhausted to death. Staying together meant that they could rely on each other. At times like this, teamwork was the only way to get out of this predicament. Wakaka, this master dog's feast is here. The Huang dog was the size of a quack. Facing the terrifying beast swarms, the dog showed no fear at all. Instead, he was excited. Jiangchen was the same. He licked his lips in excitement. Compared to his and the Huang dog's experiences, this was nothing. They had been through situations that were 100 times more dangerous. Jiangchen was currently at the peak of the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He could sense the extraordinariness of the Scarlet Ridge Mountain, so he wanted to raise his cultivation to the 5th heavenly layer as soon as possible. The beast swarms before him were also an opportunity. If the Huang dog could devour demonic spirits, so could he. With so many demonic beasts, Jiangchen could casually kill a few of the stronger ones. Reaching the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm would be a cinch. The group of demons danced chaotically, the beast tide attacking ferociously to the extreme. The Huang dog took the lead. His body enlarged by 10 times in everyone's eyes, turning into an unparalleled dog. His body radiated a scarlet gold aura as he charged towards the beast swarms. The Huang dog's iron head art was invincible. Any demonic beast that came into contact with him would be torn to pieces, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Right now, the Huang dog was already at the peak of the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Ordinary 6th heavenly layer demonic beasts were no match for him, let alone those below the 6th heavenly layer. As long as they were touched by the Huang dog, they would die immediately. The Huang dog rampaged, digging out large amounts of demonic spirits and devouring them. To the Huang dog this was undoubtedly a feast, a true feast. The Huang dog did not hold back, feasting to his heart's content. On the other side, Xia Ting and the others had formed a circle. They were soon drowned by the demonic beasts from all directions to attack them. The sword chi crisscrossed and no one dared to be careless. They didn't even dare to be distracted. These demonic beasts were too savage and none of them were afraid of death. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they bit everywhere they went, staring at the sharp sword chi. Their minds had been corrupted so they no longer knew what death was like. They had locked onto the humans and treated them as prey. They only had one goal, which was to tear them apart and devour them. An 8th heavenly layer Unity ape appeared. It was 6 meters tall, pitch black and as sturdy as an iron tower. It roared at the sky. The ape locked onto Jiangchen and threw a punch, wanting to smash Jiangchen to a pulp. Jiangchen did not dare to be careless. This ape was rather powerful, incomparable to ordinary 8th heavenly layer Unity experts. With his current strength, it would be difficult to kill this ape if he did not use draconic transformation. Draconic transformation. Jiangchen bellowed. He did not bother hiding anymore. There was no need for him to hide in the beast tide. It did not matter even if Xia Ting and the others saw his trump card. After all, they were not his enemies. Roar. With an earth-shaking dragon roar, Jiangchen's half-dragon appearance stunned Xia Ting and the others who were fighting once again. Is this a dragon? Is teacher a member of the dragon clan? No, this is a transformation technique. It's just too powerful. Teacher just has too many trump cards. This transformation can increase his battle prowess by 10 times. Terrifying. This is just too terrifying. Such a powerful dragon chi is basically the same as the legendary true dragons. Everyone was stunned. Jiangchen had surprised them time and time again. They had already begun to grow numb to it now. All they felt for Jiangchen was admiration, endless admiration. Aside from that, they could not help but feel excited once again, because the more powerful Jiang Chen was, the more benefits it would bring them. They were a team now. Jiang Chen had given them enough confidence. With Jiang Chen present, they had nothing to fear. Jiang Chen extended his blood-red dragon claw, colliding heavily with the violent ape's fist. What followed was a heart-wrenching howl. The violent ape at the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm became an existence that could not even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. One of its arms was directly shattered by Jiang Chen's dragon claw, turning into a bloody mess. Before the violent ape could even react, Jiang Chen had already leapt up and grabbed its head with his dragon claw. Bang! With a loud bang, the violent ape's head exploded. Blood sprayed out everywhere, and a demon's soul flew up into the air. Jiang Chen grabbed it with his hand. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation and the draconic transformation, there were barely any people below the earthly origin realm that could be his opponent. However, the violent ape's demonic spirit was enough to raise Jiang Chen's cultivation to the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. If Jiang Chen, who was at the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, used the draconic transformation, he would truly be invincible below the earthly origin realm. Without any hesitation, nothing was more important than raising his cultivation. Jiang Chen swallowed the demonic spirit and refined it on the spot. All of this was witnessed by Xia Ting and the others. A human cultivator was able to devour the demon soul of a demonic beast. This itself was a shocking thing, but they were no longer shocked by it because it was happening to Jiang Chen. In their hearts, no matter what extraordinary things happened to Jiang Chen, they would no longer be shocked, because they had already become numb, completely numb. In their hearts, Jiang Chen was already an omnipotent existence. No matter what he did, it was reasonable. In a short while, the violent ape's demonic spirit was refined, and Jiang Chen's cultivation successfully broke through to the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. His battle prowess soared once again, but he did not deactivate the draconic transformation and continue his slaughter. At the same time, De Huang Dog had also advanced to the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm in a short period of time, becoming even more savage. This guy really treated the beast tide as his own feast, sweeping away the clouds like a whirlwind. Xia Ting and the others were completely speechless. These two were the real abnormal beings, two super abnormal beings. The wave of beasts that made them tremble with fear had become a fun game in front of Jiang Chen and Big Yellow. They weren't afraid at all, they were just playing around with the beasts. Chapter 40-27. With them around, it seems like we don't have to be too afraid of this beast tide. Zhang Qing could not help but laugh. Xia Ting, Han Dong and the others also laughed. Zhang Qing was right. With Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's ferocity, the pressure on them was indeed a lot less. Not a lot, but a lot less. In the midst of the beast tide, Jiang Chen unfurled his dragon wings and rampaged about. His dragon wings were like two indestructible blades. Wherever they passed, flesh and blood splattered and screams filled the air. Any demonic beast that was swept by Jiang Chen's dragon wings would be sliced in half at the waist and die a horrible death on the spot. With such a powerful impact, it was as if one man could hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. Under Jiang Chen's rampage, the black mass of demonic beasts was torn apart, completely out of formation. Many demonic beasts saw how fierce Jiang Chen was and did not dare to approach him. Moreover, Jiang Chen's body carried the chi of the true dragon, which had an innate bloodline suppression on these demonic beasts, causing them to instinctively fear him. The Crimson Ridge Mountain was in chaos. The demonic beasts went berserk, and there was more than one beast tide. All the demonic beasts in the Crimson Ridge Mountain were running away. There were at least 7 or 8 large-scale beast tides. Apart from Jiang Chen and Xia Ting's group, there were also a few teams from the Martial Pavilion that were attacked by the beast tides. Their fates were much more miserable. The beast tide had just started, but there were already casualties. After all, they did not have terrifying existences like Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog on their side. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were not afraid of exhaustion at all. The source energy in their bodies was endless, and they seemed to be the natural nemesis of demonic beasts. Demonic beasts were originally a relatively ferocious group, but Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were even more ferocious than demonic beasts. In comparison, they were even more ferocious than demonic beasts. There was still a large number of winged men in the Crimson Ridge Mountain. Many of them had also been attacked by the beast tide. However, the winged men's reactions were slightly better. They had wings on their bodies, and as soon as they sensed that something was wrong, they immediately used their wings to escape. Even if they didn't leave, they had nothing to fear as they flew in the sky. It was very difficult to injure the winged people by relying on flying beasts. The winged people were flying beasts. Their wings were not only unparalleled in speed, but they were also very powerful. In a battle in the sky, ordinary flying beasts were not a match for the winged people. At the same time, in the extreme north of the Scarlet East region, in the rising Feather Mountain Range. It was the largest mountain range in the entire Crimson East region, dominating the northern part of the Crimson East region, occupying nearly half of the territory. This mountain range was undulating and covered in mist all day long. Spiritual chi was abundant above the mountain range, showing the style of a great power. On top of the mountain range there were several cities. Among them, the largest was called Skyplume City. This was the center of the Feather Race's territory. The entire rising Feather Mountain Range was the Feather Race's territory. Skyplume City was the center of the Feather Race. The Feather Race's highest bloodline, the Feather Race, lived here. The Feather Race's patriarch was an 8-winged Feather Race person. His bloodline was noble, and he was the only 8-winged Feather Race person in the entire Crimson East region. The Feather Race's patriarch, Xianxia, was originally a 6-winged Feather Race person. Later on, he relied on his own willpower to cultivate to become an 8-winged Feather Race person. It should be known that it was easy to improve one's cultivation, but it was extremely difficult to improve one's bloodline. However, Xianxia had managed to do it. The Feather Race was the general name of a race. The surnames within the Feather Race were quite complicated. Not all members of the Feather Race had the surname Feather. In this aspect, it was similar to the human race. They were a race to begin with and did not have a fixed surname. In the Feather Race of the Crimson East region, the surname Zhao represented the highest surname. Xianxia, a heavenly source expert, was the representative of the Feather Race in the entire Crimson East region. At this moment, in the highest meeting hall of the Feather Race in Skyplume City, a dozen high-ranking members of the Feather Race had gathered together. These people were all heavenly source experts, and their cultivation was unfathomable. Sitting in the center of the hall was a middle-aged man. He had a dignified appearance and looked to be in his 40s. His resolute face was filled with a domineering aura. Sitting there, he exuded a dignified aura without being angry. The dignity of a leader was inviolable. Needless to say, there was only one person who could sit in this position in Skyplume City, and that was the Feather Race's patriarch Xianxia. "How is the matter in Chiliang Mountain going?" Xianxia asked. An old man stood up and said with a smile, "Patriarch, don't worry. Everything is under control. A large-scale beast tide has already erupted. In a day at most, all the demonic beasts in Chiliang Mountain will leave. At that time, the Star Lord's ruins will open, and the people of the human race's martial pavilion will definitely be attracted." "Very good. Everything is going according to plan. Whether or not we can destroy the human race will depend on this." The corners of Xianxiao's mouth curled into a cold smile. He played with the 2 7-colored stones in his hand, and his face was filled with the aura of a strategist. "Aha, this time the human race will definitely take the bait. The martial pavilion will not be able to see through all the arrangements we have made. When the time comes, we will destroy the martial pavilion's younger generation and destroy the foundation of the human race. In less than 100 years, the human race will definitely be destroyed. At that time, the entire Scarlet East region will be the Feather Race's world. That's right, Wu Changtian and Xie Yunpeng will definitely not be able to discover anything fishy about the Star Lord's ruins. Once all the demonic beasts have left Chiliang Mountain, we will release the aura of the Star Lord's ruins to attract the human race's attention." A group of Feather Race elders were plotting a long-term plan to deal with the human race. At this moment, Chiliang Mountain was in a state of chaos. The beast tide surged. At least for the next day, Chiliang Mountain would not be peaceful. Amidst this violent beast tide, no one knew that there was an even greater conspiracy waiting for them. This conspiracy would be a major event in the entire Scarlet East region. The sky was dark. Jiang Qin and a Huang dog were rampaging through the beast tide. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. There were too many demonic beasts on Chiliang Mountain, and it was impossible to kill them all. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Dusk fell, but the demonic beasts were still in groups. The continuous battles had caused Xie Ting and the others to feel a little tired. They had already begun to use source stones to support themselves. In fact, they were not under too much pressure because most of the pressure had been shouldered by Jiang Qin and a Huang dog. At this moment, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog were still slaughtering the demonic beasts in a frenzy. They seemed to be swimming in an ocean, rippling back and forth. The demonic beasts that had died in their hands numbered in the thousands. The corpses on the ground were almost enough to form a mountain. Looking at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, they did not seem tired at all. Their morale was high, as if the consumption of demonic beasts in the past half a day did not exist for them at all. Not only did they not consume any demonic beasts, De Huang Dog's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm after eating a lot of demonic beasts. Judging from his appearance, he still had a strong foundation, as if he could continue to advance as long as he had enough demonic beasts. It's too abnormal. It's really too abnormal. I can't find any other words to describe them other than abnormal. Han Dong looked at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, shaking his head and sighing. Chapter 40-28. The terrifying beast tide lasted for an entire day. There were 7 to 8 beast tides, and the disciples of the martial pavilion who came here to train suffered heavy losses. Aside from Jiang Chen's group, there were another 5 to 6 groups that were attacked by the beast tides, and almost all of them were wiped out. Only 2 or 3 people survived, and at least 30 people died in the beast tides. The others were luckier as they didn't encounter the beast tides at all. On the other hand, the feather race suffered very few losses, or in other words, almost no losses at all. Under the earthly source realm, the feather race indeed had the upper hand. After the beast tides ended, the corpses of demonic beasts piled up in a radius of several kilometers on Jiang Chen's side. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Jiang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He had gained quite a lot from this battle. However, compared to De Huang Dog, it was nothing. De Huang Dog was the true winner of this beast tide. God knows how many demonic spirits he had eaten, and his cultivation had skyrocketed. In just a day, his cultivation had directly reached the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, and he was only a step away from the 8th heavenly layer. Everyone sighed. They had all witnessed how powerful De Huang Dog was, and they knew that no one present dared to say that they were De Huang Dog's opponent in his current state. Even Zhang Qing did not have the slightest confidence in facing De Huang Dog head-on. Just a single beast-tide battle had made De Huang Dog go from the weakest in the group to a peak expert. His body had returned to normal and he stood proudly. He was the true king of beasts. Jiang Qin, who was at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer, and Big Yellow, who was at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer, were a perfect match for each other. Their tacit understanding in battle could only be described as perfect. Xie Ting and the others were completely exhausted. They sat on the ground like frozen eggplants, gasping for breath. They had consumed too much energy. The endless battles had almost emptied their bodies. Moreover, each of them had more or less some injuries on their bodies. Fortunately, they were still alive and their lives were not in danger. However, they knew very well that the reason why they were still alive was because of Jiang Chen and Big Yellow. This was the scariest wave of beasts they had ever encountered. They had no doubt that if Jiang Chen and Big Yellow weren't here, the losses they would suffer would be unimaginable. It would be a miracle if only 2 of them could survive in the end. Now everyone had been saved. This was something worth celebrating. Zhang Qing and the others looked at Xie Ting gratefully. This trip was far more dangerous than they had imagined. If Xie Ting hadn't invited Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog along, they wouldn't have been able to deal with the winged people or the beast tide. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Jiang Chen had saved their lives twice in a row. He had even given them pointers on the shortcomings of their cultivation. This was a huge favor that could not be expressed in words. Master, this time it's all thanks to you and Brother De Huang. Without you we might have already been buried in the beast tide, Xie Ting said. Xie Ting said, his tone was filled with gratitude and admiration towards Jiang Chen. The beast tide is not normal. Something big will happen in the Chilling Mountain. All of you should hurry up and recover. Be prepared to deal with all kinds of emergencies at any time, Jiang Chen said. He had already sensed the abnormality in the Chilling Mountain, but he didn't know what the problem was. He just had a bad feeling about it. With Jiang Chen's strength, once he had some kind of premonition, it would be extremely accurate. This kind of ordinary feeling would not come out of nowhere. All right. Xie Ting and the others nodded. They knew that Jiang Chen's words were not without reason. The Chilling Mountain was currently in a truly perilous situation. They could face something even more terrifying than the beast tide at any time. And no matter what was about to happen, maintaining their peak combat strength and condition was the most important and necessary thing to do. They took out a large number of source stones and some healing pills and began to recover at a rapid pace. As they recovered, they were filled with envy and jealousy. Monsters like Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were really too infuriating. They had been fighting intensely for so long, but not only did it seem like their source power had not been consumed in the slightest, but they were also constantly advancing. Up until now they had maintained their peak condition. Facing this kind of situation, everyone could only sigh. They had long since gotten used to being beaten up. No matter what strange things happened to this man and dog, they would not be surprised. While Xie Ting and the others were recovering, Jiang Qin gazed into the distance. His soul power spread out in an attempt to find the source of the change in the chilling mountain, but he still failed in the end. Compared to the eternal world, his current cultivation base was still too weak. His soul power and divine sense were not strong enough, so the range of his detection was limited. But Jiang Qin was a cultivator ancestor after all. He had experienced too many things in his life. I'm afraid something big is about to happen in the chilling mountain, Jiang Qin said. Who cares what it is? Let's just finish it. De Huang Dog shook his head. He was very carefree and carefree. However, when De Huang Dog said let's finish it, Jiang Qin agreed with him. These two brothers had experienced all kinds of storms. A mere chilling mountain was not even worth mentioning. It was not an exaggeration to say that there was no existence in the Crimson East region that could make Jiang Qin feel fear. Jiang Qin hadn't cared about the feather race at all. 2 hours later, Xie Ting, Zhang Qin, and the others gradually recovered. Although they were not at their peak, they were almost there. Rumble. At this time, the center of the chilling mountain once again reverberated with an earth-shattering roar. However, there were no demonic beasts in the entire mountain range now. Almost all the demonic beasts had fled from the chilling mountain for some reason during the previous beast tide. A beam of red light suddenly shot up into the sky. The red light exploded in the sky and turned into an illusory palace, floating in the air. At the same time, the aura of a treasure spread out, covering the entire chilling mountain. Look, what is that? Han Dong pointed at the palace in the void. It's an illusion, a kind of projection. The treasure map of the chilling mountain is about to come out. Looking at the projection of the palace, it should be a relic left behind by an expert. Xie Ting said. The relic is a space of its own, and the palace should be a projection from another space. Relying on the chilling mountain to create an illusory space, this is a trick that only a Star Lord can do. Could it be that there is a Star Lord's relic in the chilling mountain? Zhang Qing's face was full of shock. A Star Lord's relic was enough to shock the entire Crimson East region. Chapter 40-29. The Crimson East region was a small region of the Crimson Cloud Star boundary. Let alone a Star Lord, there were only a few Heavenly Source experts in the entire Crimson Cloud Star boundary. Therefore, if a Star Lord level ruin appeared in the Crimson East region, it would definitely shake the entire region. The Star Lord level, as the name suggested, was the master of a star. Only those who had reached this level could be considered a true superior, a realm above the Heavenly Source stage. There was no such expert in the Crimson Cloud Star boundary. Even the Star Lord was a rare existence in the entire Crimson Cloud Star boundary. It was only possible to see a Star Lord in the Crimson Cloud Star boundary. How rare. I don't think a Star Lord's ruin has appeared in the Crimson East region before. This is indeed a big deal. Han Dong sighed. There's nothing special about the Star Lord's ruin just from the aura alone. Why would there be a beast tide? Or is someone doing it on purpose? Jiang Qin knitted his brows. He was almost certain that the beast tides that had appeared everywhere in the Crimson Ridge Mountain were related to the Star Lord's ruin. However, there was one thing that Jiang Qin did not understand. Even the appearance of a great ruin shouldn't have triggered a beast tide. Moreover, these demonic beasts were crazier than the last. They had clearly been infected and wanted to leave the Crimson Ridge Mountain as soon as possible. What did the appearance of the Star Lord's ruin have to do with the demonic beasts? Why did they want to clear out the demonic beasts in the Crimson Ridge Mountain? Jiang Qin could not understand, but he felt that there must be a problem. The appearance of the Star Lord's ruin will definitely shake the entire Crimson East region. If I'm not wrong, the Martial Pavilion, Divine Martial City, and the Feather Clan should all be alarmed. It won't be long before the experts of the two clans arrive. Xie Ting said. The Crimson East region is a gathering of experts. I wonder how many people will be attracted by the appearance of the Star Lord's ruin. Zhang Qing said. In fact, just as Xie Ting and Zhang Qing had expected, the Martial Pavilion and Divine Martial City were already in an uproar. A Heavenly Source expert could be the first to know about any major event in the Crimson East region. In the main hall of the Martial Pavilion, Sect Master Wu Changtian, 2 Pavilion Masters, and 7 or 8 Heavenly Source Elders gathered together. A worldly anomaly has appeared in the Chilling Mountain. It's confirmed that a Star Lord's relic has appeared. Let's go check it out. Wu Changtian's aura was like a rainbow. As the Martial Pavilion sect leader, a figure who held the highest position among the humans in the Crimson East region, He had no choice but to pay attention to the incident at Crimson Ridge Mountain. The others nodded their heads one after another. A few Heavenly Source stage experts disappeared in the blink of an eye, exiting the martial pavilion in the next instant. Star Lord level ruins were peerless treasures. Let alone fusion origin experts, even Heavenly Source experts were extremely attracted to them. If they could enter the Star Lord ruins, they might be able to obtain a rare fortuitous encounter. At the same time, the Divine Martial City Lord, Xie Yunping, and the Yun clan chief Yun Xinan also left Divine Martial City and headed in the direction of Crimson Ridge Mountain. Scarlet Ridge Mountain had become the focal point of the Crimson East region, attracting a large number of Heavenly Source experts from the entire region. If it was a ruin left behind by a Heavenly Source expert, it might not have attracted them, but it was a different story if it was a Star Lord. Heavenly Feather Mountain Harpy Territory. Patriarch, everything has been prepared. The Star Lord ruins have opened according to our plan. If nothing unexpected happens, the experts of the human race should be heading for Crimson Ridge Mountain by now. An expert from the Harpy race said with a smile. His words and expression were filled with the smell of conspiracy. Alright, let's set off as well. Everything will proceed according to the original plan. Zhao Lingxiao's eyes shone brightly. His entire body gave off a domineering aura. Under Zhao Lingxiao's lead, the Heavenly Source experts of the Harpy race left Heavenly Feather Mountain and headed for Crimson Ridge Mountain. The gathering of the winds and clouds was a major event of the entire Crimson East region. Practically all the experts of the human race and the Harpy race were involved. Such a major event was extremely rare in the Crimson East region. No matter what happened at Crimson Ridge Mountain today, such a major event would most likely be recorded in the history of the Crimson East region. At the center of Crimson Ridge Mountain was a large river that traversed across the mountain range. When Jiang Chen and the others arrived, there were at least 100 winged people gathered there. They were all geniuses of the Harpy race's younger generation. Aside from the winged people, there were also quite a few humans. However, many of these youths seemed to be in a rather sorry state. Evidently, they had been attacked by the beast tide. Most of the young geniuses were from the martial pavilion. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the illusory palace above the river. It could be seen that in front of the palace, there was an illusory door that was gradually solidifying. This was probably the most harmonious time that the human race and the Harpy race had ever been together. No large-scale battle had erupted. Perhaps everyone had the same idea. They did not want the unopened Star Lord's ruins to be closed because of the shockwaves of battle. After all, the Star Lord's ruins were rarely seen even in 10,000 years. It was rare for it to appear, so no one would not be interested in it. The ruins have not truly opened yet. That illusory door that just appeared should be a passage into the ruins. The Star Lord's ruins? There must be a great opportunity inside. If I can obtain the inheritance of a Star Lord, my future achievements will be limitless. Stop daydreaming. Hurry up and wake up. Star Lord's inheritance? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? The attraction of the Star Lord's ruins was too great. There was no one who did not want to go in and have a look. There had never been a Star Lord in the entire Crimson East region. For the people of the Crimson East region, the Star Lord was just a belief, a true reverence. All the young geniuses of the Crimson East region had always dreamed of reaching the Heavenly Source stage. Reaching the Heavenly Source stage meant standing at the peak of the world, at the top of the pyramid of the Crimson East region. As for the Star Lord, it was unthinkable. Now they did not even dare to think about it. The Star Lord's ruins that only existed in the legends had appeared before them. It was impossible for them to face it calmly. Whoosh whoosh. Strong winds whistled as powerful presences appeared from two different directions at the same time, rushing over at the fastest speed possible. In the blink of an eye, the experts of the human race and the winged race had all arrived. Dozens of Heavenly Source experts floated above the river, occupying two sides. Father. Xie Ting shouted towards the sky. Xie Yunping lowered his head to look at Xie Ting. When he saw the changes in Xie Ting's cultivation, his eyes could not help lighting up. He smiled at Xie Ting but did not reply. It was extremely solemn to look at the experts of the winged race. At the very least, he could not lose his imposing manner. The experts are all here. They're all Heavenly Source experts. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to reach that level in my lifetime. Chapter 40-30. The master of our martial pavilion, Wu Changtian, the pavilion master of the Purple Pill Pavilion, Dan Qingzi, and the pavilion master of the everlasting pavilion, Zhenyang, have all come. The attraction of the Star Lord's ruins is truly great, said Han Dong. Of course, the Star Lord's ruins are extremely attractive even to heavenly source experts. Not to mention that even the experts of the Feather Clan have come. If the experts of our human race don't come, we'll be at a great disadvantage, said another person. Of course, Wu Changtian, Xie Yunping, Dan Qingzi, and Zhen Yang were all first-rate experts of the Crimson East region, but they were only at the early heavenly source stage. Aside from Wu Changtian and Xie Yunping, who were at the second heavenly source stage, the others were at the first heavenly source stage. The Feather Clan was the same. The strength of their upper echelon was similar to that of the human race. This was enough to show the overall situation of the Crimson East region. The heavenly source stage was already the peak of the Crimson East region, and there were very few heavenly source experts. There weren't even any intermediate heavenly source experts. Almost all the experts of the Crimson East region had gathered here today. Jiang Chun could be considered to have achieved his goal in the Crimson East region. Standing at the peak of the Crimson East region was not as difficult as he had imagined. Brother Wu, Brother Xia, how have you been? The patriarch of the Feather Clan, Zhao Lingxiao, stood against the wind and clasped his fists towards Wu Changtian and Xie Yunping with a smile. Thanks to Brother Zhao, I'm still alive and well, said Wu Changtian. Wu Changtian said in a clear voice. The two of them were chatting with each other. Those who did not know would think that they were good friends who had been separated for many years. No matter how one looked at them, they would not be able to tell that they were two people who wanted to kill each other even in their dreams. Now that the Star Lord's ruins have appeared, what do the two of you think? Asked Zhao Lingxiao. Treasures of the world belong to those who are capable. You should know this, Zhao Lingxiao. When the ruins open, everyone will enter based on their own ability and obtain the benefits inside, said Xie Yunping. He was a straightforward person, so when he spoke to Zhao Lingxiao, he wasn't polite at all. Instead, he wanted to challenge Zhao Lingxiao. What a great saying. However, Xie Yunping, could it be that you haven't discovered that this Star Lord remnant isn't as simple as it seems to be? Zhao Lingxiao said, the deeper parts of the Star Lord's ruin haven't been opened yet. Only the outer parts of the ruin have been opened. With our cultivation, this outer part doesn't seem to be attractive, right? As soon as Zhao Lingxiao finished speaking, Wu Changtian and Xie Yunping turned their attention to the illusory door of the Star Lord's ruins. With their eyesight and perception, they could naturally sense what Zhao Lingxiao was saying. Brother Wu, what that fellow said is correct. It seems that the deep layer of the remnant has yet to open. Xie Yunping said. Zhao Lingxiao is cunning. Let's see what he has to say. Wu Zhangtian said. At this moment, Jiang Qin knitted his brows. In fact, he did not sense the deeper parts of the Star Lord's ruins. He only saw that the ruins were flashy and impractical. The so-called deeper layers of the ruins were probably man-made. However, Jiang Qin did not say anything. He was well aware of his current status. He was just a disciple of the Martial Pavilion, a Unity Origin Realm shrimp. Even if he stood up and said something, no one would take his words seriously. They would only think that he was talking nonsense. After all, in the eyes of the Heavenly Source experts, a mere Unity Origin Realm disciple could not understand anything. In the Scarlet East region, the Feather race and the human race have been fighting endlessly. Since the Star Lord's ruins have appeared, as the masters of the Scarlet East region, we should make good use of this opportunity. Now that the outer layer of the ruins has been opened, in my opinion, this is a great opportunity for the younger generation of the two races to train. I feel that the outer layer of the ruins is the most suitable place for the Unity Origin Realm disciples to train. Zhao Lingxiao said, now that the structure of the ruins is very clear, I'm afraid that the inner layer will be opened one by one. When the outer layer is finished, the inner layer will be opened. At that time, us old guys can go in and look for opportunities. The outer layer of the ruins can be used as a training ground for the disciples below. What do you think, Brother Wu? Your martial pavilion has many talented disciples, so I believe that you won't be afraid of the geniuses of the Feather race. Zhao Lingxiao's words were very clear. He wanted to use the outer layer of the ruins to provide a battlefield for the younger generation of the human race and the Feather race to fight among themselves. There must be a conspiracy. Jiang Qin frowned even more. He had been watching Zhao Lingxiao as he spoke. When Zhao Lingxiao gave his opinion, it was as if everything was under his control. It was as if he had a very good understanding of the Star Lord's ruins. It felt as if he, Zhao Lingxiao, had purposely set up these ruins. Although Zhao Lingxiao hid it well and spoke in a righteous manner, who was Jiang Qin? In front of him, even the slightest change could be seen clearly. Moreover, Zhao Lingxiao's move was very good. He suggested that the geniuses of the two races train together. Wu Changtian had no reason to reject it. If he rejected it, it would mean that he was afraid of the feather race. This was related to the dignity of the entire race, so there was no way that they could compromise. Wu Changtian could not reject it, and none of the genius disciples of the martial pavilion was willing to back down. After all, the geniuses of the human race and the feather race had been fighting for a long time. As long as they met, it would be either you or I who would die. If they did not dare to enter the ruins to train together, how would the geniuses of the human race be able to raise their heads when they met the feather race in the future? Sect leader Zhao Lingxiao is so confident. Could he be plotting something? Dan Qingzi said. As the pavilion master of the Purple Pill Pavilion, Dan Qingzi's thoughts were the most meticulous in the martial pavilion. There's no problem with the Star Lord's ruins, and Zhao Lingxiao can't play any tricks. Moreover, he suggested that the disciples go in to train, so we have no reason to reject him. If we reject him, where would we put our faces? Even the disciples of the martial pavilion would not be willing. Wu Changtian said. Brother Wu, we can agree. This is a rare opportunity for the disciples of the human race. However, I have a suggestion. Xie Yunping said. What suggestion? Wu Changtian said. The Unity Origin Realm cultivators of the human race are unable to fly, so they have no advantage over the feather race. I suggest that we choose a few genius disciples of the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm to bring them along. Once they enter the ruins, not only will they be able to take care of each other, but Earth Source experts will also weaken the advantage of the feather race. We can choose a few people who specialize in speed to intimidate the disciples of the feather race. Xie Yunping said. Yes, Brother Xie's words make sense. This is indeed a great opportunity to train the disciples of the younger generation. Most of the disciples of the martial pavilion live like princes, so they lack this kind of training the most. If there are geniuses of the Earth Source realm leading them, I will be at ease. He was extremely excited. He was someone who craved for the world to be in chaos. The more chaotic and dangerous it was, the more excited he was. Moreover, just like what Jiang Chen had said, even if he and De Huang Dog could see through it, no one would believe them. Their strength was too low. If they claimed that they could see through something that even Heavenly Source experts couldn't, wouldn't that be slapping Heavenly Source experts in the face? Moreover, Jiang Chen really didn't know what the Yu clan's conspiracy was. Without any proof, there was nothing he could say. Brother Wu, I think there's still one more day before the entrance of the historical remnant completely appears. We have one day to prepare. Let's go back and choose our disciples. Zhao Lingxiao said. All right. Wu Changtian nodded. The group of Heavenly Source experts came quickly and left even faster. Since the matter had been discussed, the next step was to prepare the manpower. Within the Martial Pavilion and Xuanhu City, almost all the Unity Origin experts of the younger generation had gathered. This news was too shocking. No one was willing to miss such a great opportunity. The Martial Pavilion had chosen 3 first Heavenly Layer Earth Source geniuses from the Inner Pavilion. Earthly Source Realm geniuses rarely appeared in the Martial Pavilion. They were mostly out training or cultivating in seclusion. Young Earthly Source Realm disciples were the focus of the Martial Pavilion's nurturing. They were the foundation of the human race. The 3 of them were 2 men and 1 woman. They were Ji Tian, Li Long, and Ye Xiaoying. The 3 of them were experts who specialized in speed. They had a unique advantage when dealing with the Yu clan. The 3 of them were very happy to lead the team into the Star Lord's historical remnant. Anyone would be happy to do such a thing. The Star Lord's historical remnant was worth visiting even if it was only the outer region. Who wouldn't want to see it? The other Earth Source geniuses in the Martial Pavilion were very envious. If they had the chance, they would definitely go there without a care for their own safety. The next day, the experts of the Martial Pavilion drove 5 or 6 large airships. They brought thousands of young geniuses from the Xuanhu City and set off for the Qiling Mountain. There were at least 3,000 Unity Origin geniuses participating this time. Within the Divine Martial City and the Martial Pavilion, as long as they met the requirements, they could register and participate. It was a grand event in the Qidong region. The Yu clan had fewer people than the human race, at least a third less. Although the Yu clan was a big clan in the Qidong region, they were still fewer than the human race in terms of numbers. Of course, the overall strength of the Yu clan was still very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to resist the human race for so many years. At the center of the Qiling Mountain, on both sides of the river, the human race's airships hovered in the air. They were densely packed with disciples. On the other side, more than 2,000 young geniuses of the Yu clan flapped their wings and hovered in the air. Their faces were filled with pride and battle intent. With such a strong lineup, it seemed like a war was about to begin. Chapter 40-32. The two sides were already in a state of mutual hostility even before the ruins were opened. Thousands of disciples were bursting with fighting intent, forming two monstrous fighting intents in the sky. Li Long, we didn't have a clear winner in the last battle. This time I'll definitely kill you in the ruins. On the side of the Feather Clan, a young man pointed at Li Long on the side of the human race. Who is he? He's so arrogant. We're both at the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, but there aren't many who dare to say they'll kill senior brother Li Long. He's called Xianxia, the sixth young master of the Feather Clan. His strength can't be underestimated. I know him. The young masters of the Feather Clan are all arrogant. The sixth young master and senior brother Li Long are old enemies. They've fought at least 5 or 6 times and they've always been evenly matched. This time, Li Long will lead the human race, while the sixth young master will lead the Feather Clan into the ruins. It's inevitable that he'll have a bloody battle with senior brother Li Long. The sixth young master of the Feather Clan was also a famous genius of the Earth Source realm. In the Feather Clan he was one of the best in both status and identity. Xianxia had a total of 9 sons. The 9th young master had already died in the hands of Jianghu, so there were only 8 left. Jianghu looked at the 6th young master with a smile. This time the young master Lu of the Feather Clan would probably lose his life again. Jianghu would kill every single one of Xiaoxiao's sons he encountered. Sooner or later, Xiaoxiao would become a loner. Do you have the strength to kill me? Li Long crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking extremely arrogant. His fighting intent was not concealed at all. As the leader of the human clan this time, it was impossible for him to lose his momentum. Moreover, he was not afraid of Zhao Qianquan at all. Moreover, Li Long also knew that it was extremely difficult for him and Zhao Qianquan to kill each other. After a few battles, he had a very clear understanding of the opponent. In this case, unless one of them had reached the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm or had a very terrifying trump card, it would be too difficult to kill the opponent. Look at Zhao Qianquan's side. It seems to be the 8th and 9th young masters of the Feather Clan. They're both very powerful. They've already reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. They're only a step away from the Earth Source realm. Yes, I have to say that the young masters of the Feather Clan are each more powerful than the previous one. Except for the 9th young master, I heard that Zhao Qianquan's elder brothers are even more powerful. They are all earthly source realm experts. So what? There are many geniuses in our martial pavilion. If we were to really fight, there's no need to be afraid of them. This time I've prepared sufficient flight talismans. I'm determined to fight to the death with the winged race. When the time comes, I'll rip off a few pairs of wings from the winged race and bring them back to the martial pavilion to exchange for rewards. The disciples of the martial pavilion were all proud and arrogant. Even though the aura of the Feather Clan was strong, they were not the least bit afraid. Instead, they were full of anticipation for this trip to the ruins. No one was not excited. The disciples of both sides behaved the same way. All the eyes of the Feather Clan were on Li Long, Ji Tian, and Ye Xiaoying, but they were not afraid. The martial pavilion had earthly source realm experts, so did the Feather Clan. Unfortunately, the Feather Clan paid attention to the wrong people. What they should really pay attention to was not the 3 geniuses of the earthly source realm, but a white-clothed young man who seemed to be only at the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, Jianghu. For all the genius disciples of the Feather Clan, Jianghu was undoubtedly the most dangerous one. Even such a big plan of the Feather Clan would be ruined by Jianghu in the end. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to Jianghu. Even Zhao Lingxiao would not pay attention to a disciple of the martial pavilion at the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm at this time. Buzz. Above the sky, the illusory gate began to gradually solidify. In the end, with an earth-shaking roar, it turned into a huge gate of the void. The ruins of the Star Lord are open. I'm so excited. I want to be the first to go in. I want to snatch the benefits. Both the Feather Clan and the geniuses of the human race were extremely excited at this moment. The ruins of the Star Lord were something they did not even dare to dream about in their lives. Now that the gate of the ruins had opened and was right in front of them, they could not help but be excited. Brother Wu, the gate of the ruins is open. Let's let the disciples go in. Zhao Lingxiao said. Okay. Wu Changtian did not doubt him. With a wave of his hand, Li Long took the lead and jumped into the gate of the void. Split into 3 groups, each person will lead a team. Let's go into the space of the ruins first. Li Long yelled. A large number of disciples of the martial pavilion followed behind Li Long and jumped into the gate of the void. There were 3 groups and each group had about 1,000 people. In the group they would be divided into smaller groups. In order to avoid any accidents, Li Long, Ji Tian, and Ye Xiaoying would go in as a group first. Because the gate of the void was relatively large, the speed at which people entered was relatively fast. In almost the blink of an eye the group entered. Soon Ji Tian led a team into the space of the ruins. Then it was Nie Xiaoying. Nie Xiaoying's figure was mysterious and graceful. She wore a long red dress and her eyebrows were full of infinite charm. She was a beauty of the martial pavilion and was the dream lover of many male disciples in the martial pavilion. However, she was also a rose with thorns, arrogant, cold, and kept people thousands of miles away. Teacher, let's go in too. Xie Ting said. Okay. Jiang Qin nodded. Without any hesitation, everyone followed behind Nie Xiaoying's group and entered the space of the Star Lord. The genius disciples of the human clan had all entered. The Feather clan also began to move. Under the leadership of the 6th young master, a large number of Feather clan disciples flapped their wide wings and entered the gate of the void. Soon all the geniuses of the Feather clan had entered. The sky above the chaotic river became quiet again. After a while the gate of the void disappeared, but the illusory palace was still there, indicating that the opening of the Star-Lord's ruins had just begun. Brother Wu, the outer layer of the Star-Lord's ruins will probably be open for 3 days. 3 days later the gate of the void will open again. At that time the deep space will open and it will be our turn to go in and have a look. Zhao Lingxiao said. Come back in 3 days. Wu Changtian did not want to talk too much with Zhao Lingxiao. He was afraid that a few words would cause a fight. Thus he decided to leave. Out of sight, out of mind. Wu Changtian, Xie Yunping and the other experts left. They would return in 3 days. They wanted to see the results of the training of the human clan disciples. Moreover, they were very interested in the Star-Lord's ruins. Looking at the back of Wu Changtian and the others, Zhao Lingxiao's eyes turned sinister. According to the plan, none of the geniuses that entered the Star-Lord's ruins can be released. Chapter 40-33. Rest assured, clan leader. Everything has been arranged. An elder of the winged clan sneered. Within the Star-Lord space, it was a completely different world. Under the lead of Nie Xiaoying, Jiang Qin and the rest landed on a piece of wilderness. Thousands of people landed at the same time. It was quite a large scale. Within the space there was fog everywhere. The cold fog was bone-chilling, giving people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. It's just wilderness within 100 miles. It looks like there's nothing here. It's all fog. This place is too gloomy. It's completely different from the Star-Lord's ruins I imagined. Damn it. I thought the Star-Lord's ruins would be filled with treasures. At the very least there would be earth source stones. Why would it be such a desolate place? This is so disappointing. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Just like the disciples of the martial pavilion, each and every one of them was utterly disappointed. The environment here was completely different from the Star-Lord's ruins they had imagined. Everyone calm down and be careful. There might be changes at any time in the Star-Lord's ruins. I can already smell a dangerous aura. Nie Xiaoying shouted coldly. The originally restless crowd quietened down after being reprimanded by Nie Xiaoying. No one dared to be disrespectful towards this beautiful senior sister Nie. Moreover, Nie Xiaoying was the leader this time. Once they were out of the martial pavilion they had to obey the leader absolutely. Jiang Qin nodded to himself. This Nie Xiaoying did have some tricks up her sleeves. At least she could tell that this place wasn't ordinary and could sense the dangerous aura. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog looked at each other. They had seen everything clearly from the moment they stepped in. At the same time they finally understood the big conspiracy of the winged clan. Just at this moment, a shrill scream suddenly rang out. It was a scream that made one's hair stand on end. Everyone looked in the direction of the scream and saw a disciple of the martial pavilion with a huge hole in his chest. Fresh blood spurted out wildly. He had already died a horrible death. What's going on? What happened? How could it be so strange? I saw a winged man suddenly appear and disappear. Everyone be careful. They can turn invisible. The disciples of the martial pavilion were completely agitated. The sudden death had caused everyone's hearts to sink to the bottom. As soon as he finished speaking, another miserable shriek rang out. Just like the previous disciple, another disciple died miserably. A large hole was dug out of his chest. This time someone clearly saw a winged person make a move. After killing a disciple with a sneak attack, the winged person disappeared in an instant. This scene caused everyone's hair to stand on end. What was going on? The feather race had the advantage in the first place, and they could even conceal themselves now. If the feather race were to launch a sneak attack, then the people from the martial pavilion could only stretch out their necks and wait to be slaughtered. Haha, friends from the martial pavilion, welcome to hell. This is heaven for us winged people. From now on, slowly experience the taste of death. A maniacal laughter rang out. It was the voice of the feather race, and it echoed throughout the entire wilderness. The faces of the people from the martial pavilion turned pale. They looked around, but they could not see anyone at all. It was just wilderness all around them, and there was not even a shadow of the feather race. Acting all mysterious, if you have the guts, come out and fight me. Xianxia shouted. Haha. The maniacal laughter of the feather race could be heard everywhere. Every voice was like a musical note that hastened death. Whoosh! A cold light suddenly appeared beside Jiang Chen. Obviously, Jiang Chen had become the next target of a sneak attack. However, this kind of camouflage was still far from being enough to launch a sneak attack on Jiang Chen. Almost at the same time that the feather race launched a sneak attack, Jiang Chen made his move. His attack was precise, and he grabbed the feather race from the void. Crack! Jiang Chen grabbed the head of the feather race and crushed it with a bang. This scene was seen by many people, and they could not help but look at Jiang Chen with admiration. To be able to kill the feather race under such circumstances, just this move alone was worthy of admiration. It's Jiang Chen. He is Jiang Chen. Yes, the famous Jiang Chen of the bestial battle arena is indeed powerful. However, what is going on with the feather race? We seem to have been tricked. What should we do? What should we do now? We can't see the feather race at all. Everyone was panicking. While they were talking, another 2 disciples were killed in a sneak attack. If this situation continued, the people of the martial pavilion would be killed sooner or later. Now, the disciples of the martial pavilion had undoubtedly become the targets of the feather race. They wanted the people of the martial pavilion to taste the taste of death bit by bit, and finally die in despair. Teacher, what is going on? Xia Ting looked at Jiang Chen and could not help but ask. We have fallen into the feather race's trap. What starry master space? This is simply a big conspiracy of the feather race. Jiang Chen said. Big conspiracy? What is going on? Isn't it the starry master space? How did it become a big conspiracy? If it is a conspiracy, why can't the sect leader see it? Senior brother Jiang Chen, tell us quickly. What is going on? Everyone looked at Jiang Chen. At this time, Jiang Chen had undoubtedly become the focus. Jiang Chen, what did you see? Nie Xiaoying looked at Jiang Chen. She had never seen Jiang Chen before, but she had heard of the name Jiang Chen. After all, he was a legend of the bestial battle arena. He had killed a 3-eyed panther 3 levels above him. It was hard not to know him. After we entered this space, we fell into a trap set by the feather race in advance. We are currently in a formation called the 8 Gates Maze Formation. The 8 Gates Maze Formation has a total of 8 gates. They can support each other or exist independently. If my guess is correct, there are currently 8 such formations in the entire starry master space. Jiang Chen said, the 8 Gates Maze Formation is a trapping formation with a hallucinatory effect. The things people see inside are all illusions. For example, this wilderness is an illusion. Now we are surrounded by experts of the feather race. They have locked onto us and are treating us as prey to play with. The real starry master space has already been plundered by the feather race. In turn, the feather race has used the starry master space to set up a big conspiracy. They want all the young geniuses of the human race to die here, thus cutting off the hope of the human race. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone's face became incomparably ugly. They started to look around, shivering because they didn't know if there were any feather race around them. The feather race could see them, but they couldn't see the feather race. I know. No wonder there was a beast tied before. It was also the feather race's doing. They drove away all the beasts, afraid that they would affect their plan. This time we have more than 3,000 people here. All of them are geniuses of the young generation. If we all die here, it will be a great loss to the human race. The feather race wants to destroy the future of the human race. In this case, the human race will perish in less than 100 years. Xia Ting said while gritting his teeth. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Chapter 40-34. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive, and an endless aura of danger permeated the surroundings of the disciples of the martial pavilion. This was just one of the main groups, and the situation was just as Jiang Chen had predicted. The other two main groups were all trapped in the Eight Gates maze formation, and all the disciples fell into a panic. Damn it, the feather race is too sinister. They actually thought of such a method to confuse us. The so-called Star Lord's ruins is just a cover. What should we do now? We can't just sit here and wait for death. Where are the disciples of the everlasting pavilion? Is there any disciple of the everlasting pavilion? Let's see if they can break this Eight Gates maze formation. Yes, the disciples of the everlasting pavilion will come in handy now. As long as we break this formation, we can fight to the death with those birdmen. At this time, the disciples of the everlasting pavilion became popular. After all, among them, only the disciples of the everlasting pavilion were proficient in formations. At this time, several disciples of the everlasting pavilion stood up, but every one of them had a worried look on their faces. This formation is probably set up by a heavenly source expert, and the Eight Gates maze formation is extremely complicated. With our current level, it's impossible to break this formation. One of them said, his face full of frustration. Miserable screams rang out again. In the blink of an eye, 3 disciples of the martial pavilion were killed by a sneak attack. The disciples of the everlasting pavilion could not break the formation, which was equivalent to destroying the last dream and hope of the disciples of the martial pavilion. Now that people were continuously being killed, the hearts of the disciples of the martial pavilion were in a state of collapse. Some of them had already gone crazy and shouted. Originally, they thought it was a great opportunity. After all, they could come to the Star Lord's ruins to train. Almost everyone came with endless fantasies, but the reality was so cruel. What they entered was not a paradise for cultivation, but hell, a hell filled with demons. Everyone don't panic. The feather race wants to see us panic. Let's work together. It won't be easy for the feather race to kill us directly. Xiaoying said loudly. At this time she, as the captain, had to set an example. But in reality the depths of Xiaoying's eyes were filled with panic. Although she was an earthly source expert and a genius of the martial pavilion, she had too little experience, let alone a situation like this. Jiang Chen smiled. He knew that Xiaoying was panicking now, but she was pretending to be calm. Jiang Chen was more concerned about Xiaoying. After all, if she, the captain, panicked, then the others would instantly lose their backbone. Then, the remaining people in the martial pavilion could only wait for death. I can break the formation, Jiang Chen said. As soon as these words were spoken, all the disciples of the martial pavilion became restless once again. In unison, all of their gazes landed on Jiang Chen. Can you really break the formation? Xiaoying looked at Jiang Chen and asked doubtfully. It was no wonder that Xiaoying was doubtful. After all, Jiang Chen's cultivation was too weak. He was only at the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Even if he had extraordinary talent, how strong could his strength be? She naturally did not believe that a 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm could break the formation of a heavenly source expert. However, everyone still held some hope in their hearts because the person who spoke was Jiang Chen. He was a person who was good at creating miracles. Moreover, Jiang Chen could see through the 8 Gates maze formation at a glance, which at least meant that he was familiar with formations. It must be known that the genius formation disciples of the everlasting pavilion could not even see through the 8 Gates maze formation. I can break the formation, but it will take some time. It won't be too long. In order to reduce everyone's losses, listen to me, Jiang Chen said. All right, we'll listen to you, Xiaoying said without even thinking. Not only her, but the others also did the same because there was nothing they could do other than believe in Jiang Chen. Facing the terrifying 8 Gates maze formation, even Xiaoying was helpless. It's possible. Senior brother Jiang can definitely break the formation. There's no one else in the martial pavilion who can match his attainments in formations. A disciple of the everlasting pavilion suddenly said excitedly. He had been anxious before, so he did not think about it. When he was in the everlasting pavilion, he had been personally guided by Jiang Chen. Even the Grand Elder of the everlasting pavilion had been guided by Jiang Chen, so he could only be described as admiration for Jiang Chen's formation techniques. Those who had not seen Jiang Chen in action would never imagine how terrifying Jiang Chen was. This disciple had seen Jiang Chen break the formation, so he had even more reason to believe that there was no one else who could break the formation that the feather race had painstakingly laid down other than Jiang Chen. What? Isn't Jiang Chen a disciple of the Purple Pill Pavilion? Does he know formations too? Even the disciple of the everlasting pavilion said so. How can it be false? This guy is really heaven-defying. Let's not talk so much. Let's listen to Jiangchen. We'll do whatever he wants us to do. Besides, we can't do anything else besides listening to his arrangements. After the disciple of the everlasting pavilion spoke, everyone's hope was rekindled. Jiangchen, the legend of the beast-fighting Colosseum, had become their only hope. De Huang, you set up a formation within a formation. Defend against the sneak attack of the feather race. I'll break the 8 gates maze formation. Jiangchen said to De Huang Dog. All right. De Huang Dog's body swayed and floated above the wilderness. He kept drawing with his paws, and a complicated formation began to appear in the void. This dog knows formations too? Someone was surprised. More than that. He's a monster of our everlasting pavilion. To be honest, not long ago, De Huang Dog set up a formation in the everlasting pavilion, trapping all the disciples and elders. Even the Grand Elder at the peak of the Earth Source realm couldn't break it. In the end, we had to ask Jiangchen to break it. The disciple of the everlasting pavilion said helplessly. This was an extremely shameful thing for the everlasting pavilion, but it was the truth. He couldn't deny the strength of De Huang Dog, especially at this time. Damn it. You guys inject your strength into me. Master Dog will set up a defensive formation. De Huang Dog said. Everyone listen up. Inject your strength into De Huang Dog's body. Nie Xiaoying ordered. No one dared to be negligent. The martial pavilion had never been so united at this moment. Rays of dazzling light shot out from them, all of which were injected into De Huang Dog's body. De Huang Dog let out a long howl towards the sky. A layer of defensive formation was formed in an instant, enveloping all the disciples of the martial pavilion. This was a formation within a formation. With the 8 gates maze formation as the foundation, a defensive formation was built on top of it. Chapter 40-35. Outside the 8 gates maze formation, hundreds of geniuses of the feather race wore mocking expressions as they prepared to massacre the people of the martial pavilion. However, when they saw the scene inside the formation, the leader could not help but frown. What's that dog doing? The leader was puzzled. Looks like it's trying to break the formation. A 9th layer Unity Origin Realm Featherman genius mocked. Break the formation? What a joke. The 8 gates maze formation was laid down by a dozen heavenly source experts of the feather race. A dog is dreaming if it thinks it can break the formation. The leader sneered. Unfortunately, he did not understand formations at all. If he did, he would definitely be able to see what De Huang Dog was doing and how miraculous De Huang Dog's technique was. Continue to torture them slowly. Kill these so-called geniuses of the human race bit by bit. Don't kill them too quickly. We have 3 days to play. If we kill them too quickly, we'll lose a lot of fun and let them live in endless fear. The 8th young master stood up and said. He held a folding fan in his hand and waved it in front of his chest as if he was watching a good show. Although the leader was an Earth Source expert at the first heavenly layer, he was standing beside the 8th young master. After all, the 8th young master was the son of the patriarch and had a high status in the feather race. Haha, I'll kill one first. A winged man burst into laughter. He could not hold it in any longer. A spear appeared in his hand, and he aimed at the chest of a disciple of the martial pavilion. This kind of sneak attack was silent. They could appear anywhere in the 8 gates maze formation. They could see the people of the martial pavilion, but the people of the martial pavilion could not see them. This kind of sneak attack was fatal. The people of the martial pavilion would definitely die. Bang. However, something unexpected happened. The winged person's spear suddenly collided with an illusory defensive barrier. Although the defensive barrier looked illusory, it was incomparably sturdy. The spear couldn't even shake the surface of the defensive barrier, let alone kill the person inside. What's going on? The winged man was shocked. Damn it, this dog is really capable. He actually laid down a defensive formation in the 8 gates maze formation. The 8th young master closed the folding fan in his hand and his face instantly turned gloomy. That's impossible. It's not that easy to create a formation within a formation. Moreover, it needs to be extremely proficient in the 8 gates maze formation. How did this dog do it? The wingman captain's expression also changed. It seems like this dog is very proficient in arrays. He has gathered the energy of all the disciples of the martial pavilion. They have all poured their energy into the defensive array. We can't break in. Damn it, I didn't expect the martial pavilion to have such a capable person. This dog is extraordinary. Kill this dog first. Everyone listen up. Attack together and use brute force to break their defensive formation. I don't believe that a defensive formation laid down by a dog can be that powerful. The 8th young master shouted and gave the order. All the winged men were full of vigor and began to attack. They had originally wanted to wear down the fighting spirit of the disciples of the martial pavilion bit by bit so that they could experience the taste of death and die in despair. They hadn't expected such a turn of events. Just in case, the feather race didn't waste any more time. As long as they could destroy the Huang dog's defensive formation, they would still have the upper hand. Let me do it. The winged men captain made his move. With the strength of the Earth Source realm, he was extremely powerful and ferocious towards the Huang dog. In this way, not only would the crisis on their side be resolved, the crisis on Li Long and Ji Tian's side would also be resolved. Jiang Chen had to completely destroy the 8 Gates maze formation. Otherwise, they would naturally be able to keep their lives, but Li Long and Ji Tian's side would really be finished. The two teams were constantly suffering losses and people were dying all the time. The sooner the formation was broken, the sooner they could reduce their losses. Otherwise, once the formation was broken, it would take a long time for the winged people to deal with them, and the disciples of the other two teams of the martial pavilion would all be killed. Rumble. Under the leadership of the 8 young masters, the winged people attacked extremely violently. Their main goal now was to destroy the defensive formation of the Huang dog. As long as the defensive formation was destroyed, the people of the martial pavilion would still be like turtles in a jar, unable to escape death. What a strong defensive formation. The leader of the winged people sighed, his face filled with shock. Continue attacking. I don't believe that the formation of this dog can be that strong. As long as we can't break the 8 Gates maze formation, they will only have one end in the end, and that is death. Keep attacking and let them support the defensive formation. When their energy is exhausted, the defensive formation will break by itself. Chapter 40-36. In fact, at this moment, the leader of the winged men and the 8th prince were a little anxious. They did not expect the Huang dog's defensive formation to be so powerful. After all, even if all the disciples of the martial pavilion worked together to channel energy into the formation, the defensive ability was still too strong. The only explanation was that Big Yellow's attainments in the knowledge of formations were terrifying. The foundation of the formation that he set up was relatively stable. That was why it had such a terrifying defensive ability. Rumble. The people of the Feather Clan went berserk. Each and every one of them tried their best to break the defensive formation of the martial pavilion as soon as possible. Within the formation, the disciples of the martial pavilion were sweating profusely. They did not dare to be careless. While they were trying their best to support the defensive formation, their eyes fell on Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen was their only hope. Jiang Chen's hands moved in a dazzling manner, forming one after another seals. His movements were as smooth as the floating clouds and flowing water. His skillful movements gave people confidence. At this moment, on the other side, Li Long and Ji Tian's team began to suffer heavy losses. They did not have people as capable as the Huang dog and Jiang Chen. They could not make a defensive formation, nor could they break the 8 Gates maze formation. From time to time, disciples of the martial pavilion would be ambushed and killed. Almost everyone was in despair. Damn the Feather Clan. They deceived us all. Conspiracy. This is a big conspiracy. The so-called Star Lord's relic is just a trap. The Feather Clan wants to annihilate the human race. They won't give us a way out. We are trapped in the formation now. There is nothing we can do. We can only wait to be killed. The disciples of the martial pavilion were crazy. Their eyes were red, and their hearts were filled with endless despair. There was no way out at all. They had never seen this formation before, not to mention breaking it. Even their team leader Li Long and Ji Tian were helpless. They could only lead the disciples of the martial pavilion and hold on for dear life. However, they did not know how long they could hold on. Perhaps when they really could not hold on any longer, it would be the arrival of death. Time passed very quickly. However, to the disciples of the martial pavilion, every second felt like a year. The screams that were constantly accompanied were constantly stimulating their souls. On the other side, inside the 8 Gates maze formation, Jiang Chen suddenly shouted. With a wave of his hand, a vast expanse of divine light shot out. At the same time, Jiang Chen shouted, "De Huang, remove the defensive formation." Jiang Chen's aura was earth-shattering. As soon as he finished speaking, De Huang Dog immediately removed the defensive formation and retracted all the energy of the martial pavilion's disciples. At the same time, Jiang Chen's divine light landed on the Eight Gates maze formation. The formation let out a series of explosions, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely destroyed by Jiang Chen. The destruction of the Eight Gates maze formation also caused the strong supply from the feather race to be in vain. They were even shaken, and the feather race kept retreating. Because the Eight Gates maze formation was broken, the disciples of the martial pavilion who could not see the feather race could see the feather race outside in an instant. It was really as if they had walked out from the darkness. Kill all these birdmen. In the next moment someone shouted. All the disciples of the martial pavilion immediately had red eyes. As if they were injected with chicken blood, they charged towards the feather race crazily. That's right, they were going crazy. After being suppressed for too long, the disciples of the martial pavilion were so sullen that they were about to go crazy. The feeling of being a sitting duck and waiting to be slaughtered was too unbearable. Now they could finally see the light of day again. Seeing the valiance of the disciples of the martial pavilion venting their anger, Jiang Chen could not help but smile. The higher-ups of the feather race had deliberately planned this to sever the future of the human race, but they did not expect it to stimulate the fighting spirit and bravery of the geniuses of the human race. Every single person who had experienced death would disregard life and death, and every single person who disregarded life and death would undoubtedly be very frightening in battle. Just like the disciples of the martial pavilion at this moment, every single one of them was a tiger, full of blood and full of battle power. They all felt that they had regained their lives. To put it bluntly, they did not care about their lives in battle. It was a profit anyways. On the other hand, the feather race, who was originally in an advantageous position, was instantly thrown into chaos. The entire camp was in chaos, and faced with the crazy attacks of the disciples of the martial pavilion, they were immediately thrown into chaos. They could not even use their wings to fly. What's going on? What's going on? How did they destroy the formation? Isn't this a formation set up by a heavenly source expert? How did they destroy it? Damn it, the formation has been destroyed. They can see us now. Everyone hold your ground. Let's fight it out with them. We, the feather race, have a huge advantage. We are not afraid of them. Even without the formation we can still kill them all. This is a big test for the feather race. Kill these humans and destroy the future of the human race. The feather race was in chaos. The eighth young master quickly reorganized himself, and the folding fan in his hand turned into a magnificent spear at this moment. It had to be said that the eighth young master was quite good at competing. He could still maintain his composure at the crucial moment and lead the way. But in reality, the eighth young master was also panicking in his heart. He had already started to curse in his heart. He was very clear about the Eight Gates maze formation. Logically speaking, the geniuses of the human clan should have been killed by such a terrifying formation. He couldn't figure out why the formation would suddenly fail. He would never believe that there was someone among the disciples of the martial pavilion who could break the formation. At the same time, on the other two sides, the Eight Gates maze formation was destroyed. The disciples of the martial pavilion, who had been howling in despair, suddenly roared and rushed over when they saw that the formation had been destroyed, and the disciples of the feather race were smiling as if they were prey. The disciples of the martial pavilion were dumbfounded. They did not know why the formation suddenly failed, but it was a good thing. It was the hope of the human race. Kill. Avenge our dead brothers. Li Long's voice was hoarse. As the captain of the martial pavilion, he had witnessed the tragic death of his disciples one by one, but there was nothing he could do. He had long been aggrieved. At this moment, seeing the enemy in front of him, how could he resist? He held the saber in his hand and went straight to Zhao Qingquan, the sixth young master. It seemed that he wanted to vent all the grievances in his heart. Kill. The disciples of the martial pavilion launched a desperate reunion. It was no longer important who broke the formation, at least not for the time being. The most important thing now was to kill the feather race and avenge the dead. During this period, although some disciples of the martial pavilion had died, the overall number of disciples of the martial pavilion exceeded that of the feather race, so they still had strong combat power. Chapter 40-37. Who broke the Eight Gates maze formation? Zhao Qingquan shouted angrily. He thought he could easily defeat all the geniuses of the human clan, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. It doesn't matter who broke it. You Feather Clan made such a big plot to frame the human clan. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Zhao Qingquan, I will kill you today to avenge the death of those disciples of the martial pavilion. Li Long was imposing and murderous. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red, not to mention Li Long was so angry at the moment. Humph! Li Long, do you think you can kill me? The Star Lord's ruins will be the grave of you disciples of the martial pavilion. None of you can leave. Even without the 8 Gates maze formation, you are no match for the Feather Clan. Zhao Qingquan snorted and fought fiercely with Li Long. Swish, swish, swish. Because of their slow reaction, many Feather Clan members couldn't resist the desperate reunion of the disciples of the martial pavilion. They began to display their advantages and flap their wings in the air. Take out your flight talismans and fight with the birdmen. Someone shouted. This time, everyone brought enough flight talismans to the Star Lord's ruins. That was why they were fighting with the Feather Clan members. 4 disciples of the Unity Origin realm who couldn't fly, flight talismans were the best. A crazy battle broke out in the Star Lord's space. The Human Clan and the Feather Clan would not stop until one of them was dead. Killing, hell, and the smell of blood permeated the sky. This battle was a battle of life and death. It was either you die or I live. Screams filled the sky, and the disciples of the Human Clan and the Feather Clan were dying one after another. War was cruel, and the war between the Human Clan and the Feather Clan was even crueler. This battle was a real experience for both the disciples of the Human Clan and the Feather Clan. They had experienced real killing in life and death. To put it bluntly, as long as they could walk out of the Star Lord's ruins alive, their future achievements would be limitless. For a cultivator, nothing was more important than a strong mind. A strong mind was the most basic foundation of a cultivator. On the other side, Ji Tian was leading a large team. The battle was also abnormally intense, and it was no different from the other 2 battlefields. The disciples of the martial pavilion seemed to have gone crazy, and they did not care about their lives at all. This kind of fearless demeanor really frightened the Feather Clan. In fact, the 3 battlefields weren't very far from each other. Anyone who fought here could feel the madness and murderous aura of the other 2 battlefields. At this moment, everyone was clear in their hearts, especially the disciples of the martial pavilion. They already knew that the so-called Star Lord's relic was merely a conspiracy of the Feather race. The real Star Lord's relic had already been swept clean by the Feather race. In other words, it was an empty shell that had existed for a very long time. There were no treasures left inside. Such a huge conspiracy, coupled with the fact that the disciples of the martial pavilion were constantly being killed, had already stimulated the hearts of the disciples of the martial pavilion. They had recovered from despair and awakened from death. They were no longer afraid of anything. When they started killing, they did not care about their lives. Jiang Qin spread his dragon wings and soared into the sky. With a sword in hand, his white robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a peerless god of war. He just stood there, motionless like a god, directly affecting the hearts of every disciple of the martial pavilion. At this moment, Jiang Qin was like a stabilizing force. It seemed that as long as he stood there, the disciples of the martial pavilion would feel 100 times more confident. In other words, Jiang Qin's position in the hearts of all the disciples of the martial pavilion had surpassed xiaoying. It didn't matter how strong Jiang Qin's cultivation was, it was Jiang Qin's omnipotent means that had left an indelible impression in everyone's hearts. Breaking the 8 Gates maze formation set up by a heavenly source expert with a wave of his hand. Just this alone was enough for Jiang Qin to win everyone's respect. Just this alone was enough for Jiang Qin to save the lives of all the disciples of the martial pavilion. On the battlefield that stretched for hundreds of miles, the human race and the feather race were engaged in a life-and-death battle. Xie Ting, Zhang Qing, Han Dong, and Fang Wei were among them. Each of them was braver than the last. They had all been guided by Jiang Qin. In such battles, they gradually made up for their shortcomings. It could be said that they were constantly improving in this life-and-death battle. A wave of air was released from Fang Wei's body. Fang Wei laughed out loud. "Ha, I've advanced. I've advanced in battle." Fang Wei was extremely excited. Amidst the fierce slaughter, he didn't forget to look back at Jiang Qin. This was his irreplaceable ancestor in his heart. If it wasn't for his ancestor's guidance, he wouldn't have been able to achieve what he had today. Swish. A 7th heavenly layer feather race expert arrived before Fang Wei in the blink of an eye. Clearly, Fang Wei's sudden advancement had attracted his attention. He wanted to guide Fang Wei and kill him. In such a chaotic battlefield, there was no morality at all. No one would choose to fight evenly with you. All the battles and attacks were for the sake of killing. Unfortunately, as soon as the disciple approached Fang Wei, he was slashed in half by a sword light from afar. A chill rose in Fang Wei's heart. He suddenly turned around and saw that Jiang Chen had already appeared not far away from him. There was still a feather left on his sword. "Thank you, ancestor," Fang Wei said gratefully. His face was filled with lingering fear. Although he had advanced to the 6th heavenly layer, he wasn't the opponent of a 7th heavenly layer feather race expert. Not to mention that he had been too complacent because of his advancement. The 7th heavenly layer feather race expert had even launched a sneak attack on him. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's help, he would have died in the hands of the feather race expert. While feeling grateful, Fang Wei couldn't help but be shocked by Jiang Chen's strength. A 7th heavenly layer feather race expert had been killed with a raise of his hand without any suspense. Moreover, this was the first time Fang Wei had seen Jiang Chen fly in the sky. He didn't need the help of a flight talisman. His dragon wings were extremely mighty and domineering. In Fang Wei's heart, this ancestor of his was truly omnipotent. Monstrous wasn't enough to describe his strength. He had so many techniques and trump cards that it was enough to raise eyebrows. It was hard to imagine that such a miraculous disciple existed in the martial pavilion. Aside from his slightly lower cultivation, Jiang Chen was more than enough to be the teacher of everyone in the martial pavilion. Be careful. Follow what I've taught you. When it comes to killing, the focus is on the word, kill. No beautiful moves can compare to a one-hit kill. In a true battle of life and death, you have to attack your enemy's vitals. Jiang Chen said. He didn't forget to give Fang Wei pointers during the battle. Fang Wei had called him ancestor after all, so there was no reason for him not to help him. Chapter 4038. Nie Xiaoying couldn't help but be shocked. She had first heard of Jiang Chen's reputation as the legend of the Bestial Colosseum when she was at the martial pavilion. Just now, he had single-handedly broken the 8 gates maze formation and could even change his wings to fly. She also knew Fang Wei's identity. Of course, a large part of the reason was that Fang Tianhua was Fang Wei's grandfather. Fang Tianhua's usual behavior was very arrogant and domineering. Now he respectfully called Jiang Chen ancestral master. Why did he call him ancestral master? Could it be that Jiang Chen was Fang Tianhua's master? Who was this Jiang Chen? Furthermore, Jiang Chen's words of guidance to Fang Wei were truly the demeanor of a great master. Even Nie Xiaoying benefited greatly after listening to it. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had easily killed a 7th heavenly layer Unity Realm expert with a single sword strike. It was simply too easy, like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Nie Xiaoying had never seen such a terrifying challenge. Thank you for your guidance, ancestor. Fang Wei cupped his fists at Jiang Chen and then charged into the battlefield. On the other side, Xie Ting and a peak 8th layer Unity Origin Realm Featherman were locked in a fierce battle. This Featherman wasn't easy to deal with either. The two of them exchanged blows and were evenly matched. Xie Ting, the divine martial sword art, can turn dots into lines and lines into dots. You can break through to the 6th form. Jiang Chen said. Hearing this, Xie Ting's eyes suddenly lit up. He was once again enlightened. His sword technique was like thunder, vigorous and vigorous. His sword was like a dragon, wild like the wind, and the sword light spun. The 6th move of the divine martial sword art. Xie Ting shouted. He had been unable to break through the 6th move of the divine martial swordsmanship, but at this moment, he performed it with irresistible force. It was like a river that suddenly burst forth, and it was truly unstoppable. The winged man was careless and couldn't resist the power of the 6th style of the divine martial sword art. His chest was pierced on the spot. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Xie Ting was extremely excited. He had been training hard for the 6th style for a long time and had reached a bottleneck. Today he had made a breakthrough because of Jiang Chen's words. He was really excited. At this moment, Xie Ting could easily kill a Unity Origin Realm Featherman. Voila! This scene was witnessed by many disciples of the martial pavilion. Each of them looked at Jiang Chen as though they were looking at a real god. Holy shit, this is too awesome. Some people's eyes widened. They had seen awesome people, but they had never seen such an awesome person. What did it mean to turn stone into gold? Her words hit the nail on the head and shocked everyone. Fang Wei called him ancestor, while Xie Ting called him teacher. At this moment, many people finally understood why Fang Wei and Xie Ting's cultivation improved so quickly. So it was because of Jiang Chen's guidance. Teacher Jiang Chen, please give me some pointers. Someone shouted loudly, unleashing their own powerful battle skills. They did not hold back at all as they fought against their opponents. They wanted to properly display their skills in front of Jiang Chen so that Jiang Chen could point out where they were lacking. Teacher, me too, please give me some pointers. Senior brother Jiang, no, teacher, remember to give me some pointers. For a moment, the disciples of the martial pavilion went crazy. They were even more excited than before. They even treated this life and death battlefield as a place to improve their cultivation. With a powerful teacher like Jiang Qin here, there was no reason for them to let go of this opportunity. Jiang Qin was not stingy either. He looked around and pointed out the shortcomings of these disciples one by one. Giving pointers in battle was the best. Many people who were stuck in a bottleneck immediately broke through. The effect was simply unimaginable. Haha. The disciples of the martial pavilion kept laughing. This kind of battle was really too interesting. This trip to the Star Lord's ruins had not been in vain just by being able to receive pointers from Jiang Qin. They had killed so many feathermen that they wailed in pain. This guy, what the hell is he? Nie Xiaoying's pretty face was full of shock. She had never seen such a magical person. Although she did not ask for Jiang Chen's pointers at the beginning, Jiang Chen's words had affected her invisibly, giving her a little more comprehension. Now there were signs of a breakthrough. Teacher Jiang Chen, please give me some pointers. Nie Xiaoying did not put on any airs at this time. She asked Jiang Chen for advice in an extremely humble manner. Who the hell is that bastard? 8th young master, quickly find a way to kill him. The leader of the wing people was afraid. Not only him but all the wing people had noticed Jiang Chen. Among all the disciples of the martial pavilion, this guy who was only at the 8th heavenly layer of the origin realm had become the most feared existence in the entire Feather clan. The leader of the winged people could not help but be afraid. Nie Xiaoying was too strong. It was already difficult for him to deal with Nie Xiaoying, who was at the peak of the 1st heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. If Jiang Qin gave Nie Xiaoying some pointers and allowed her to break through to the 2nd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, would he still be able to survive? The Feather clan did not know that such a monster had appeared in the martial pavilion. They had absolute reason to suspect that the destruction of the 8 Gates maze formation was definitely related to Jiang Qin. Kill him. The 8th young master could also see how terrifying Jiang Qin was. In order to not give Jiang Qin the chance to give Nie Xiaoying pointers, he immediately gave the order. Swish swish. 5 winged people at the 8th heavenly layer of the origin realm charged at Jiang Qin at the same time. They had to kill Jiang Qin together. Otherwise, the Feather clan would suffer great losses if he just stood there and gave pointers. Be careful, teacher Jiang Qin. Someone warned him out of kindness. Jiang Qin revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were calm. Not to mention 5 winged people at the 8th heavenly layer of the origin realm, even if there were another 50 of them, Jiang Qin would not be able to kill them. Sword 22. Jiang Qin did not hold back and immediately used Sword 22. Arg! A miserable scream was heard. The winged person at the 8th heavenly layer of the origin realm who charged the fastest didn't even see how Jiang Qin made his move. He died under Jiang Qin's sword. The whole process was extremely fast and extremely sharp. What? Countless exclamations were heard. The leader of the winged people, the 8th young master, many winged people, some disciples of the martial pavilion, and Nie Xiaoying all exclaimed. This was too strong, too strong. Even Nie Xiaoying didn't see how Jiang Qin made his move. She was originally worried about Jiang Qin, but now it seemed that her worries were all unnecessary. Jiang Qin's means were more terrifying than she had imagined. Nie Xiaoying even felt that among all the disciples of the martial pavilion, no one was a match for Jiang Qin except for herself. With such an expert helping her, Nie Xiaoying was not afraid of this battle at all. She was full of confidence. For the other disciples of the martial pavilion with Jiang Qin around, they had a backbone. However, Xie Ting, Zhang Qin and the others were not surprised at all. They had already seen how terrifying Jiang Qin was. Jiang Qin's means were far more than that. He still had more terrifying transformation skills that he hadn't displayed yet. Chapter 4039. Killing an 8th heavenly layer winged person with a single strike, Jiang Qin had displayed his might. He was like an unparalleled god of war, giving the disciples of the martial pavilion confidence. With Jiang Qin present, the disciples of the martial pavilion had the belief that they were invincible. Can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Qin took the initiative to attack with his sword. He executed the limitless sword to the limit. This was the peak of swordsmanship. The essence of the sword and the profoundness of the sword were all perfectly manifested in a single strike. To sword cultivators, Jiang Qin was the ancestor of swordsmanship. A casual strike from him was enough for countless people to study for a lifetime. Arg! A miserable shriek rang out once again. Another 8th heavenly layer winged person died under Jiang Chen's sword. Facing the limitless sword, the winged person could not fight back at all. Although their wings were fast, they were not on the same level as Jiang Chen's dragon wings. With the dragon wings, Jiang Chen's speed, lethality, and swordsmanship were all superior. He was almost invincible below the Unity Origin realm. Xiaoying, watch my sword. Jiang Chen's aura changed once again. The sword in his hand flickered, and a dazzling sword shadow shot towards another winged person in an extremely gorgeous manner. Xiaoying hurriedly looked over and was dumbfounded. She was shocked to discover that the swordsmanship that Jiang Chen had executed this time was actually her own swordsmanship, and it was a perfect and improved version. So this is what the real startling sword style looks like. Xiaoying's eyes lit up. She had cultivated the startling sword style for many years and had encountered many bottlenecks, but what Jiang Chen had executed was almost perfect. Xiaoying was both excited and shocked. She was excited because her swordsmanship was perfect. Jiang Chen's swordsmanship was enough for her to comprehend for many years. If she could comprehend it herself, it would not be a problem for her to immediately reach the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. She was shocked because Jiang Chen had only seen her swordsmanship in the battle with the winged person leader, and he could directly copy it. Such a shocking ability could no longer be described as monstrous or abnormal. He couldn't find any adjectives to describe it. It was simply too strong. Xiaoying believed that in terms of cultivation attainments, even the head of the martial pavilion, Wu Changtian, would have to call Jiang Chen teacher, in the entire Qidong region and the entire martial pavilion. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Xiaoying's face was filled with excitement. At this moment she looked at Jiang Chen with adoration and respect, but there was also a hint of adoration. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. A man like Jiang Chen's charisma was simply too great. Not to mention Xiaoying, just think about Jiang Chen's wives in the lower realm. Which one of them wasn't a goddess? After being guided by Jiang Chen, Xiaoying's movement technique and swordsmanship began to become extremely sharp. He turned around and fought fiercely with the leader of the winged people, instantly gaining the upper hand. Damn it, when did such a powerful person appear in the human race? The leader of the winged people was about to vomit blood. Xiaoying was already very powerful, and it was quite difficult for him to fight against him. Now that he had received guidance from Jiang Chen, he seemed to have become a completely different person. He was no longer a match for him. What if Xiaoying advanced to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm during the battle? In this Star Lord space, the strongest person was only at the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. If a genius at the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm appeared, it would be enough to change the entire situation. And all of this was caused by the war godlike young man in white. The winged people actually didn't know that such a terrifying person had appeared in the human race. This was simply a huge mistake. You killed my 9th brother. The 8th Gongzi felt the 9th Gongzi's aura from Jiang Chen, and immediately became furious. That's right, I killed your 9th Gongzi and all the winged people in the broken feel you. However, I'm afraid you don't have the strength to take revenge. But I can help you with one thing, and that is to kill you so that you can reunite with your brother. Jiang Chen looked at the 8th Gongzi and said indifferently. He had already killed the 9th Gongzi, so he didn't care about killing another one. No, not just one. Jiang Chen didn't plan to let any of the winged people in the Star-Lord space go. Since the winged people had made such a big plot to kill the human race, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't be polite. He would give them a taste of their own medicine. In the Crimson East region, there would be a life and death battle between the human race and the winged people sooner or later. Jiang Chen wasn't the only one who had the idea of killing all the winged people here. All the geniuses of the human race were thinking the same thing. They wouldn't forget the 8 Doors Maze formation, and they wouldn't forget the disciples who were ambushed by the winged people in the formation. They could imagine that if Jiang Chen hadn't come here and broken the 8 Doors Maze formation, there would only be one ending for them: annihilation. When the enemy deliberately wanted to kill you, there was no need to be polite. The only thing to do was to fight back with your life. You're quite arrogant. I'd like to see how powerful you are. I'll kill you myself to avenge my 9th brother. As long as you're dead, all the disciples of the martial pavilion will be finished. The 8th young master was full of vigor and killing intent. He was ready to take action personally. He could already tell that he had to kill Jiang Chen in order to gain the upper hand in this battle. Regardless of whether it was to avenge his 9th brother, as long as he killed Jiang Chen, the belief of the human race would be destroyed. Even without the help of the 8 Doors Maze formation, the winged people would still win. More importantly, the 8 young masters had seen the true threat of Jiang Chen. If they didn't get rid of such a heaven-defying genius in the human race as soon as possible, he would become a great threat to the feather race. In other words, Jiang Chen was already a great threat. As the 8th young master of the Wing people, he had 10,000 reasons to get rid of Jiang Chen. The strength that Jiang Chen had displayed was too powerful. The Wing people at the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm were not his opponent at all. They couldn't even get close to him. In the entire Wing people's camp, there were probably only 2 people who could kill Jiang Chen. One was himself, and the other was the leader of the Wing people. However, the leader of the Wing people already had a hard time dealing with Nie Xiaoying, let alone dealing with Jiang Chen. Nie Xiaoying would not allow the leader of the Wing people to deal with Jiang Chen. Since that was the case, the difficult task of killing Jiang Chen fell on the shoulders of the 8th young master. The 8th young master let out a loud shout and unleashed a palm strike. A gigantic palm strike was launched towards Jiang Chen like a giant barrier. Master, be careful. The 8th young master of the Wing people is not easy to deal with. Chapter 40. The corner of Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile. The more powerful the 8th prince was, the more excited he was. If the 8th prince was just like Jiang Qing, it would be meaningless. Since the 8th prince wanted to kill him, Jiang Chen would give him a chance. He wanted to see if the 8th prince had the strength to do so. Jiang Chen's target was the 3 princes of the feather race who had entered the Star Lord's ruins this time. He wanted all of them dead. Jiang Chen's aura surged. He waved his hand and struck out with the true dragon palm. The violent dragon seal was not any weaker than the 8th prince's palm seal, be it in might or laughter. Rummel. The dragon seal and the palm seal collided with an unparalleled momentum, causing the entire battlefield to darken. Some people who were closer to the two were affected by the violent energy and were sent flying on the spot. The others quickly retreated, leaving a larger battlefield for Jiang Chen and the 8th prince. The battle between Jiang Chen and the 8th prince was not any weaker than the battle between Nie Xiaoying and the leader of the Winged Men. Although he was only at the Unity Origin realm, he had the aura of the Earth Origin realm. Ding ding. The energy waves surged. Under the impact of the violent energy, Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a few steps back. It had to be said that the 8th prince was truly powerful. He was not someone an ordinary 9th heavenly layer Unity Origin realm expert could be compared to. Although Jiang Chen was at the 6th heavenly layer, his battle strength was still slightly weaker. According to the current situation, Jiang Chen would only be able to kill the 8th prince if he reached the 6th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm or used the dragon transformation. Of course, this was not a problem for Jiang Chen. It might not be possible for him to reach the 6th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm immediately, but using the dragon transformation was a piece of cake. What a powerful guy. He's only at the 5th heavenly layer of Unity Origin, yet he's able to take my palm strike head-on and emerge unscathed. Since when has such a deviant appeared among the humans? Fortunately, he's not my opponent. I have absolute confidence in killing him. The 8th master was shocked, but he did not become complacent just because he had gained the upper hand. He understood his own strength just too well, and he knew even better just how powerful the palm strike from before was. Let alone a 5th heavenly layer Unity Origin expert, even an 8th heavenly layer Unity Origin expert would die on the spot. There would be no chance of survival at all. Even an ordinary 9th heavenly layer Unity Origin expert wouldn't be able to withstand his attack. However, Jiang Chen, a 5th heavenly layer Unity Origin expert, had only been pushed back. He hadn't even scratched a hair on his opponent's body. However, he was still quite relieved. No matter what, the other party was not a match for him. He still had enough strength to kill him. The 8th master's victory in a single strike made the expressions of the disciples of the martial pavilion even uglier. Right now, Jiang Chen was a legend in their hearts. If the legend fell, their faith would be gone. It's over. Teacher is not the 8th master's opponent. Don't worry. Teacher has many tricks up his sleeve. Let's continue watching. Do you still remember the Colosseum? It won't be easy to kill Teacher Jiang Chen. That's right. We have to have confidence in Teacher. Teacher has endless tricks up his sleeve. It's not something we can imagine at all. That was just a probing attack. Countless people were paying attention to Jiang Chen's situation. Whether it was the disciples of the martial pavilion or the disciples of the Feather Clan, there was no exception. Clearly, Jiang Chen had become the focus of the entire battlefield due to his previous performance. In the eyes of the Feather Clan, as long as they killed Jiang Chen, victory would still belong to them. However, in the eyes of the disciples of the martial pavilion, if Jiang Chen was killed, they would completely lose their backbone and their will to fight. Jiangchen, you're finished? You're not a match for me at all. The eighth master's aura was arrogant. The wings on his back were flapping constantly. The seven-colored spear in his hand was glowing brightly. After winning in a single strike, he was extremely confident in himself. Let's try. Jiangchen smiled. From his face, one could not see the slightest bit of panic. Whoosh! The spear in the eighth master's hand whistled like a poisonous dragon. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Jiangchen. 26 swords. Jiangchen's sword aura rampaged. 26 swords were launched. His entire person disappeared and became one with the sword. Becoming one with the sword, invincible swordsmanship. To countless disciples of the martial pavilion, this sword was a magnificent display. It was enough for them to comprehend in their lifetime. Even if they were given 8 lifetimes, they would not be able to comprehend it. Many disciples who cultivated in swordsmanship were dumbfounded when they saw this sword. Some of them had already seen Jiangchen perform it in the beast fighting arena when he fought against the three-eyed panther. Now that they saw it again, they were dumbfounded. They could not believe that there was such a magical swordsmanship in the world. Rumble, the sky dragon sword and the eighth master's spear collided again. Endless waves of air began to ripple and the entire sky was covered by the sword aura. 26 swords was just too terrifying. With a cultivation of the 5th heavenly layer of the unity origin realm, Jiangchen performed the 26 swords and blocked the 8th master's spear. It seemed that they were on par. What? The 8th master exclaimed. His eyes were about to bleed. Jiangchen, what swordsmanship is that? The 8th master could not help but be shocked. The sword attack from Jiangchen was just too terrifying. It could only be described as world-shaking. The sword that will kill you. Jiangchen's expression was indifferent. The sword in his hand emitted a chilling aura. Haha, kill me? Jiangchen, you're too confident. I admit that you're powerful, but I'm afraid that you can't kill me. The 8th master laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. He naturally admitted that Jiangchen was powerful, but he was still confident in his own strength. I'm done playing with you. Jiangchen did not want to waste any more time. After all, the battle here had to end soon. He still had to help Li Long and Ji Tian. After all, the two teams did not have an expert like De Huang Dog to cast a defensive formation. Their losses would definitely be more severe than here. The roar of a dragon spread out. A primordial force was released from Jiangchen's body. In the next moment, with the dragon transformation, Jiangchen was like a real dragon that had descended from the heavens. His combat strength instantly increased by 10 times. What? Countless exclamations sounded out again. Everyone stared at Jiangchen in shock. The sudden transformation and the eye-catching half-human half-dragon image had a great impact on everyone's vision. Damn it, what the hell is this? How can there be such a person in the human race? The 8th master almost vomited blood. It was his first time seeing such a troublesome opponent. What a powerful chi of the real dragon. Is that a real dragon? Teacher is clearly a human. This should be a powerful transformation skill. Perhaps he has the bloodline of a real dragon. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. His combat strength has skyrocketed. The 8th master is done for. Chapter 40-41. 8th young master, hand over your life. Jiangchen took a step forward and appeared in front of the 8th young master in the blink of an eye. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying true dragon palm rippled out once again. The terrifying dragon claw was like a huge barrier, pressing down on the 8th young master. Impossible. The 8th young master felt an unparalleled pressure, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. He could even feel the aura of death. This aura was so foreign to him, yet so real at the same time. Without any hesitation, the 8th young master immediately used his wings, turned around and ran. He was not a fool. He knew that if he did not run now, he would not have another chance. Jiangchen's battle strength had increased by 10 times after his dragon transformation. He was no match for him at all. In the entire Yu clan, no one was a match for Jiangchen other than the leader of the Winged People, who was at the 1st heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. In this state, Jiangchen was invincible under the Earth Source realm. He was truly invincible. Trying to run now? It's too late. The speed of your Yu clan is nothing in front of me. Jiangchen's cold voice was like the king of hell, pronouncing a death sentence on the 8th young master. Just when the 8th young master was about to run, Jiangchen was even faster. The terrifying true dragon palm pressed down on him. Rumble. The giant palm pressed down like a mountain, causing the void to explode. Ah! A miserable shriek was heard. The terrifying palms smashed on the 8th young master's body. Feathers flew in the air, along with streams of blood. In the next moment, the 8th young master appeared in front of them. He was not dead yet, but he was not far from it. His body was covered in blood, and all his feathers had fallen off. Only his bloodied wings were barely supporting him from falling from the sky. Pretty tenacious. Jianghu snorted. The heavenly dragon sword appeared above the 8th young master's head. The 8th young master would not be able to dodge this sword no matter what. Stop, don't kill our young master. The leader of the winged men, who was fighting against xianxia, was horrified when he saw this. If the 8th young master was killed in front of him, he would be punished by the clan leader even if he could walk out of this place alive. The 8th prince was an important member of the Harpies. He could not die. Your opponent is me. Xianxia was in high spirits, and her startling sword technique was getting more and more powerful. How could she allow the leader of the feather people to deal with Jianghu? Now that the martial pavilion had the absolute upper hand, as long as Jianghu killed the 8 young masters, the entire feather race would be in chaos. When that happened, they would lose all will to fight, and that would be the time for them to win. How could Xianxia miss such a great opportunity? At this time, it all depended on her cooperation with Jianghu. The winged people team leader was unable to save their young master in time, and the pitiful 8th young master was cut in half by Jianghu's sword. His blood sprayed through the sky, and he could not be more dead. 8th young master. The winged people team leader's eyes were wide open, and he roared loudly. However, the more he did so, the more chaotic his mind became. Under Xiaoying's powerful attack, he became even more inferior and pathetic. The 8th young master has been killed. The 8th young master is dead. What should we do? The disciples of the martial pavilion are too strong. Even the 8th young master is dead. We are doomed. We don't have the advantage in numbers either. These people from the martial pavilion are all like they are on steroids. They don't care about their lives. How are we going to fight them? The feather race was in chaos. They had completely lost their formation, and even their last bit of will to fight had disappeared. All the winged people had the intention to retreat. The 8th young master had been killed, and this was a huge blow to them. They had lost their backbone in an instant. This was the same with the martial pavilion. Although both parties had captains, the real backbone of the martial pavilion was Jianghu, and the real backbone of the feather race was the 8th young master, not the winged people team leader. This was determined by identity and status. Everyone listen up. Retreat and regroup with the other 2 teams. The winged people team leader shouted loudly. He had no choice but to give the order to retreat. He could already tell that the feather race had lost their will to fight, while the martial pavilion was full of fighting spirit like ferocious tigers. Under such circumstances, the feather race would be wiped out sooner or later if they continued to fight. Putting aside the fact that he couldn't even deal with Xiaoying, and the disciples of the martial pavilion were as ferocious as tigers, Jianghu, a monster in human form, was enough to wipe out most of the winged people. All in all, there was no way to fight this battle. Hearing the winged people team leader's order to retreat, the disciples of the winged people acted as if they had heard a special pardon. They immediately abandoned their opponents and turned to run. Although they couldn't win, it wasn't a problem to escape. The feather race was confident in this aspect. If they wanted to run, even if the disciples of the martial pavilion used 100 flight talismans, they wouldn't be able to catch up to them. Wah, Birdman, you want to run now? It's over. I, Master Dog, have already set up the sky-concealing formation. None of you can escape. At this moment, a burst of wild laughter suddenly sounded. De Huang Dog, who hadn't appeared in the battle previously, suddenly appeared. Haha, awesome. Xia laughed out loud. The moment he saw De Huang Dog, he knew that all the winged people here were finished. De Huang Dog was a true formation expert. Xia had already experienced this before he entered the Qiliang Mountain. I was wondering why I didn't see De Huang just now. It turns out that he's using the same trick again. This time the winged people are finished. Zhang Qing said. That's right. Although the experts of the feather race can break the formation set up by De Huang, we won't give them the chance to do so. As long as the formation obstructs them slightly, we'll kill them all. Han Dong was also full of vigor. Almost at the moment they saw De Huang Dog, they had already predicted the outcome of the feather race. It was the same as when they dealt with the group of winged people previously. Damn it, it's that dog again. This place has been set up with a formation. We're trapped here. Everyone, attack with all your might and break the formation. The feather race was in a complete mess. Now that they couldn't even escape, all that was left was endless panic. Kill, don't give them the chance to break the formation. The disciples of the martial pavilion charged forward in a frenzy. At this moment, the disciples of the martial pavilion were extremely excited. At the very beginning, they were trapped by the feather race's big plot and fell into the Eight Gates maze formation. They had tasted the suffering of the formation. Now, the harpies felt like they had been trapped for a very long time, and they could feel true despair. Damn it, it's Master Dog's turn now. Chapter 40-42. Incomparably mournful cries filled the air. It was simply too miserable. The people of the Yu clan had already lost their will to fight. They only wanted to break the formation and escape, but there were too many people from the martial pavilion, and they were not given the chance. The Huang dog was too terrifying. As he rampaged, there were corpses everywhere. Flesh, blood, and feathers flew everywhere. He was simply an ancient beast. The Huang dog, who was at the peak of the seventh heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, was an invincible existence in such a large-scale battle. With a body of flesh and a head of iron, one would be injured, one would be killed, one could not escape, and one could not defeat. The doomsday of the Feather Clan was truly tragic. At this moment, in the hinterland of the Feather Clan on Rising Feather Mountain, the higher-ups of the Feather Clan were still complacent, even drinking. They had already predicted that the Eight Gates maze formation was invincible, at least in the Red East region. Unfortunately, they would never have thought that Jiangchen and Big Yellow would appear in the martial pavilion. They were two old ancestors from another world, the originators of the formation world. Their existence was a nightmare for the feather race, a grievous piece of news. Aha, clan leader, I think at least 1/3 of the disciples of the martial pavilion have died, or even half. Clan leader's move is too brilliant. Those who entered the Star Lord's ruins are all genius disciples of the Unity Origin realm. With their abilities, no one can break the Eight Gates maze formation. We have the advantage, and the disciples of the martial pavilion can only wait to be slaughtered. When the ruins open again in 3 days, there will be a good show. That's right. When the time comes, none of the disciples of the human race will come out. Wu Changtian and the others will have no evidence to say that we set up a conspiracy. They can only blame the disciples of the martial pavilion for not being strong enough and destroying the hope of the younger generation of the human race. In less than 100 years, no, 50 years at most, it will be the doomsday of the human race. At that time, the Feather Clan will completely inform the Red East region and become the absolute ruler of the Red East region. Just thinking about it makes me feel wonderful. After so many years, our wish is finally going to come true. Unfortunately, this Star Lord's remains are only a dilapidated existence. Apart from a space attached to Chilling Mountain, there are no other treasures inside. What a pity. No, it's a pity. Although there aren't any treasures inside, it has helped us a lot. Without the Star Lord's ruins, how could our plan be realized? If our plan is successful, it would be more valuable than any treasures. The Yu clan's Heavenly Source Realm experts were still in a state of extreme excitement. The Eight Gates maze formation was laid by them together, so they were extremely confident because they could not think of any other accidents that could happen. According to their estimations, the ruins of the Star Lord were already in chaos. Who knew how many people of the human race had died? Furthermore, in the next 2.5 days, all the disciples of the human race would be killed. Not a single one of them would be able to walk out alive. Unfortunately, the massacre that was happening in the Star Lord's ruins was the exact opposite of what they had expected. Not only did the disciples of the Feather Clan not use the formation to trap the disciples of the martial pavilion, but they were trapped in the formation and were being massacred. Even the 8th young master, who was a leader, had perished on the spot. Screams could be heard continuously. The formation laid by the Huang dog might not be indestructible. If the Feather Clan worked together, they could easily break it. Unfortunately, they had no chance to break the formation. Kill all these birdmen. The disciples of the martial pavilion were completely in a state of madness. Every one of them was full of fighting spirit and murderous intent. Every one of them waved the weapons in their hands and killed the people of the Feather Clan in a frenzy. The most important thing in a war was momentum and morale. The disciples of the martial pavilion were originally at a disadvantage. Even without the Eight Gates maze formation, the human race at the Unity Origin realm did not have the slightest advantage against the Feather Clan. However, this disadvantage was completely reversed by Jiangchen and the Huang dog. Under the leadership of the two of them, the morale of the disciples of the martial pavilion could not be lower. Under the fierce leadership of Jiangchen and the Huang dog, the remaining disciples of the Feather Clan did not have much power to resist. In just an hour, all the Feather Clan except for the leader of the Feather Clan had died tragically. Not a single one of them was left alive. Excited, too excited. All the disciples of the martial pavilion were in a frenzy. They felt that the blood in their bodies had been boiling. At this moment it was completely boiling. In the Red East region, the human race and the Feather Clan had been fighting for countless years. Among them, the most intense battle was between the Feather Clan and the Martial Pavilion. All along, the disciples of the Martial Pavilion had never experienced such a great victory. This was a complete victory. The Feather Clan was completely annihilated. Such a scene was something that countless disciples of the Martial Pavilion had never dreamed of. At this moment, in the eyes of all the disciples of the Martial Pavilion, Jiangchen and De Huang Dog were already inhuman existences. They were true gods that could do anything. Even if the peak earthly source experts of the Martial Pavilion were here, they would not be able to deal with the situation today. Just the 8 Gates maze formation alone, the only person in the entire Martial Pavilion who had the ability to break this formation was probably the Pavilion Master of the Everlasting Pavilion, Zhenyang, and it was only a possibility. However, it was impossible for a heavenly source expert like Zhenyang to participate in this kind of training. Apart from Zhenyang, no one in the Everlasting Pavilion could break the 8 Gates maze formation that was jointly set up by a dozen heavenly source experts. In other words, without the existence of Jiangchen and De Huang Dog, the Martial Pavilion would definitely be destroyed. It's over. It's completely over. The long-term plan of our Feather Clan has been destroyed in a day. In less than 50 years, the Feather Clan will be destroyed. With Jiangchen here, we won't even need 50 years. We won't even need 10 years. The leader of the winged people looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. Under Nie Xiaoying's crazy attacks, he had suffered many injuries. Coupled with the despair that had already surfaced in his heart, he basically had no will to fight anymore. Now that the 8 young masters had been killed, along with the entire team of hundreds of Feather Clan geniuses, even if he was an earthly source expert, it would be difficult for him to survive under such circumstances. Jiangchen would not give him a chance. A desolate feeling emerged in the heart of the leader of the winged people. This was originally a huge plot against the human clan, with the aim of cutting off the future of the human clan. However, he did not expect to go for wool and come home shorn. In the end, the ones who would be destroyed would be the Feather Clan. The Feather Clan had dug a pit for themselves to jump into. This was a grave that they had dug for themselves. Teacher Jiangchen, bring some people to assist Ji Tian and Li Long. Leave this person to me. I will definitely deal with him. Chapter 40-43. All right. Jiangchen nodded. He had a lot of trust in Nie Xiaoying. After receiving his guidance, Nie Xiaoying's startling sword art had become more and more skillful. Given the current state of the wingman captain, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long under Nie Xiaoying's powerful attacks. This battle was extremely important to Nie Xiaoying. She was currently in a state where she was about to break through. After killing the winged clan leader, her cultivation might break through directly. Once Nie Xiaoying broke through to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, it would be the doomsday for the disciples of the Feather Clan. In fact, even if Nie Xiaoying did not break through to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, it would still be the doomsday for the Feather Clan. De Huang Dog grabbed at the void with his paw and tore a hole in the defensive formation. All the disciples of the Martial Pavilion left the place at an unparalleled speed, leaving Nie Xiaoying and the winged clan leader alone. Jiangchen flapped his dragon wings and flew at the front of the team. He was now the absolute ruler of the entire Martial Pavilion. All the disciples of the Martial Pavilion did not dare to defy Jiangchen. Without Nie Xiaoying, experts of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm like Zhangqing were all obedient to Jiangchen. Not to mention that Jiangchen's ability was enough for them to call him teacher. Just Jiangchen's strength alone was enough for them to worship him. There were probably only 1 or 2 experts of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm in the entire Martial Pavilion who could kill the 8 young masters of the Feather Clan. More importantly, the disciples of the Martial Pavilion were now following behind Jiangchen. Every one of them felt like they were gods of war, invincible and invincible. Killing the Feather Clan was too satisfying. They had never felt so happy when fighting against the Feather Clan. On Li Long's side, the situation was not very good, but this was also expected. Although the 8 Gates maze formation had been broken, they had already suffered huge losses before the formation was broken. This was because without the help of the defensive formation, this large team had lost at least 100 disciples. In addition to the fact that they did not have the upper hand in the battle against the feather race, the martial pavilion had already lost more than 300 disciples since the start of the battle. Although the remaining disciples were still relatively ferocious, their morale had already fallen, and they were at a disadvantage for the entire day. Li Long and Zhao Chengquan, the sixth young master, were fighting fiercely. The two of them were enemies and it was hard to tell who would win. In fact, Li Long had already begun to fall into a disadvantageous position. After all, he had to pay attention to the losses on the martial pavilion's side, and it was inevitable that he would be distracted. This was a real massacre. The battlefield here was much more brutal than the one where Jiang Chen and the others were. The disciples of the martial pavilion here did not have the same imposing manner as Jiang Chen and the others. However, this momentum was about to be reversed. The people who were in the midst of the fierce battle suddenly saw an overwhelming number of people flying towards them. Look, someone is coming over there. They're from the martial pavilion. They're from our martial pavilion. They're from Senior Sister Nye's team. Why are they here? He must be here to help us. When the disciples of the martial pavilion here saw a large group of fellow disciples running over, they were all excited and surprised. They were excited because they had helpers, a large number of helpers. However, they were surprised because they were supposed to be in the same situation as them. How could they get rid of the siege of the feather race and run here? However, these were not important. The important thing was that they had come because the situation here was about to collapse. "De Huang, you stay here to help, and the others follow me," Jiang Chen said. Now, in order to minimize the loss of the martial pavilion, they had to split up, because the battle here seemed to be more troublesome than what they had encountered before. If they waited until the battle here was over and then went to the other side, the loss on Ji Tian's side would be immeasurable. Okay. De Huang Dog shook his big head. His body was taller than a small hill. With De Huang Dog here, Jiang Chen was relieved. De Huang Dog's destructive power alone could defeat thousands of troops. More importantly, Jiang Chen did not intend to let a single feather race go. De Huang could quietly set up a big formation to trap all the feather race here. With the help of hundreds of disciples with great momentum, the morale of the disciples of the martial pavilion was bound to be reversed, and the situation was quickly reversed. All feather race, listen up. Our senior brother Jiang Chen has broken your 8 gates maze formation. Your 8 young masters have died under the sword of senior brother Jiang Chen. The hundreds of feather race have all been killed by us. Your doomsday has arrived. Xie Ting stood beside De Huang Dog and shouted towards the battlefield. He was full of momentum. His voice was like thunder, rolling and resonating in the hearts of everyone on the battlefield. What? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The 8 young masters are dead. The team of hundreds of people are all killed. How is this possible? How did they do it? Why do they have the ability to break the 8 gates maze formation? What the hell is Jiang Chen doing? It seems to be true. Otherwise, why would the disciples of the martial pavilion come here? This is too scary. In just an instant, the feather race, whose morale was originally high, was completely in chaos. They had no idea what to do. Xie Ting's words were undoubtedly like thunder to them. It was simply unimaginable. On the other hand, the disciples of the martial pavilion began to shout. Haha, senior brother Jiang Chen is really awesome. I was wondering who broke the formation of the bird race. So it was senior brother Jiang Chen who did it. Senior brother Jiang Chen is really amazing. He broke the formation, killed the 8 young masters, and annihilated a team of the feather race. If it wasn't from senior brother Xie Ting, I wouldn't have believed it. Kill. Brothers, it's time for our counterattack. Our helpers are here to avenge our fallen brothers. The morale of the martial pavilion was completely mobilized by Xie Ting in just an instant. Roar! The next moment, De Huang Dog roared to the sky and rushed into the enemy's camp. Screams filled the air. Just one collision had killed at least 5 or 6 disciples of the feather race. This scene was so shocking that the disciples of the martial pavilion could not help but be excited. While De Huang Dog was charging and killing the enemies, he secretly set up a formation and circled around the entire sky. Haha, Zhao Qingquan, your feather race is finished. Li Long suddenly laughed. He never dreamed that the martial pavilion would have a chance to turn things around, and a great one at that. He did not know what had happened to Nye Xiaoying, but he could imagine it. In his heart, he had begun to worship Jiang Chen infinitely. Damn, how could this be? Chapter 40-44. Zhao Qingquan, you didn't expect it, did you? Our martial pavilion has a genius who is invincible. The sky-concealing formation set up by your feather clan has been completely broken by us. You've shot yourself in the foot. Just wait for your doom. Li Long's whole person changed. He changed from his previous state of defense to a crazy attack. Zhao Qingquan, who was in a mess, was in a completely different state. Mentality and momentum were especially important in a fight between evenly matched experts. Shrill screams began to be heard. The disciples of the martial pavilion who came with the Huang dog were all more ferocious than the last. They all regarded themselves as unparalleled gods of war, killing the Feather Clan's disciples without any resistance. Moreover, with the assistance of an ancient beast like the Huang dog, how could the disciples of the Feather Clan bear it? The number of disciples of the martial pavilion was almost double that of the Feather Clan. Moreover, they were all more ferocious than the last. If this battle continued, there would only be one result. All the Feather Clan would die tragically just like before. It had to be said that Xie Ting was very good at inspiring people's morale. With just a few words, he completely reversed the situation and allowed the martial pavilion to launch an ultimate counterattack. Although Jiang Chen was not here, the situation here was basically stable with the Huang dog. On the other side, Ji Tian's team was even more miserable. The disciples of the martial pavilion were completely suppressed. If it were not for the fact that there were more disciples of the martial pavilion at the beginning, they would have been defeated long ago. However, if this trend continued, the disciples of the martial pavilion would face destruction almost inevitably. Even if they wanted to escape, it was basically impossible. The Feather Clan had a natural advantage in speed. God wants the human race to die. The disciples of the martial pavilion were heartbroken. A disciple was pierced through the chest by a Feather Clan spear, and his eyes were full of unwillingness before he died. The state of mind of all the disciples of the martial pavilion was changing dramatically. Before coming in, it was supposed to be an opportunity. Everyone dreamed of a big opportunity, but the reality was so cruel. Ji Tian waved the broadsword in his hand, fighting with the leader of the Feather Clan. However, Ji Tian was obviously at a disadvantage. There were many wounds on his body and he was spurting blood wildly. If this continued, he would be killed sooner or later. The seventh prince of the Feather race was at the peak of the ninth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He dominated the battlefield and had already killed 2 ninth heavenly layer Unity Origin realm disciples of the martial pavilion. They were forced to retreat step by step. There was nowhere to retreat and nowhere to escape. This was a hopeless situation. It was a true hopeless situation that the disciples of the martial pavilion had to face. It was unprecedented. Just when everyone thought that this hopeless situation could not be changed, a miracle happened. Huff huff, a strong wind blew as a strong murderous aura surged toward them from afar, immediately attracting the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Look, it's one of us. Isn't that Jiang Chen? How can he fly? I remember that Jiang Chen is in the same team as senior sister Nye. Why are they here? I don't know what happened, but our help is here. Just like the martial pavilion disciples from Li Long's team, the martial pavilion disciples on this side were instantly excited. No matter what happened, nothing could make them more excited than seeing the martial pavilion disciples at this moment. What's going on? Where did so many martial pavilion disciples come from? The seventh young master frowned. A bad feeling began to spread in his heart. Very soon, Jiang Chen arrived at the edge of the battlefield with the hot-blooded martial pavilion disciples. Jiang Qing's aura was like a rainbow. He took a step forward and imitated Xie Ting's tone from before. He yelled, "The 8th young master is dead, and the entire team of the Feather race has been annihilated. Our senior Jiang Chen has destroyed the 8 gates maze formation of the Feather race and killed the 8th young master. Birdman, your end is here. Hurry up and surrender." With that, there was an uproar. Whether it was the Feather people or the disciples of the martial pavilion, they all became restless. In just a moment, Jiang Chen had become the focus of everyone's attention. Holy shit, that's awesome. Senior Jiang Chen is actually so powerful. So he was the one who destroyed the 8 gates maze formation. I was wondering why the formation suddenly disappeared. I think Jiang Chen's current cultivation should only be at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. With such a cultivation, he was actually able to kill the 8th young master who was at the 9th heavenly layer of the Feather race. This is admirable. This person's potential is just too great. I saw him kill the 3-eyed panther earlier. He was extremely brave. Jiang Chen had already become a legend in the martial pavilion, especially after this incident. Who's Jiang Chen? The 7th young master stood out, furious. Me. Jiang Chen flapped his dragon wings as he smiled faintly. You killed my 8th brother. The 7th young master's face was filled with killing intent. Not just that. I killed the 9th young master as well. You can go down and accompany your brother. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Meeting here had already sentenced this arrogant 7th young master to death. Jiang Chen was very interested in killing these young masters of the feather race. Bastard, I'm going to avenge my brother today. I'd like to see how strong a 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm like you can be. I'd also like to see how you're going to break the 8 Gates Maze formation. The 7th young master was currently in a berserk state. He hated Jiang Chen to the core. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Chen had killed 2 of his brothers, if it weren't for Jiang Chen, the feather race's grand plan wouldn't have gone down the drain. The 7th young master was filled with killing intent as he charged towards Jiang Chen in a frenzy. Zhang Qing and the others had smiles on their faces as if they already knew the outcome. They had personally witnessed the battle prowess of Jiang Chen's dragon transformation. The 8th young master, who was at the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, couldn't even take a single move from Jiang Chen. The 7th young master's cultivation base was the same as the 8th young master's, and he couldn't be much stronger than the 8th young master. Chapter 40-45. Strong, super strong, really too strong. At this moment, all the disciples of the martial pavilion were in awe of Jiang Chen. Even Zhang Qing and the others who had seen Jiang Chen kill the 8th young master were still overwhelmed with emotions when they saw Jiang Chen kill the 7th young master. Such a scene had indeed boosted the morale of the disciples. In just an instant, the disciples of the martial pavilion, who were previously completely dispirited, had become full of vigor and vigor. Their silent battle blood had also begun to boil at this moment. Bastard! The leader of the winged clan was furious. The 7th young master was killed in front of him. Even if he could get out of here alive, he would be punished. All the people of the Feather clan at this moment had an extremely ugly expression on their faces. The situation had turned around too quickly. The surging excitement just now was instantly smashed to the bottom. The death of the 7th young master had caused an irreversible blow to the morale of the Feather clan. Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, someone in the crowd shouted. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with the shouting of Jiang Chen's name. It was earth-shattering and shook the heavens. The sound was like rolling thunder. The morale of the disciples of the martial pavilion had become unprecedentedly high. Kill, leave no one alive. Jiang Chen returned to his human form and raised the sky dragon sword high. He waved his arm and shouted, his voice like thunder. At this moment, Jiang Chen was the master of this battlefield. He was the only one on this battlefield. He was the invincible god of war. His words could ignite the fighting blood in the hearts of countless disciples of the martial pavilion. Kill. In the next moment, the disciples of the martial pavilion began to counterattack in a frenzy. Their previous state was completely different. Each of their eyes were bloodshot, and their killing intent soared to the sky. They were too depressed and aggrieved from the previous battle. Now they wanted to release all of their previous grievances. They wanted to use the blood of the winged men to wash away their humiliation. They wanted to use the blood of the winged men to avenge their fallen brothers and sisters. Screams filled the sky. The life and death battlefield was instantly boiling again. However, this time the ones who had the upper hand were no longer the winged humans, but the people from the martial pavilion. This large group of disciples from the martial pavilion, after receiving the help of Jiang Chen and the rest, was like a tiger that had grown wings, and they were extremely ferocious. As for the people that Jiang Chen had brought, most of them had received pointers from Jiang Chen. Each and every one of them was eager to break through in battle. They were now very confident in their own strength. They were completely following Jiang Chen's pointers and constantly improving. It could be said that they were constantly improving. Jiang Chen stood in the sky above the battlefield, flapping his dragon wings like a controller. Jiang Chen looked at the battlefield. This battle was basically settled, and the martial pavilion would definitely obtain the final victory. However, what Jiang Chen wanted was not just a simple victory. The victory he wanted was the big conspiracy that the winged race had against the human race. As the saying went, a taste of their own medicine. Whatever the winged race wanted to do to the human race would have to do the same to the winged race. Moreover, Jiang Chen was very clear that in the Red East region, the human race and the winged race would have a life and death battle sooner or later. Of these two major races, one would definitely be destroyed. Therefore what Jiang Chen wanted to do now was to make all the geniuses of the winged race stay here, so that none of the people who entered the Star-Lord's ruins would be able to leave. He wanted to make the leader of the winged race regret doing this. Because there were many disciples from the martial pavilion, there were no winged humans who had the opportunity to fight against Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen had even killed the 7th young master in a second. Ordinary winged humans would be sending themselves to their deaths if they came. In the entire winged race, only the leader of the winged humans could fight against Jiang Chen. However, Jiang was not someone to be trifled with. How could he give him the chance to fight against Jiang Chen? Jiang was not a fool. He could naturally see that Jiang Chen had completely become the backbone of the human race. With Jiang Chen around, the morale of the martial pavilion would only get stronger and stronger. Jiang Chen was relaxed, but he was not idle either. He repeated his old tricks and began to set up layers of restrictions in the sky above the entire battlefield. He set up a huge trapping formation to trap all the winged humans here, not giving them a chance to escape. Escape had always been the strength of the winged race. If hundreds of winged humans wanted to escape, the martial pavilion would not be able to stop them no matter how big the formation was. Their speed was too fast. Therefore, at this time the formation played its most crucial role. It was not to completely trap them here, but only to prevent them from escaping. Jiang Chen was proficient in the no-beginning formation. 108,000 formations that could evolve endlessly. Any formation in the world was at his fingertips. His attainments in formations far surpassed that of the Huang Dog. To put it bluntly, if Jiang Chen were to personally set up the formation, it would be the end of the world for the winged race. A true doomsday. All the winged humans were immersed in the battle and had no time to pay attention to anything else. They did not know that their fates were undergoing a huge change. Jiang Chen was silently cutting off all their escape routes. Jiang Chen scanned the battlefield as he set up the formation. Finally, his gaze landed on Jiang. At this moment, Jiang was being suppressed by the leader of the winged humans. It was obvious that he was losing. Jiang was wielding an oversized hammer in his hand. It was extremely sharp, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right. However, after watching it, Jiang Chen could not help but shake his head. Jiang, your hammering technique is too complicated. There should be 5 forms in your hammering technique, but you haven't mastered the essence of it. Why don't you focus on one type of hammering technique and combine them into one? Focus on one and use the thunderclap hammer technique. Jiang Chen said like a teacher guiding his disciple. Hearing this, Jiang, who was in the middle of the battle, was stunned. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Jiang was too shocked. Jiang Chen could see the essence of his hammering technique with a single glance. He could even tell that there was a total of 5 forms in his hammering technique and give the most precise guidance. This was too ridiculous. Senior brother Jiang, teacher Jiang Chen has already guided us. After receiving his guidance, our strength has been improving. Senior sister Nye's cultivation is about to break through to the 2nd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Zhang Qing said. In fact, there was no need for Zhang Qing to remind him. Jiang was not stupid. Jiang Chen's words had already made him feel enlightened. Thank you for your guidance. Jiang shouted at Jiang Chen before shouting, Thunderclap hammer. Ooh, the hammer smashed down like a mountain. This time, Jiang followed Jiang Chen's instructions and concentrated his strength. The hammer actually released a thunderous sound. The hammering technique that Jiang was using was the thunderclap hammer technique. However, after so many years of cultivation, Jiang had never produced a thunderous sound. After receiving guidance from Jiang Chen, the thunderous sound immediately appeared. Chapter 40-46. Ha! Jiang laughed wildly. After fighting for so long, he had never felt so carefree. Looking at the dazzling war hammer in his hand and the flickering lightning, Jiang had a feeling that he was about to make a breakthrough. When he looked at Jiang Chen again, Jiang's gaze had completely changed. He was simply an extraordinary person who could do anything. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. Jiang cupped his fists at Jiang Chen. Just those few words of guidance were enough for Jiang to respectfully call him teacher, just like Xie Ting in the Qingyuan Thunder Pool. That's impossible. Who are you? Reincarnation of an almighty? The leader of the feathered squad was shocked and said while gritting his teeth. After fighting with Jiang for so long, he already knew Jiang's moves like the back of his hand. His strength was definitely above Jiang's, but after this Jiang Chen came, Jiang became a completely different person with just a few words, and the war hammer in his hand became extremely fierce. What the fuck, is senior brother Jiangchen really that amazing? Just a few words of guidance and he actually made senior brother Jian so powerful that he immediately turned the situation around. Yeah, this is too magical. I wonder if he can give us some guidance. He is even more powerful than the elders of our martial pavilion. The disciples who followed Jian were all shocked. Of course, teacher is almighty. I won't hide it from you guys. It is because we have received teacher's guidance that we have improved and our combat strength has soared. That is why we have eliminated the entire feathered squad in such a short period of time. That's right, if you guys can receive teacher's guidance, you will definitely be the same as us. I am confident that after this battle with the feathered squad, my cultivation will immediately improve. Teacher is a divine person. I guess that teacher might really be the reincarnation of an almighty. Otherwise, he would not be so proficient in so many things. Alchemy, setting up formations, breaking formations, he is omnipotent. Previously, he even had a lesson in our everlasting pavilion. Even our great elder had to call him teacher. The disciples who had been taught by Jiangchen all had proud expressions on their faces as they started to brag. Of course, they weren't bragging. What they said was the truth. The truth had indeed allowed them to improve, a huge improvement. Teacher, could you give me some pointers? Teacher, please guide me. Brothers, let's fight against these birdmen. Let's use everything we've learned and let our teachers guide us. The disciples of the martial pavilion were in an uproar once again. Each and every one of them was shouting loudly, especially those disciples who had not been guided by Jiangchen. Each one of them was more excited than the other. They had witnessed Jiangchen's capabilities with their own eyes. Even Jian had called him teacher, let alone them. Moreover, the disciples who had just arrived had all received pointers from Jiangchen. They had also clearly seen the battle just now. Those who had received pointers from Jiangchen were indeed much more brilliant than before. There were many people here who lived together on a daily basis. Some of them were even friends or brothers. They understood each other quite well. Whether or not each other's strength had improved, they were naturally very clear. No one was willing to miss such an opportunity to improve themselves. Jiangchen had a sharp eye for pointers in battle. No one was willing to miss such a great opportunity. The path of cultivation itself was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In the process of cultivation, everyone would encounter all kinds of problems. In this process, if there was an expert to guide them, they would be able to avoid many detours. The roars were endless. The disciples of the martial pavilion had completely erupted. Each and every one of them was unprecedentedly hot-blooded. Jiangchen did not disappoint them. He stood high up in the sky and waved his hand to point out the situation. His powerful soul power spread out. Almost every move of the disciples of the martial pavilion on the battlefield was within the scope of Jiangchen's control. Jiangchen pointed them out one by one. Everyone's weaknesses were all pointed out in one go, and his pointers were straight to the point. More importantly, every disciple who had received pointers from Jiangchen was abnormally excited. This kind of pointers were really on point. It was completely enlightening and enlightening. The battlefield was burning. The Feather Clan was beaten back again and again. They were completely outmatched. On the battlefield, there were flying feathers and flesh and blood everywhere. Such a battlefield was completely a war. In this place, death pervaded everywhere. This was the real Azura hell. There was only real killing here. It was either you die or I live. For the disciples of the martial pavilion, this battle was extremely important. To put it bluntly, those who participated in this battle and walked out alive would have great achievements in the future. Only a life and death experience could truly test a person and truly improve a person. Shrill screams filled the air. The Feather Clan was killed without any trace of anger. Their previous arrogance was completely suppressed. The disciples of the martial pavilion were like hungry tigers, crazily plundering their prey. On the other side, the greatest hope of the Feather Clan was also being suppressed by Jian. The rushing thunderhammer technique was getting stronger and stronger. Jian's attacks were getting smoother and smoother. The leader of the Feather Clan had already been beaten to the point where the spear in his hand had already been shattered. Leader, we can't fight anymore. Let's retreat. A ninth Heaven Feather Clan member of the Unity Origin realm who was covered in blood shouted. Retreat, retreat, retreat quickly. The leader of the Winged Men clan shouted in an extremely unwilling voice. He was indeed unwilling. This was originally a huge conspiracy set up by the Winged Men clan, and it was specifically targeted at the disciples of the martial pavilion. However, the situation in front of him was completely different from what he had expected. Retreat? I'm afraid it's too late to retreat now. Jiangchen's voice sounded again. It was like the voice of the god of death, pronouncing judgment on the Feather Clan. What did you say? The leader of the Feather Clan looked at Jiang Chen and shouted. I've already set up a sky-concealing formation here. None of you will be able to escape today. Jiang Chen said. Impossible. The leader of the Feather Clan was shocked, but his expression had already begun to panic. The sky-concealing formation. If this was said by someone else, he would definitely treat it as a joke. However, this Jiang Chen was too mystical. When he was guiding the disciples of the martial pavilion, he had heard it clearly. Even if he was an enemy, he had to worship Jiang Chen as a god. You'll know once you try. The Feather Clan wants to use the formation to destroy the future of the human clan. We can do it too. I'll let the Feather Clan know what it means to shoot yourself in the foot. Jiang Chen's aura was incomparably strong. He was like a supreme being who could make the enemy tremble and raise the morale of the entire human clan just by standing there. There's really a formation. Some of the Feather Clan members tried but couldn't break through the formless formation. Chapter 40-47. For the Feather Race, when escaping had become an extravagant hope, that was the true despair. At this moment, everyone's heart was in a state of panic. The martial pavilion was too powerful. For the Feather Race, death had already begun to envelop them. It's over. It's completely over. Damn it. When did the martial pavilion have such a freak? Is he really proficient in everything? We're going to be trapped to death. The disciples of the Feather Clan were in complete despair. They had no fighting spirit at all. If they continued to fight, they would only be met with death. Brothers, what are you waiting for? The birdmen have nowhere to escape. Kill them all. Ji Tian shouted and took the lead to attack the leader of the Feather Clan again. They were very confident in Jiang Chen's formation. A person who could break the 8 doors maze formation with his own strength could easily set up a trapping formation. Moreover, they would not give the Feather Clan any chance to break the formation. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would not need them as his teammates. Kill. The disciples of the martial pavilion swarmed up again. With such a huge disparity in strength and numbers, the Feather Clan had no chance at all. As for the disciples of the martial pavilion, they wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy. This was because they knew very well how the Feather Race had treated them previously, especially when they were trapped in the 8 gates maze formation. They were their prey. Now that they had a chance to turn things around, the disciples of the martial pavilion would not be polite. Moreover, they had to avenge the death of hundreds of disciples of the martial pavilion. A blood feud could only be washed away with the blood of the enemy. Killing a hellish killing. The battle was very crazy. It was the same here and on Li Long's side. They had an overwhelming advantage. Da Huang Dog also set up the concealing formation, leaving no way for the Feather Clan to survive. The battle lasted for 2 hours. Not a single feather managed to escape and all of them were killed. Until now, Zhao Qingquan was still fighting with the Feather Clan. Nie Xiaoying had already killed the leader of the Feather Clan and was about to break through to the second heaven of the Earth Source realm. The disciples of the martial pavilion had achieved an unprecedented victory. Every single one of them had a glorious glow on their faces. They had never participated in such a large-scale battle in their entire lives. This was something that they did not even dare to dream about. Da Huang Dog and Nie Xiaoying came to Jiang Chen's side at the same time. They glanced at the Winged People captain, who was still struggling, and smiled knowingly. The Winged People captain was a general without an army. It was only a matter of time before Ji Tian killed him. Teacher, I've already killed my opponent. It's all thanks to your guidance that we were able to achieve such a great victory. Nie Xiaoying said as she looked at Jiang Chen's handsome face. She couldn't help but be infatuated with him. Yes, not bad. Your cultivation is already infinitely close to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. You'll be able to break through after this. Jiang Chen smiled at Nie Xiaoying. There were still many geniuses in the martial pavilion. Little Qinzi, there are treasures in the Starlord dimension. Da Huang Dog's voice suddenly came to Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and a trace of joy emerged in the depths of his eyes. Da Huang Dog had an extraordinary sense of finding treasures. This ability was unique. Since Da Huang Dog said there were treasures, it must be true. Jiang Chen was very interested in the treasures left by a Starlord. In fact, since entering the Eternal World, Jiang Chen had never obtained any useful trump cards or treasures. The treasures left by a Starlord would certainly not be bad. How about Li Long? Jiang Chen asked. They've all been killed. Only the 6th young master is struggling. Da Huang Dog said. Can Li Long handle it? Jiang Qin said. Teacher, don't worry. Li Long and Zhao Qianquan are sworn enemies. I'm afraid he doesn't want others to help him. Anyway, we have the upper hand now and Zhao Qianquan can't escape. Let Li Long solve the grievances with Zhao Qianquan for many years. Nie Xiaoying said. Okay. Jiang Qin nodded. This result was also what he wanted to see. Geniuses like Li Long and Ji Tian were proud in their bones. This was also a great opportunity for them. If they could kill their opponents by themselves, it would be a good growth for them. Nie Xiaoying, I'll leave the situation here to you. I'll go to the Starlord's relics. Jiang Qin said. Jiang Qin didn't care about the winged man captain who was fighting with Ji Tian at all. Not to mention that this guy couldn't even deal with Ji Tian. He was already like a crossbow, struggling to hold on. Nie Xiaoying alone wouldn't give the winged man captain a chance to escape. Teacher, don't worry. When the Starlord's relics open again, I promise I won't let a winged man go out. Nie Xiaoying's momentum shook. She had a kind of domineering spirit that was not inferior to men. De Huang, let's go. Jiang Qin said. With a flap of his dragon wings, he left the battlefield with De Huang dog. The war with the winged men was basically over. Zhao Qianquan, the winged man captain, was the only one left. It was meaningless for Jiang Qin to continue to stay here. He could take this opportunity to find treasures with the Huang dog. Teacher, what are they doing? I don't know. They should go to the Starlord's relics. However, we don't need to ask what teacher is going to do. We don't need to worry about his ability. This time, our martial pavilion could win a complete victory all because of teacher and that dog. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes, the winged men are so treacherous. They used this kind of conspiracy to deal with us. It seems that the real war between us and the winged men will not be far away. Why do you think teacher is so powerful? His combat strength is terrifying, his alchemy skills are superb, and his formation is unparalleled in the world. It's really shocking. I guess he must be the reincarnation of a powerful person. Otherwise he can't be so powerful. Stop guessing. Anyway, in my opinion, it's our human race's luck to have a person like teacher. In the future, whether we can win the war with the winged men and become the real master of the Red East territory, teacher will definitely play a vital role. This battle had completely established Jiang Qin's prestige. From now on, he would become the teacher of the whole martial pavilion in a real sense. Everyone in the martial pavilion would probably regard him as the center. Don't speculate about teacher. It's a great disrespect to teacher. Do you understand? Nie Xiaoying turned around and scolded. Yes, senior sister Nie. We know we're wrong. Teacher has helped us so much. He's our savior. This is a great favor. From now on, teacher will be the person I respect the most. After he left, the disciples of the martial pavilion could even testify for him and prove that this was indeed an empty shell, and there was no treasure at all. Moreover, this psychedelic formation was set up by a Star Lord expert. With our strength, even if we can break it, we'll still need some time. By then, the 3 days will have long passed. The Star Lord's space will open again, and the Scarlet Mountain will fall into chaos. De Huang Dog said. Once the 3 days were up, the Scarlet Mountain would definitely fall into chaos. Everyone in the Yu clan would die. How could the higher-ups of the Yu clan let it go so easily? That's right. If it's just finding a way to enter the psychedelic formation, it'll be very simple for us. We'll be able to enter in 2 hours without anyone noticing. Jiang Qin patted De Huang Dog's head. When this dog was smart, he was quite smart. Since that's the case, let's begin. It should be very easy to enter after some research. De Huang Dog bared his teeth. Thinking that there would be treasures left behind by a Star Lord expert, the dog could not help but be excited. At this time, in another wilderness, the war between the human clan and the Yu clan had completely ended. Without any surprise, the 6th young master, Zhao Qianquan, and the leader of the Yu clan who fought against Ji Tian were both killed. One was killed by Li Long and the other by Ji Tian. So far, all the genius disciples of the Yu clan who entered this time, all the experts of the Unity realm, including the 3 captains of the first heaven of the Earth Source realm, had died tragically. None of them walked out alive. Tragic, it was really tragic. This war was a fatal blow to the Yu clan. The Yu clan suffered such a great loss that it was impossible to recover. The martial pavilion also suffered a loss of at least 700 or 800 disciples. However, compared to the loss of the Yu clan, it was not even worth mentioning. More than 2,000 disciples of the martial pavilion who were still alive had been baptized by life and death. Every one of them had undergone a great transformation. With such a transformation, their future achievements would be much higher than before. At this moment, more than 2,000 disciples of the martial pavilion gathered together. All of their faces were filled with excitement. They had won a great victory. Such a great victory was unimaginable even in their dreams. We must thank Teacher Jiang for this battle. If it wasn't for him, the ones who would be buried here would be us instead of the winged men. That's right. That's right. The so-called Star Lord's ruins were originally a trap set by the Yu clan. It was a big conspiracy. Fortunately, Teacher Jiang broke it directly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The end of the Yu clan would be our end. This war was really exciting. After being guided by Teacher Jiang, my cultivation has also improved a lot. Now I have a vague feeling that I'm going to break through. This feeling is really nostalgic. Chapter 40-49. Sigh, it's a pity. It's really a pity that I couldn't team up with Teacher Jiang. I couldn't get Teacher Jiang's guidance. It's really a big loss this time. That's right. You guys are really lucky to be in the same team as Teacher Jiang. The other team has also received Teacher Jiang's guidance. We haven't seen Teacher Jiang's face yet. This won't do. When we get back, I must personally pay a visit to ask for guidance. I also want to be guided by Teacher Jiang. Some people were happy while others were sad. The disciples of Li Long's team were full of regret. Although they were also very excited because of the great victory of this battle, they saw that the disciples of the other two teams had received guidance from Jiang and thus obtained great benefits. Some of them had even begun to break through, but they had missed such a great opportunity. How could they not be disappointed? They did not believe it at first, but the result forced them to believe it. With so many people saying it, they had no reason to not believe it. Now that the battle was over, they could only wait until they returned to the martial pavilion to ask for guidance from Jiang. However, they did not know if Jiang would be willing to specially guide them. You two guys are really lucky. After receiving guidance from Jiang, you actually made such great progress. Li Long looked at the proud Nye Xiaoying and Ji Tian and said with incomparable envy. He could feel the changes in Nye Xiaoying and Ji Tian, especially Nye Xiaoying, who was about to break through to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Li Long, how can you call Teacher by his name? Do you still want Teacher to guide you? Ji Tian's eyes widened. I was wrong. I should call him Teacher. Sai, I don't know what Teacher is doing now. If he was here, I would ask Teacher to guide me no matter what. Li Long hurriedly admitted his mistake. Although Jiang was not here, his attitude was very good. He did not dare to show any disrespect to Jiang. Teacher said to go to this space to see if there is anything strange in this Star Lord space. What should we do now? Ji Tian asked. It's only been a day. According to the agreement, there are still 2 more days before we can leave this place. We can't just stand here and stare at each other for 2 days. Nye Xiaoying said. In my opinion, we should also take a look around. It's not easy to come to the Star Lord space, so we should at least take a look around. Even if it's an empty shell, we can at least gain some experience. If we're lucky enough to come across some treasures, that would be a real fortune. Xia said. In a faction like the Martial Pavilion, Xia was probably the only one who could stand together with Nye Xiaoying and the other two and even dare to give guidance. The young city lord of the divine martial city had an esteemed status. Let alone Nye Xiaoying and the others, even peak Earth Source experts would have to give Xia some face. Junior brother Xia is right. In any case, all the winged people have been killed by us. There are no more threats in this space. Why don't we take a stroll around here and see if we can obtain any benefits? That will depend on our luck. Li Long said. Alright, let's do that. You don't have to gather together, just wander around. Just treat these 2 days as fun. After a life and death battle, everyone is a little tired. Let's relax. Nye Xiaoying said. More than 2,000 disciples of the martial pavilion began to disperse. They all kept their flight talismans and chose to go on foot. After all, treasures like flight talismans were specially made to deal with the winged race. It would be a great waste to use them when they were not fighting the winged race. The disciples of the martial pavilion began to have fun. The intense battle was over. It was rare to relax in the Star-Lord space. This was also a kind of experience. And at this time they could play however they wanted. There was no need to worry about what kind of enemies they would encounter. All the genius disciples of the winged race had been killed. Late at night, rising Feather Mountain, the hinterland of the winged race. Zhao Lingxiao paced back and forth in the main hall, frowning from time to time. Patriarch, why are you sighing? A Heavenly Source Realm elder asked. I don't know why, but I feel uneasy, as if something bad has happened. Zhao Lingxiao said. Patriarch, you're worrying too much. Our plan is flawless, and we saw the disciples of the two races enter with our own eyes. Nothing bad will happen. Let alone the 8 Gates Maze formation. Even without the formation, the human race is no match for us in the competition of the Unity Origin realm. The elder said with a smile. He was extremely confident. There won't be any problems with the 8 Gates Maze formation, right? Zhao Lingxiao was still a little annoyed. This kind of annoyance was very rare for a patriarch like him. It was personally designed by me. I led a dozen Heavenly Source experts to set it up. In the entire martial pavilion, only Xinjiang of the Everlasting Pavilion has the strength to break the formation. Unfortunately, Xinjiang doesn't know our plan. As a Heavenly Source expert, Xinjiang can't enter the ruins of the Star Lord. The elder became even more confident. Yes, by the way, closely monitor the movements of the Qiling Mountain. If any Heavenly Source experts of the Martial Pavilion want to enter the ruins of the Star Lord, report immediately. Zhao Lingxiao said. Don't worry. The Martial Pavilion is quiet. They're all in the Divine Martial City. There's not even a single demonic beast in the Qiling Mountain, so no one will mess up our chance. In 2 days, the Star Lord's ruins will reopen. At that time, we'll just have to wait and see the bitter faces of the upper echelons of the human race. Another Heavenly Source expert laughed. He really could not think of any accidents that could happen to such a flawless opportunity. He also did not know where Zhao Lingxiao's worries and annoyance came from. Yes. Zhao Lingxiao nodded firmly, feeling a little relieved. However, the annoyance in the depths of his heart had not completely disappeared. Zhao Lingxiao really could not think of any accidents that could happen to the plan. Looks like I'm worrying for nothing. There are still 2 days left. I really hope time passes faster. My son Qingquan, don't let your father down, Zhao Lingxiao thought. Zhao Qingquan was one of the sons he was proud of. He had reached the Earth Source stage at such a young age. This time he had asked Zhao Qingquan to personally lead the team, which was a form of trust for him. Unfortunately, Zhao Lingxiao would never have thought that the flawless plan of the Yu clan had long been destroyed by Jiang Qin. Let alone Zhao Qingquan, all 3 of his sons had died tragically. Not a single one of the 2,000 Yu clan members had survived. If Zhao Lingxiao knew about this, he would probably vomit blood in anger. However, it was not only the Yu clan that was worried. The Martial Pavilion was also worried. Chapter 40-50. I wonder what's going on in the Star Lord's remains. The disciples of the Martial Pavilion might not have any advantage against the disciples of the Feather Race. Wu Changtian sighed. As the master of the Martial Pavilion, he had a lot of responsibilities. He was responsible for the lives of many people. In fact, Wu Changtian was already regretting his bet with Zhao Lingxiao. Brother Wu, don't think too much. The disciples of the human race also need real training. If we keep cultivating in the Martial Pavilion like flowers in a greenhouse, what kind of future can we have? Xie Yunping said. Brother Xie is right. Only by experiencing real life and death battles can we truly grow. I feel that this is a great opportunity for the disciples of the human race. All the fusion origin disciples of the Yun Manor should participate. Yun Xinan said. He and Xie Yunping were of the same mind in this regard. That's right. In the Red East region, we and the Feather Race have always been enemies. There will be a battle sooner or later. Zhao Lingxiao is ambitious and has not given up on destroying the human race. If our disciples don't grow, they will only be suppressed by the Feather Race disciples in the future. Xinjiang said. There are still 2 days. I hope there won't be too many losses this time. Wu Changtian said. He and Zhao Lingxiao had completely different thoughts. Zhao Lingxiao felt that the plan was flawless, but his hidden sixth sense made him feel irritated. He felt that something bad was about to happen. On the other hand, Wu Changtian was worried about the strength of the disciples of the Martial Pavilion. Unfortunately, they did not know what was happening in the Star-Lord space. Everything had already been settled. If the results of the Star-Lord space were to spread, the entire Divine Martial City would be in an uproar. At this moment, in the Star-Lord space, above the desolated valley, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow had finished studying the hallucinatory Grand Formation. They had successfully entered the formation. Sure enough, the scene inside had changed greatly. It was a completely different world compared to the valley before. It was an incomparably dark cave dwelling, filled with a gloomy aura. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog stood in a corridor that was like a black hole. There was a faint light in front of them, like a dot of light in the darkness, guiding them forward. It was gloomy, decaying, and filled with negative energy. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog couldn't help but frown. Woo woo, in front of the long corridor cries could be heard. That's right, it was the sound of sobbing. In such an environment, it was truly like a ghost, causing one's hair to stand on end. What great resentment! De Huang Dog said. That's right. There's resentment everywhere. It seems that the Star Lord died with a grievance. Even though he's dead, his resentment is still there. Jiang Qin said. We seem to have entered the tomb of the Master of the Stars, so it's best to be careful. With such a strong aura of resentment, it's very easy for it to be guided by the weak consciousness of the Master of the Stars and form a vengeful spirit in this environment. De Huang Dog said. Just as De Huang Dog finished speaking, an illusory white shadow suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. It was extremely fast and silent. Suddenly, it stretched out its sharp claws and clawed at Jiang Qin. A vengeful spirit. Jiang Qin's body flashed and dodged the claw. De Huang Dog had guessed correctly. There really was a vengeful spirit here. A vengeful spirit formed from the thick aura of resentment of a Star Lord was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, this kind of vengeful spirit was extremely frightening. Not only did it have a strong attack power, but it could also affect a person's subconscious. Once the person's subconscious was attacked by the vengeful spirit, they would become an existence similar to the vengeful spirit and lose their consciousness. It was extremely terrifying. Be careful. The vengeful spirit here is probably at the Earth Source realm. De Huang Dog warned. It's fine. Vengeful spirits are formless. No matter how strong their attack power is, their origin won't change. My green lotus clear starfire is their greatest weapon. Formless vengeful spirits, even if they're at the Earth Source realm, can't withstand a single blow from my green lotus clear starfire. Jiang Qin said. He understood the characteristics of these vengeful spirits too well. In front of the green lotus clear starfire, no matter how strong the vengeful spirit was, it would be useless. There was only one outcome. With a mournful cry, the vengeful spirit launched another attack. However, this time Jiang Qin did not dodge. The vengeful spirit was fast, but he was even faster. He flicked a flame from his finger, hitting the incoming vengeful spirit. Ah! The vengeful spirit was ignited by the flames. It let out a mournful cry before being burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. The flames on Jiang Qin's body were formed from the fusion of several types of divine flames. It was the nemesis of all evil beings in the world. How could a mere formless vengeful spirit resist Jiang Qin's flames? Awesome. De Huang Dog praised. Fighting by Jiang Qin's side was always so refreshing. Jiang Qin had just too many tricks up his sleeve. He could deal with any unpredictable situation. Facing the cries, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog continued walking along the dark corridor. Such an environment was too frightening. If it were any other disciple of the martial pavilion, they would be scared to death. In such a long corridor, they might not even have the strength to walk, let alone fight with the vengeful spirit. Only Jiang Qin and Big Yellow were brave enough to do so. They had experienced too many dangerous places in their life. This small tomb of a Star Lord was nothing to them. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. As for these vengeful spirits, they could not even cause a ripple of fear in their hearts, let alone frighten them. The aura of resentment was too strong, and there was definitely more than one vengeful spirit. This long corridor seemed to have no end. From time to time, vengeful spirits would rush out and attack Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. The vengeful spirits here had never come into contact with the outside world, but they had the instinct to eat humans. Once a vengeful spirit ate a human and drank their blood, they would absorb the true yang energy and begin to transform. Once they transformed, they would become more powerful. It would not be easy for Jiang Qin's flames to burn the vengeful spirits to death as easily as before. Unfortunately, these vengeful spirits did not have the opportunity to transform. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were the only humans they encountered. It was undoubtedly a pipe dream for them to want to drink Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's blood. Mournful screams continuously sounded. In the entire long corridor, all the vengeful spirits were eliminated by Jiang Qin. After eliminating these vengeful spirits, the aura of resentment in this place weakened by a lot. It was at least half of what it was before. As for Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, after endless efforts, They finally reached the end of the long corridor and entered the real cave dwelling. The sealed cave dwelling was surrounded by cold stone walls. At this point, the aura was no longer gloomy, but the incomparably evil aura of resentment was even stronger. Chapter 40-51. The huge copper coffin was at least 10 times the size of an ordinary coffin. What did 10 times the size mean? It was almost the size of a house. What was noteworthy was that there was no lid on the bronze coffin. What a huge copper coffin. Could it be the corpse of the celestial lord? The Huang dog said. Such a scene really made people shudder. Why don't we climb up and see? Jiang Qin revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth, not the slightest bit of fear. This cave is empty. If there are really treasures, they should be in this copper coffin, the Huang dog said. Big Yellow said. After that, the two brothers leapt up and landed on top of the bronze coffin. There was nothing special about this copper coffin. There were no arrays or runes on it. In fact, there was no need for them at all. For the owner of this place, being able to pass through layers of obstacles to reach this place had already proved his ability. It was meaningless to continue to set up arrays and runes around the copper coffin. Jiang Qin and De Huang dog stood on both sides of the copper coffin. The two looked at each other and then looked inside the copper coffin. In this huge copper coffin, a beautiful and charming woman lay quietly. This woman looked to be about 30 years old. Although it was unknown how long she had been dead, her corpse did not decay in the slightest. Of course, it was normal for the corpse to be preserved in good condition. After all, this woman was a celestial lord. A powerful celestial lord's body was as solid as diamond. It was not that easy to decay. What really attracted Jiang Qin and De Huang dog's attention was the pair of white wings on the woman's back. These wings were too familiar. A winged person. Jiang Qin and De Huang dog looked at each other again. The one who left the celestial lord's relic turned out to be a winged person, a powerful celestial lord of the Feather Clan. I heard from the elders of the Everlasting Pavilion that the Feather Clan is a big clan in the Eternal World. They not only exist in the Red East Domain, but also in the entire Red Cloud Star boundary. The Red East Domain is just one of them. It seems that this should be the celestial lord of the Red Middle Domain. I wonder why she was buried here. The Huang dog said. Humph. Since it was left behind by a harpy expert, there's no need to hold back. Let's see if there are any other treasures here. We've already searched through everything. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. Plundering the treasures left behind by the harpies was a wonderful idea. He didn't feel any guilt at all. That's the 10-winged feather man. It's said that they have the highest bloodline of the feather race. Their wings can reach up to 100, and they are known as the 100-winged feather man. What a terrifying race. The Huang dog sighed. The 100-winged feathered man. I'm afraid such an existence will only exist when we reach the true peak of the eternal world. It's not something we should consider for now. Let's deal with the feathered race in the Crimson East region first. Jiang Qin said. Look, there is a brocade box. De Huang dog's eyes were sharp, and he saw a golden brocade box placed under one of the woman's wings. The brocade box wasn't big and it was only the size of 2 palms. It was covered by the wings and only a corner of it was revealed. If one didn't look carefully, it would really be difficult to notice. The treasure should be in here. Jiang Qin didn't stand on ceremony at all. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and the brocade box automatically flew up and fell into Jiang Qin's hand. There was no restriction placed on the brocade box. Jiang Qin flicked his finger and opened the brocade box. Within the brocade box, there was a green cosmos ring. Apart from that, there was also a piece of paper. The paper looked somewhat new. It could be seen that the Star Lord had not died for a long time. Even the Star Lord domain had only existed for a few years. Open it and take a look. It should be the last words of this bird woman. Maybe she had some last wishes for you to help her complete. The Huang dog chuckled. The last wish of a feathered man fell into the hands of a human. It's also a kind of irony. If this person knew, I'm afraid she would be so angry that she would die again. Jiang Qin also couldn't help laughing. He wondered if the last wish was for the person who received her inheritance to help her complete the great plan of destroying the human clan. If that was the case, it was destined to be a regret. Jiang Qin took out the paper and opened it casually. Lines of black words immediately appeared in front of him. For a Star Lord to leave a will, she had to write it on a piece of paper instead of leaving a divine sense. This could only mean one thing, and that was that the person who left the will was not allowed to leave a divine sense in the situation at that time. If it was a seriously injured person, their divine sense would also be damaged. Even if they managed to leave their divine sense behind, the divine sense would only last for a limited amount of time. It wouldn't last as long as it was written on a piece of paper. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog moved closer at the same time and looked at the content with great interest. However, when they saw the first line, their expressions changed instantly. The teasing look in their eyes became serious. Wrong. They were all wrong. I hope that the person who can see this is a descendant of the human clan, not a feathered man. With just this sentence, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were instantly dumbfounded. This person was obviously a 10-winged feathered man, but why did she say that the person was a descendant of the human clan? There must be a hidden story behind this. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog stopped joking and continued to read. I'm not a feathered person. I am Queen Lin of the Lin Kingdom of the Red Central region. This body is what I hate the most in this world because this is the body of a feathered person. My own body was occupied by a feathered person, and they snuck into the Lin Kingdom to confuse the people. Back then, a feathered person's spy snuck into the Lin Kingdom and bewitched my master. Later, my master bestowed her as a concubine. Unfortunately, no one in the Lin Kingdom saw through her lies. Even I was blinded and treated her as a sister. Finally, one day her ambition exploded and she used the soul transfer technique to frame me. She took my body and left this feathered person's body to me. No one in the Lin Kingdom believed me and wanted to kill me. I didn't even have a chance to explain. I desperately escaped to save my life, but I was already an arrow at the end of its flight. I hope that one day, I will meet a fated person who can fulfill my last wish and return to the country of Lin to clear my name and expose the bitch's face. Otherwise, the human clan of the country of Lin will be destroyed by the bitch, and the people of the country of Lin will be plunged into misery and suffering. The remnants of my cultivation are sealed in the blood spirit pearl and sealed in my mouth. After you get it, you can absorb the energy in it. Also, the things left in this interspatial ring are an opportunity for you. My name is Lin Xiaofeng. There is a jade pendant in the interspatial ring that can identify my real body. Chapter 4052. Little Qinzi, do you think it's true or not? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Qin and asked. Jiang Qin understood the meaning of De Huang Dog's words. After all, a piece of last words couldn't prove anything, because what they saw was a winged person without the slightest aura of the human race. Empress Lin might be true, or it might be a lie left behind by the winged person. If the current empress of the Lin Kingdom was real, then Jiang Qin would be helping the winged person if he fulfilled the last words. Of course, Jiang Qin wasn't a fool. He had his own judgment. In this world, there was no lie that could confuse him. I have my own judgment. Jiang Qin picked up the storage ring from the brocade box. With a thought, he opened the storage ring. When he saw the treasures in the storage ring, even Jiang Qin couldn't help but be shocked. Inside the huge interspatial ring was a mountain of origin stones. 10,000 grade 5 origin stones, which was equivalent to at least a month's worth of grade 4 origin stones. Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel a little dizzy at the sight of such a huge amount of wealth. Damn, little Qinzi, you're rich. So many grade 4 origin stones. That's for heavenly source experts to cultivate. Grade 5 origin stones are for star lords. With so much wealth, you're definitely the richest person in the entire Crimson East region. Even if all the heavenly source experts in the Crimson East region were added up, they wouldn't be as rich as you. De Huang Dog jumped up. Such a huge amount of wealth was really a little scary. Jiang Qin, on the other hand, was beaming. With so many origin stones, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivating to the late heavenly source realm. So, do you think a winged person would leave so much wealth to the descendants of the human race? Jiang Qin looked at De Huang Dog. Impossible. This wealth is too shocking. If he took it out, it could help the human race raise a sect. Unless the winged person is crazy, why would he leave such wealth to the enemy? De Huang Dog shook his head. He didn't need to think too much about this. It was impossible. There was also a battle sword in the interspatial ring. On the hilt of the sword, there was a Lin character. This was a Star-Lord battle weapon. In terms of Genesis weapons, it was a grade 5 origin weapon. To put it bluntly, this sword alone was priceless. In the Crimson East region or even the Crimson Middle region, if news of this spread, it would cause endless panic. It was unknown how much power a Star-Lord soldier could unleash. Jiang Qin held the sword in his hand and looked at it casually. These are human weapons. I've studied the Harpies' weapons before, and they are fundamentally different. After Jiang Qin said that, he picked up the jade pendant again. The turquoise jade pendant was very exquisite. One side of the jade pendant was still engraved with the Lin character, and the other side was engraved with a picture of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. It says that this jade pendant can prove its identity, which shows that this jade pendant is Empress Lin's personal belongings. In fact, jade pendants are also personal belongings. De Huang, let me ask you, it's not easy for others to take away a Star Lord's personal belongings. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. In other words, this is the real Empress Lin. The one in the Lin Kingdom is fake. It's a winged person. De Huang Dog said. That's right. An evil technique like the soul-shifting technique isn't rare, but it's extremely difficult to execute. Empress Lin must have been deceived, which was why she was attacked by this technique and had her soul and body replaced. I can basically conclude that everything written in the letter is true, but we'll have to wait until we go to the Red Mid region and the Lin Kingdom before we can be sure. Jiang Chen said that if he had a chance to meet Empress Lin in person with his eyesight, Jiang Chen would be able to see the truth at a glance. That's right, it's not a good idea to discuss the truth now. With our current strength, even if we go to the Crimson Middle region, we won't be of much help. We can only be beaten. Let's solve the matter in the Crimson East region first, and then go to the Crimson Middle region. I believe it won't take too long. With our foundation we can improve our cultivation very quickly. De Huang Dog said. Jiang Chen nodded. He would naturally take Empress Lin's matter to heart. If it was true, he would definitely help her fulfill her last wish. After all, he had obtained such a great opportunity from Empress Lin. If he couldn't fulfill her last wish, it would be a little unfair. Look at that blood spirit bead. De Huang Dog reminded. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded, then looked at the woman's face. Sorry. Jiang Chen flicked his finger and shot out a ray of light, which fell into the woman's mouth. The woman's mouth opened automatically, and a blood-red bead jumped out instantly. Jiang Chen grabbed it in his hand. A bead left behind by a Star Lord after exhausting his entire cultivation. The energy in this bead is definitely extraordinary. This is a real treasure. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up, and he began to lick his mouth. It's a pity that Empress Lin's final state was too weak. There isn't much energy in this bead. However, if you and I refine it, it won't be a problem for us to increase our cultivation by 2 levels. Jiang Chen looked at the blood spirit bead and said, 2 levels is not bad. Then what are we waiting for? This Lord Dog can't wait any longer. De Huang Dog shook his head. Alright, then let's refine this blood spirit bead before we leave. There are still about 2 days left. It's enough for us to refine it. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog jumped down from the bronze coffin and sat down cross-legged. The blood spirit bead floated between them and the man and dog began to refine it. Strands of energy flew out from the blood spirit bead and entered Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's bodies. These two were super freaks. Their foundations were too deep, and they could increase their cultivation as long as they had energy. There was no bottleneck at all. Although Empress Lin left the blood spirit bead in an extremely poor state, she was a Star Lord after all. Even a little bit of energy left behind could greatly benefit a Unity Origin expert. Not long after they started refining the energy, Jiang Chen broke through and successfully reached the 6th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Soon after, De Huang Dog also advanced to the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. However, the 2 brothers didn't stop. With their foundations they could definitely continue to make breakthroughs. It wouldn't be a problem for both of them to advance another level. However, the 2 brothers had to slow down a little. After all, the impact of the energy was too fast and it would more or less affect their bodies. If nothing unexpected happened, after the blood spirit bead was completely refined, Jiang Chen's cultivation would reach the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, and De Huang Dog's cultivation would reach the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Chapter 4053. All the disciples of the Martial Pavilion had appeared. They all remembered that when the Starlord space reopened, no one would be late. After all, if they couldn't get out, they might have to stay here forever. A space left behind by the Starlord, it was undoubtedly a delusion for them to walk out with their own abilities. Motherfucker, there's no Starlord ruins at all. I'm so disappointed. I didn't have any illusions. The Starlord ruins is just an empty shell. It's a trap set by the Feather race to trap us here. Unfortunately, they went for wool and came home shorn. In the end, they were the ones who suffered. That's right. That's right. Let's not think about the treasures. We're lucky to be able to keep our lives and walk out of here alive. We can imagine that if it wasn't for teacher Jiang, we would all be dead. We'll end up like the winged men. Furthermore, we didn't come here in vain. After the battle of life and death with the winged men, we've all experienced the baptism of life and death. We've all undergone a fundamental transformation. Moreover, most of us have been guided by teacher Jiang. For the disciples of the martial pavilion, it was not a pity that they couldn't get any treasures here. After all, after knowing that it was a trap of the feather race, they didn't have any illusions about this place. Since the experts of the feather race could set up the 8 gates maze formation here, they must have entered here before. If there were treasures here, they wouldn't have had a chance to get their hands on them. They would have been plundered by the experts of the feather race long ago. Just as some people had said, they didn't gain nothing. Instead, they gained a lot. Growth in a battle of life and death was often the rarest thing. Moreover, many of them had been guided by Jiang. Some of them had already broken through in these 2 days. For example, Xiaoying had successfully broken through to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Ji Tian was not far from breaking through, which made Li Long drool with envy. Xie Ting was extremely talented. After this battle, he had broken through again, becoming a 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. The speed of his growth was astonishing. Why hasn't teacher Jiang appeared yet? The space gate will open soon, said Li Long said. Many people looked into the distance, but they still did not see Jiang shadow. They had been wandering in this Star-Lord space for 2 days, and no one had seen the slightest trace of Jiang. That's right. Teacher Jiang wouldn't be unaware of the time. Logically speaking, he should have returned by now. He wouldn't have encountered any trouble, right? Ji Tian said. That won't happen. Teacher is omnipotent. Even if he encounters any difficulties, he will be able to resolve them. We don't have to worry too much. Teacher will definitely be fine. Xiaoying said. She had seen Jiang's power with her own eyes. Jiang's omnipotent image had been deeply rooted in her heart. His image was so lofty that she even blindly believed that there was no trouble or difficulty in this world that could make Jiang helpless. At this moment, the upper echelons of the human race and feather race appeared once again above the river at the center of Qiling Mountain. However, there were a lot more people this time compared to 3 days ago. A few of the upper echelons of the earthly origin realm had also appeared. According to what had been said before, the deep layer of the Star-Lord's ruins would be opened once the Unity Realm disciples finished their training. They all wanted to go in and have a look. Whether it was the upper echelons of the earthly origin realm or the heavenly origin realm, the Star-Lord's ruins held a fatal attraction to them. Haha, brother Wu, brother Xia, how have you been? Zhao Lingxiao clasped his fists at Wu Changtian and Xie Yunping as he spoke with great joy. Zhao Lingxiao, why are you so happy? Or do you think that your feather race disciples will definitely win? Xie Yunping said in a bad mood. Definitely win? Of course they'll win. If I'm not wrong, your human disciples have probably all been wiped out. Not a single one of them will be able to come out alive, Zhao Lingxiao said proudly. There was no longer a need to hide anything at this point in time, because when the spatial door opened, not a single human disciple would be able to come out. Wu Changtian naturally wanted to know the outcome. What did you say? Wu Changtian's expression changed. He had been feeling uneasy for the past few days. He was extremely worried about the disciples that had entered the Star-Lord ruins. He immediately knew that something bad must have happened when he saw Zhao Lingxiao's expression. Zhao Lingxiao, what do you mean? Did you do something behind the scenes? Xie Yunping frowned. Something behind the scenes? That's right, it was indeed my doing. Now that things have come to this, I don't mind telling you that this Star-Lord's relic is just an empty shell. There's nothing inside and there's no so-called deep space. Letting the disciples go in to train is just a plot of the feather race against the human race. Zhao Lingxiao loudly said, Our feather race has already set up the 8 gates maze formation inside and chased away all the demonic beasts to make the opening of the Star-Lord ruins more realistic. Your 3,000 disciples have already fallen into the 8 gates maze formation the moment they entered the Star-Lord space. They can only wait to be slaughtered, becoming lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Hearing this, the experts of the human race felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Wu Changtian in particular staggered and almost fell from the sky. The 8 gates maze formation is a peerless trapping formation. Those who are trapped inside can't see the people outside and can only wait to be killed. If a dozen heavenly source experts had set up this formation together, even I wouldn't be able to break it. The pavilion master of the everlasting pavilion, Zhen Yang's face was extremely gloomy. Others might not know how powerful the 8 gates maze formation was, but he knew it very well. If the U race had really set up the 8 Gates maze formation in the Star Master space, then Zhao Lingxiao's words were definitely not an exaggeration. The 3,000 human geniuses might really be wiped out. Zhao Lingxiao, I'm going to kill you. Xie Yunpeng was enraged. A terrifying aura rushed out from his body and charged towards Zhao Lingxiao without saying a word. He couldn't help but be angry. His precious son was also among them. If Xie Ting died, Xie Yunpeng would definitely fight to the death with the feather race. Xie Yunpeng, do you think I'm afraid of you? Zhao Lingxiao coldly snorted and charged towards Xie Yunpeng in a flash. At this moment, Zhao Lingxiao's aura was soaring. His words were meant to infuriate Wu Changtian, Xie Yunpeng, and the others. When people were enraged, they would often lose their rationality just like Xie Yunpeng. Chapter 4054. Rumble. The two heavenly source experts collided with each other in an extremely ferocious manner. With just a single collision, the sky darkened. The river below rippled with waves, and a ray of sword light descended from the sky, directly splitting the river in half. In the void, Xie Yunpeng and Zhao Lingxiao fought back and forth passionately. Their murderous intent soared to the sky. Without exception, both of them wanted to kill each other. Both of them were the top representatives of their respective camps. Once they died, the loss would be unimaginable and irreparable. Zhao Lingxiao, give me back my son's life. Xie Yunpeng went crazy. He only had one son, and he regarded his life as important. Now that Xie Ting had been framed by the Feather Clan and died in the Star-Lord space, Xie Yunpeng had lost his rationality and attacked recklessly. The experts of the Martial Pavilion and the Feather Clan were facing each other, and it seemed like they would fight to the death if there was any disagreement. However, both sides did not move. The Feather Clan naturally did not want to fight to the death with the Human Clan, because they had just completed their grand scheme, and the outcome of their grand scheme was about to be revealed. As long as the geniuses of the Human Clan died in there, the Feather Clan could slowly fight with the Human Clan. As for Wu Changtian's side, they still had a glimmer of hope. Without seeing the Star-Lord space open again, they still did not believe that the 3,000 genius disciples of the Martial Pavilion would all die tragically. This was an unbearable pain. Rumble. At this moment, in the void above the river, a space portal gradually formed, and a shadow appeared. The 3 days that the Feather Clan experts had planned had already passed, and the sealed Star-Lord space was about to open again. At this moment, Xie Yunpeng and Zhao Lingxiao also temporarily stopped what they were doing. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the space portal above the river. On the Human Clan's side, everyone's expression was ugly, and they gritted their teeth. After knowing about the 8 Gates maze formation, they did not have much hope. However, even if it was the only hope, they still had to have it, especially for Wu Changtian, the sect master of the Martial Pavilion. He was the supreme ruler of the Martial Pavilion, as well as the representative of the human race. It was his decision that caused the 3,000 disciples of the Martial Pavilion to be trapped. If the result was as Zhao Lingxiao had said, that all the disciples of the human race could not make it out alive, he, Wu Changtian, would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. From then on, he would spend the rest of his life in endless regret. On the other hand, the people of the Feather race all had smiles on their faces. They did not even need to guess what would happen in the Star-Lord's ruins. In their eyes, the outcome was already fixed and there was no suspense. They were well aware of the situation in the Star Master space. It was an empty shell with nothing inside, so there was no way anything could go wrong. In other words, with the help of the 8 Gates maze formation, unless the sun rose from the west, the human disciples would not have any chance of survival. At this moment, within the Star-Lord space, over 2,000 disciples of the Martial Pavilion, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the space door, had their eyes light up once again. Every single one of them had the feeling of being able to see the light of day again. Previously, when they were trapped in the 8 Gates maze formation, everyone was in complete despair. They did not believe that they would have the chance to see the sun outside and return to the Martial Pavilion that they were familiar with. The space door has opened. Let's go. Someone said. Teacher Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog are not back yet. Could they have met with an accident? Yeah, why aren't they back yet? Did they forget the time? I don't think so. This place is an empty shell. There isn't even a single demonic beast. Even we have been wandering around here for so long without encountering any danger. With Teacher Jiang Chen's ability, it is even more impossible for him to meet with any trouble. All the disciples of the Martial Pavilion were worried about Jiang Chen. After all, the space door was right in front of them and it was about to open. Moreover, the opening of the space door would not take too long. Don't worry everyone. We are very clear about teacher Jiang Chen's ability. You will definitely be fine. The appearance of the space door will cause quite a commotion, and teacher will be able to see it. When the time comes he will return. Don't forget teacher can fly. His speed is far faster than us. Nye Xiaoying said loudly, now, everyone follow me and leave this place. We will wait for teacher to return to Chiling Mountain. Nye Xiaoying was currently at the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. She had the highest cultivation among those present, surpassing Li Long and Ji Tian. Her words were naturally the leader. To put it bluntly, Nye Xiaoying was now the leader of this place. Everyone would definitely listen to her words unconditionally. Alright, let's go first. Xie Ting's aura fluctuated, and he was the first to leap into the space door. Afterwards, a large number of disciples of the martial pavilion began to follow Xie Ting into the space door. At the center of Chiling Mountain, above the river, the experts of the human race and the feather race stared unblinkingly at the space door that had completely formed, waiting for the people inside to come out. The outcome of this shocking conspiracy, and whether it had developed according to the experts of the feather race's expectations, would soon be revealed. Xie Yunping, just wait and see. Your son is already dead. Those who come out will all be members of the feather race. Not a single one of your human race will come out alive. How pitiful, how lamentable, ha! Zhao Lingxiao laughed loudly. He was incomparably arrogant and pleased. Seeing Xie Yunping's and Wu Changtian's ashen faces, Zhao Lingxiao's inner joy could not be contained. Xie Yunping clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He had already made sufficient preparations. As long as all those who came out were feather race, he would definitely kill Zhao Lingxiao at all costs. Even if he lost his life, he would not hesitate. Bang! With a loud sound, a figure rushed out from the space door. The first person to come out was none other than Xie Ting. Father. Xie Ting happened to see Xie Yunping, who was the closest to him after appearing. He immediately shouted, Ting. Xie Yunping's eyes widened, and then he rubbed them forcefully, wondering if there was something wrong with his eyes. Whoosh. In the next moment, Xie Yunping flashed through the air and arrived before Xie Ting like a bolt of lightning. He grabbed Xie Ting's shoulders with both hands and constantly examined him. Unknowingly, his eyes became a little moist. Father, what's wrong with you? Aren't I fine? Xie Ting chuckled. In front of his father, he laughed like a child. Ting, it's really you. You're not dead. That's great, haha, that's great. Your cultivation has actually improved to such a level. You've already reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. That's beyond my expectations. Chapter 40-55. The great joys and sorrows of life came too suddenly, and it was too exciting. Previously, Xie Yunping had fallen into a bottomless abyss, a bottomless swamp, and was unable to extricate himself. At this moment, seeing his son appear before him unscathed, Xie Yunping simply couldn't describe his feelings. It's Xie Ting. Look, Xie Ting came out alive. Wu Changtian pointed at Xie Ting and said excitedly. His heart, which was originally in despair, became extremely agitated the moment he saw Xie Ting. At least, this meant that the situation in the Star-Lord space wasn't like what Zhao Lingxiao had said. What's going on? Zhao Lingxiao's originally arrogant face turned cold in an instant. The first person to come out of the Star-Lord space was actually not a member of the U-race but a human. This outcome stunned all the experts of the U-race. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon groups of human geniuses came out of the void gate. They descended from the sky and landed on the side of the human race. Ha, look, that's Zhang Qing and Han Dong. They're all alive. They're all alive. Feng Wei is also alive. Who said that the human race will be destroyed? Aren't they all our people? Look at them, all of them are in high spirits and some of them even have a breakthrough in their cultivation. It's obvious that they've obtained great benefits. The upper echelons of the martial pavilion began to get excited, especially Wu Changtian. This heavenly source expert, the dignified sect master of the martial pavilion, actually had tears in his eyes. He was feeling the same as Xie Yunping. What's going on? Who can tell me what's going on? Is it someone from the U-race? Zhao Lingxiao was going crazy. This outcome was worlds apart from what he had expected. What happened to the 8 gates disorientating formation? Didn't they say that not a single human would be able to come out alive? What the hell is going on? Impossible, this is impossible. The 8 gates maze formation was clearly set up by us. It's impossible for those Unity Origin Realm disciples of the human race to break the Eight Gates maze formation. What's going on? What happened in the Star-Lord space? Where are our people? Why haven't any of our disciples come out? Seeing the human disciples come out one by one, the upper echelons of the feather race panicked. Their expressions changed drastically. Up until now, not a single feather race disciple had come out. This gave the feather race an ominous feeling. At the center of the Star-Lord space, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had completely refined the energy in the blood spirit orb. As expected, Jiang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, while De Huang Dog's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. They were only a step away from the Earth Source Realm, and with their strength, it would not be difficult for them to reach the Earth Source Realm. The spatial gate has reopened. Let's hurry up and leave, De Huang Dog said. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. He looked at the copper coffin and made a decision. I want to take this coffin away and exchange it for the truth, Jiang Chen said. Yes. Although it's the body of a feather person, it was brought here by the soul of Empress Lin. It's not appropriate to leave her here on the Chilling Mountain, De Huang Dog said. Jiang Chen stretched out the true dragon palm and grabbed the copper coffin. He put it into his interspatial ring, then flew towards the spatial gate with De Huang Dog. With their speed, it was extremely fast to reach the spatial gate. This was different from when they were looking for the copper coffin. Back then it would naturally take them a long time to find it. Now there was no need to look for it. With their speed, the distance was nothing. Not to mention with Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's speed, it would not be a problem for them to reach the spatial gate before it closed. Above the river, more than 2,000 disciples of the human race had all walked out of the spatial gate. Wu Changqian's face was full of joy. Although there were losses, they were within his expectations. Compared to what Zhao Lingxiao had said, it was much better. The faces of the experts of the feather race were pale. They were still staring at the spatial gate. However, after the disciples of the human race had come out, the spatial gate became strangely quiet. There was no sign of anyone coming out. Zhao Lingxiao stopped looking. The disciples of the feather race have all been annihilated. Your 3 sons are all dead. Xie Ting stood in front of Xie Yunpeng and said to Zhao Lingxiao. Boom! These words were like thunder to the feather race, especially Zhao Lingxiao. He had lost 3 sons at once. He felt the world was spinning and his head was filled with blood. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Bastard, what did you say? Zhao Lingxiao shouted angrily. His expression was about to tear. You heard what I said very clearly, right? Zhao Lingxiao, your Yu clan set up the 8 Gates maze formation to trap us, but you went for wool and came home shorn. In the end you harmed yourself instead. This is karma. Xie Ting was not afraid of Zhao Lingxiao at all. He was very happy. Ting, what's going on? Xie Yunpeng asked. Xiaoying Li Long Ji Tian, what happened in the Star-Lord's ruins? Wu Changtian asked Nie Xiaoying and the other 2. Whoosh. Zhao Lingxiao and the other senior officials of the feather race looked over at the same time. Obviously they were also eager to know what had happened inside. They wanted to know who had broken the 8 Gates maze formation. Even if they had broken the formation, how could they have wiped out the 2,000 disciples of the feather race? The feather race had no other advantages, but compared to the human race, speed was definitely their biggest advantage. Even if they could not defeat the human race, they could definitely escape. Even if it was difficult for them to escape, they should not have been completely wiped out. Even Zhao Chengquan, who was at the Earth Source Realm, could not escape. Father, sect leader, there's something you don't know. The Star-Lord's remains are just an empty shell. It's a trap set up by the Yu clan. They entered in advance and set up the 8 Gates maze formation. It's an inescapable net. After our 3 teams entered, we were immediately trapped in the 8 Gates maze formation. The disciples of the Yu clan launched a sneak attack outside, causing us to lose many disciples. It's really hateful, Xie Ting said. He could not help gnashing his teeth at the thought of the 8 Gates maze formation. How did you break the 8 Gates maze formation? A heavenly source realm expert of the feather race could not help asking. It was Master Jiang Chen. Nie Xiaoying said. Jiang Chen. The Jiang Chen who made a name for himself in the Colosseum? An elder of the martial pavilion asked. Yes, it was Master Jiang Chen. He is very powerful. With the help of De Huang Dog, we soon broke the 8 Gates maze formation. Chapter 4056. It's Jiang Qin from our Purple Pill Pavilion, Dan Qingzi said. He had some impression of this person. After all, the matter of the beast dueling arena had caused quite a commotion, and he had happened to be in the martial pavilion, so he had more or less heard of this name. I remember now. Xuanhuan told me before that Jiang Qin went to the Everlasting Pavilion and gave them pointers on formations. Even Xuanhuan admires him greatly. The Everlasting Pavilion's pavilion master, Zhenyang, also thought of such a person. That's right. Jiang Qin is a heavenly man. His attainments and formations are far beyond our reach. With his guidance, my cultivation base will soon be able to break through to the heavenly source realm. The questions and bottlenecks that I have been suppressing for so many years have all been solved by Jiang Qin. Even I have no choice but to call him my teacher for life. If you say that Jiang Qin was the one who broke the 8 Gates Maze formation, I believe it. The Grand Elder of the Everlasting Pavilion, Xuanhuan, happened to be here. When he thought of Jiang Qin's attainments and formations, he was filled with admiration. Our martial pavilion actually has such a capable person? Wu Changtian sighed. He was usually too busy and rarely managed the martial pavilion, so he did not even know that an amazing person like Jiang Qin had appeared in the martial pavilion. Damn it, there's actually a formation genius among the humans? We've overlooked this. Just who is this person? Even a formation genius at the Unity Source stage would find it difficult to break the 8 Gates Maze formation. After all, this formation was created by over a dozen Heavenly Source experts. There's no point in saying anything now that it's like this. But I want to know, even if you guys broke the 8 Gates Maze formation, how did you manage to wipe out all the geniuses of the Feather Race? The experts of the Feather Race had too many questions in their hearts. Without seeing the scene with their own eyes, they could not imagine just what method the humans had used to prevent a single Feather Race member from escaping. This was too ridiculous. Humph, Master's methods are not something you can imagine. Not only did he break your 8 Gates Maze formation, he even secretly set up a sky-concealing formation to cut off the Feather Tribe's escape route, leaving them nowhere to run. Xie Ting snorted coldly, feeling extremely pleased with himself. Furthermore, Master's methods are unfathomable, and there's nothing he doesn't know. When we were fighting, he gave us pointers that hit the nail on the head, resolving many of our doubts and bottlenecks. My cultivation base broke through under Master's guidance, and so did many other disciples. How could the Harpies be a match for them? Nie Xiaoying said arrogantly. When she mentioned Jiang Qin, her eyes were filled with worship. Following that, the disciples of the martial pavilion took turns to describe the bloody battle that took place in the Starlord's ruins without hiding anything. Especially the battle results of Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, they did not dare to hide anything at all. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were their saviors. Without Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, they would not hesitate to say that none of the 3,000 people would have survived. In the end, they would all end up like the disciples of the Feather Race. And these words shocked the upper echelons of the martial pavilion. Even Xuanhuan, who knew Jiang Qin's capabilities, was stunned when he heard it. To be able to point out the world from a high and mighty position, what kind of heroic feeling was that? There was actually such a peerless figure in the human clan. He was the reincarnation of a mighty figure. I didn't expect that there would be such a heaven-defying person in the human clan. He must be extraordinary. Xinjiang sighed. Where's Jiang Qin? Where's Jiang Qin? Wu Changtian just remembered that they had been talking about Jiang Qin for half a day, but they had not seen Jiang Qin's shadow yet. Jiang Qin is here. Before Nie Xiaoying could speak, a shocking sound wave directly came from the space gate. In the next moment, 2 figures rushed out from the space gate. One was a man and one was a dog with a pair of wings on their backs. They floated in the sky like gods of war. As soon as they appeared, they were full of heroic spirit, attracting everyone's attention. The dazzling light on their bodies made people not dare to look at them directly. Even Wu Changtian and Xie Yunping, who were Heavenly Source experts, felt that Jiang Qin was a true king when they looked at him. A supreme king. The pride and nobility in his bones could crush everyone else. It's Teacher. I told you that Teacher would definitely come out. Teacher's cultivation seems to have increased again. It's really amazing. I can't imagine it. Teacher is not someone that we can compare to. Anything that happens to him is normal. Teacher must be the reincarnation of a mighty figure. The disciples of the martial pavilion were like a great hero who had returned triumphantly. Every gaze that looked at Jiang Qin was filled with infatuation and worship. Jiang Qin, you killed my son and destroyed the disciples of the Yu clan. Hand over your life. At this moment, a loud roar rang out. Zhao Lingxiao was the first to charge at Jiang Qin. Not good. Wu Changtian and Xie Yunping shouted at the same time. They almost instantly rushed out to stop him. However, Zhao Lingxiao's movements were too fast. It was too difficult to save someone in the hands of such an expert. In that instant, Wu Changtian and Xie Yunping's hearts sank to the bottom. They could not stop him at all. If Jiang Qin died at Zhao Lingxiao's hands, it would be an irreparable loss to the human race. The reason why Zhao Lingxiao had acted so decisively was very simple. Firstly, he wanted to avenge his son. Secondly, he wanted to seize the opportunity to eliminate Jiang Chen at all costs. This person was just too amazing. If he was not eliminated as soon as possible, the battlefield would not be as simple as Chilean Mountain, but their Sky Feather Mountain. Even Jiang Chen had not expected Zhao Lingxiao to act so decisively. However, Jiang Chen did not panic in the face of the sudden attack of a heavenly source expert. There was not the slightest trace of nervousness or fear on his face. He was not nervous because he had the confidence and means to not be nervous. Just as Zhao Lingxiao's attack was about to reach him, Jiang Chen suddenly roared in his heart. Stairway to Heaven. The invisible stairway to heaven instantly floated beneath Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's feet. Zhao Lingxiao only saw a flash of light before Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog suddenly vanished into thin air. They had vanished without a trace, as if they had never been there. Rumble. Zhao Lingxiao's powerful attack landed in the air, causing ripples to appear. However, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's figures were nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Zhao Lingxiao's expression changed. He could clearly sense that his attack, which was enough to blast Jiang Chen to smithereens, had completely missed. Jiang Chen had vanished just like that. In the next moment, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's figures reappeared, standing at the front of the human race's camp. Zhao Lingxiao, it won't be so easy for you to kill me. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.